Chapter 25. To have faith. Toby. Zelryn turned his head aside with a jerk.
I don't want to sleep.
He lay in a hudfat under the aft castle, utterly helpless, yet still bull-headed. Toby resisted squeezing the damp sponge over his face. Just inhale. You won't feel the pain anymore.
That sardine, you kill him yet?
Toby sighed. No. He stole a shield and drifted out of range. By the time Norman Rochefort had bobbed beyond reach, that stolen shield had been studded with arrows. Toby and Axlan had emptied their quivers, but the churl floated on toward the Lincolnshire coast, untouchable, then took up the canoe's paddles and urged it seaward. The Fortuna wasn't fast enough to chase him down. "I'll get you all whipped and hanged! You wait and see!" Norman's taunts still echoed in Toby's mind, and chills rained down his back. Only a short prayer that Edward would know how to manage the situation tempered his surges of dread.
Sorry, I couldn't...
Zelryn flushed, his chest shuddering.
Don't leave me in Driftmere, please.
Toby swallowed as the sponge's sour vapours wafted around him. I won't.
Promise?
Promise. Toby lowered the sponge over Zelryn's nose. The younger man watched him with a trusting tranquillity, and Toby blinked the haze from his eyes. With Norman escaped, the bishop's men would soon know that Zelryn was a rebel, and not a victim kidnapped for the thrall trade. Even Driftmere's sanctuary was no longer safe for Zelryn to hide in, as it lasted only 40 days. The Normans were known to wait outside sanctuaries to arrest asylum seekers. Toby fought for composure. Without knowing why, he glanced at Aliwyn, who knelt on Zelryn's other side. She'd given the boy mashed herbs to further dull his pain, but blood glistened on her own throat. She, too, would be branded a rebel sympathizer for stabbing Norman. His shoulders slumping, Toby brushed his hand through Emma's dark curls as she lay beside Zelryn in the hudfat. Her eyes were closed, as though trying to shut out everything that had happened. He couldn't, with good conscience, leave her alone in Driftmere either. His arms shook. If he didn't win, he'd die watching everyone hang beside him on the gallows. I can hold the sponge for you, Aliwyn said. Toby blinked back to his senses as Aliwyn reached for the object covering Zelryn's nose. The boy turned his face aside again to talk.
Ali, you take care of him, and my brother's boots.
She smiled. I will. Zelryn's eyes grew glassy, then rolled back and closed. It looked like death, and a rock lodged in Toby's throat. He couldn't look away from the cut extending along Aliwyn's neck, either. Thank heavens it appeared shallow. I'll tend to you soon, he croaked. Her gaze lifted to his.
Don't worry about me.
Her smile, so out of place and yet so appreciated, washed him with emotions he couldn't name. He'd never seen a peasant woman fight the way she did. Perhaps she had truly aligned herself with his goals, but at what cost to herself? You are very courageous below deck, he murmured. Thank you.
Sometimes we have to fight, like you said.
Her voice was quiet, yet steady.
Please don't feel guilty about Zell or me. We fought because we wanted to.
Toby inhaled and let her words repeat in his mind. Did you mean what you told me this morning? He whispered. That you hope I end the revolt quickly?
Yes, every word.
Her brows drew, as though she were grieved by regrets. He wanted to believe her. Aliwyn had stayed to fight Norman instead of stealing a canoe for herself during the chaos. The tempest raging within Toby settled somewhat. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he murmured, Then you stay on board with me. I'll turn this ship back to Driftmere. Her sorrow lifted. He was about to stand when he noticed how her teeth chattered. She had carried the cauldron back onto the hearth to heat water for the sponge, and the aft castle was no longer warm. Toby unlaced his gambeson. Pulling it off, he held it open to drape over her back. "Take this, for now," he said. Aliwyn nodded, but as she leaned toward his gambeson, a flicker of wariness crossed her face. Toby lowered his padded armour over her shoulders. Touching her delicate chin, he waited for her eyes to rise to his. "I won't let Ed hurt you," he said. Her gaze lingered, clear as starlight on her dirty face. No words passed between them, but the certainty in her expression wove through him like a thread of warmth. He smiled, and wished he could wipe away the violet bruise marring her lips. Pushing himself up again, Toby braced his left side and hobbled toward the open deck. Edward. No matter how angry the man might be when he returned, he was still Toby's family, his only living relative, and now Toby had to fetch him. He squinted in the grey sunlight to find Axlan watching the choppy grey waves by the steering oar. The barrier islands were but faint outlines behind the ship's stern, and the man's expression sagged as he clenched his short bow. "Axlan," Toby said, "we'll turn back to Driftmere." The man glanced at him with bloodshot eyes. "So, you'll let the stowaway go?" "Yes. It's pointless to pursue him now, but Ed will know what to do." "Really?" Axlan asked hoarsely. "What makes you so sure?" "I heard Ed tell my father he has a contingency plan, a smoke signal to change the meeting site, but only he knows the details." Axlan grunted, still staring at the sea. "All he'll do is yell at you in a mighty big uproar." Toby clenched his jaw to contain his frustration. Whose fault was it that a Norman had escaped notice for 2 days? Axlan and the others were supposed to search for stowaways. Yet, one had endured the bilge's squalid conditions, eavesdropped on all their plans, and attacked once the crew had been depleted. Toby stepped beside Axlan and gripped the oar. "We turn around. Now!" He plunged the wooden blade deep into the water. The ship lurched toward the side of the oar as the current pushed back against it. Toby's arms and upper back throbbed with the strain, but he held firm. Slowly, the Fortuna rotated. Once the ship's bow pointed toward the barrier islands, Toby turned to tie the oar to a belaying pin, then paused. Aliwyn stood behind him, holding 2 bowls of water. He licked his lips. Her role in the anchor's loss must not be repeated. "Axlan," he said, clenching the rail. "Once Ed returns, we need unity on board. Please don't tell him what happened to the anchor. We simply lost it. I want to keep Aliwyn with me." Axlan's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. "I won't tell. After all, what's the point?" Toby narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean, what's the point?" "This ship is cursed." The man's greasy face wrinkled in a frown. "How much more bad luck do you need before you abandon it?" Unbelievable, Toby thought. Had both he and Zelryn been talking behind his back? Heat rose to Toby's face. "Why abandon it? We still have all our cargo." "Who cares? We should save ourselves while we still breathe." Toby shook his head and released the rail. "You're jesting." I am not." Axlan shifted his weight. "It's over. That stowaway will send the entire Norman army." Toby wanted to grab the man's shoulders and shake him. "And how did he stay hidden for 2 days? Who was supposed to search the bilge?" Axlan backed away. "Me and the others searched, but there were many distractions. We did our best." "It wasn't good enough," Toby shouted. He grabbed the belaying pin to control his fist. "And then when that man attacked, all you did was almost shoot me. Then you hid behind a post when he ran upstairs." He pointed at the aft castle's 4 support beams. Emma lay on her side beneath the platform, with one hand slapped over her ear. Aliwyn held both bowls close to her waist, her eyes darting anxiously between him and Axlan. Toby's chest heaved. Refocusing on Axlan, who frowned at his boots, he hung his head. "I apologise," Toby muttered. So much for asking for unity on board. Axlan ran a hand over his face. "Toby, we have a rowboat left. Think this through. And Ed, he told me yesterday when you were sleeping that you didn't exist. He won't be kind when he—" "Stop," Toby said hoarsely. Unwanted anger again spiked within. "That's between Edward and me. You're dismissed." The portly man trudged toward the stairs, and Toby closed his eyes for a moment. "I didn't tell you that Syllabi is—" Axlan's face flushed. "I've guessed that by now." With heavy footsteps, he descended the stairs. Beside the opening lay Ransley's axe, which Norman had discarded before scrambling down to a canoe. Scenes from the nearby fatal battle flashed in his mind, and Toby squeezed the closest belaying pin. His legs stiff, he turned back to the sea. The remaining rowboat bobbed behind the vessel, almost out of sight, and the weight of Axlan's words pressed heavily on his shoulders. Both Axlan and Aliwyn distrusted Edward, and yet Toby had seen a remnant of his goodness in the way he'd treated Ransley. Why couldn't Edward treat his nephew the same way? The wind was in his favour now, and the closest barrier island rose as a dark shadow in the soot, still hovering over the waters. Driftmere lay behind that island. Edward would be on board soon with all his hired hands. Despite telling himself that help would soon be here, Toby's chest crawled with chills. For the first time, he pictured himself stepping onto the rowboat with the youngsters, Aliwyn and Axlan. Yet, all his cargo remained on board, and where would he go? He shook his head and dashed the fantasy from his mind. A hand rubbed his back. Aliwyn stepped beside him and hooked her arm around his, resting her head against his shoulder. When she lifted the bowl of water toward his lips, Toby gulped it down. He didn't realize how thirsty he'd been. The warm water filling his stomach stirred his hunger, but he didn't want to eat. "Thanks," he said, handing the bowl back to her. "I'll dress your wound now." He didn't want to talk to anyone, but Aliwyn deserved better. Toby ladled fresh water onto his hands to rinse them, and purposely moistened his sleeve. He retrieved his orange tin with the mint ointment. His hold was so unsteady that Aliwyn needed to open it for him. With his sleeve, he dabbed the wound on her neck with a deep ache in his own throat. He had almost lost her. Now, without clean and dry linen strips, he couldn't even bandage her injury. As he put away the tin, Aliwyn looked down at her belt and said, "I wanted to give this back to you." She withdrew a recorder from her belt pouch and offered it to him. Toby stiffened. The familiar, worn finger holes and the crucifix Miriam had etched onto its surface used to bring him comfort, but not today. Ransley had only told him last night who his mother was. Ransley had promised her not to tell while she still lived. And now, the recorder only reminded Toby of the one he'd killed, a boy Miriam helped raise, and must have considered her other son. Aelfric had shared a meal at his table almost every day. He listened patiently, had a dry sense of humour, and was in every way the reliable friend Toby had always wanted. That made it even more unbearable when Aelfric had backstabbed him to save someone as violent and senseless as Rufus. Matthew Marcotte. "Toby?" Aliwyn whispered, her brows drawn with worry. "I didn't mean to upset you." Toby cleared his throat, but he still sounded as though he were choking. "I don't want it any more. You can keep it. It looks almost exactly like the one Zelryn threw away, doesn't it? Now you have another one." A frown settled on her face. What felt like icy shards sank into Toby's scalp. There would be no replacement for the one she'd lost. He had conveniently forgotten, since this morning, that Aliwyn was never meant to be his.
"I'll keep it for now,"
she said, tucking the recorder away.
"But I think you'll want it back one day."
Or perhaps not, he thought. Sorrow swelled in his chest. He had to tell her the truth about Aelfric's death if he were to court her. Perhaps that would be the last day she'd want to see him. Toby hobbled to the rigging and clenched the rope. They sailed in the right direction, though a thick fog still shrouded where Driftmere must be. This was no time to tell her. She needed to be focused and strong for whatever lay ahead. So did he. When Aliwyn tiptoed to his side, her expression anxious and questioning, he said softly, "When this war ends, there are some things I need to tell you." She pinched her fingertips.
Is it because I did something wrong?"
Toby wanted to pull her into his arms, but he held back. "No. It's something I did."
"What? Why can't you tell me now?"
Sweat broke at his hairline, and he searched for anything that could distract her from the conversation. To his surprise, Axlan stood in the stairwell, with his balding head protruding through the opening. "Toby," he said in a small voice, "there's a puddle beside Syllabi." Toby stepped toward him. "You mean a puddle of blood?" "No, it's seawater. The hull is leaking." Toby tensed, and a bitter chuckle shuddered through his ribs. Lightning might as well strike next. Maybe this mission was cursed. Only Aliwyn's steadfast hold on his forearm kept his dread at bay. "What happened?" He hobbled toward the stairwell, taking Aliwyn with him. "Splinters around the hole," Axlan stammered, his eyes wide with panic. "I think that Axeman went too wild." Toby shook his head. He and Axlan had searched the bilge after Norman's attack to ensure no other stowaways remained. No one had noticed a leak then. He brushed past Axlan and gripped the rail as he descended. Pain shot up his ankle with every step down. He had better be able to plug that leak. He dared not even think about how Edward would react to the news. A moment later, Toby froze. Why wasn't Axlan following him below deck? Frowning, Toby called up at the older man. "Can you show me the leak?" You'll see it." Axlan ascended and stepped on deck. "I'll steer the ship." The way he wanted to escape the disaster again made Toby bristle. "No, Axlan," he said. "The steering oar is already fixed in place. Help me carry the crates upstairs so they won't get wet." With his eyes downcast, Axlan descended the stairs and passed him and Aliwyn. Toby watched him carefully. At least he was obeying orders now. Hobbling down the steps, Toby almost fell on the last few, but Aliwyn hooked her arm around his and stabilized him. Their creaky footfalls landed in the hull. She pointed to their right. "It's there." In the tangential lighting, a pool the length of a greyhound glistened from the hull's edge to Syllabi's body. A thin stream of water flowed down the wooden walls. Toby traced the source to a dent an arm span above the floor. The stowaway must have done this. He approached the breach with Aliwyn following. They crouched by the hole, and Toby picked a splinter off the edge. It was fitting for the damage done by an axe's swing. "It's small." He sighed as hesitant relief tingled down his arms. "I can plug it until Edward returns for a more permanent fix." Aliwyn nodded. "Can I help?" "My father has a hammer and oilcloth, also some wooden wedges. We need to search through his belongings." Standing again, he was struck by how calm Aliwyn looked. Was it because she trusted him? Believed he was a good person? Dread coiled in his gut at the fear of losing her once she heard the truth. But all that would have to wait. Right now, he needed her by his side. The icy water seeping through his soles anchored him to the present, and he stepped out of the pool. Axlan continued to move crates upstairs as Toby and Aliwyn approached Ransley's now empty straw mattress. His belt lay on top, and Toby drew a slow breath. It didn't feel right to sift through the man's belongings, even if he was dead. Yet, Ransley owned the only repair tools Toby knew of on the vessel. He and Aliwyn reached the mattress and sat. While she struck flint against steel to light a rush lamp, Toby opened the pouches one by one. Out came a whetstone to sharpen swords, pieces of hard biscuits, and a small coin purse. A few tiny scrolls of parchment, already erased. Nothing useful. Toby's pulse thrummed as he withdrew a loop of keys. I'll have to look through his trunk as well. It was disrespectful, something he never wanted to do. His lower back stiff, Toby knelt by Ransley's small chest of belongings and began trying the keys. The chest clicked open, and both he and Aliwyn resumed searching through the man's clothes. Ransley's tunics, still scented by the sandalwood he brought from Asia, made Toby hold his breath. He'd give away all of these. Toby, Aliwyn said, opening a drawstring satchel from the trunk's corner. What does oilcloth look like exactly? It's linen coated in wax to make it water-resistant, usually dark, sometimes a bit stiff. He glanced at her, then at the small scrolls she had collected in her hands. You're holding parchment letters, he said gently. Oh! Aliwyn began slipping the rolls back into a satchel. But as the rolls turned in her hand, illuminated by the rush lamp, a piece of blue wax glistened from the parchment surface. Wait, he said. Blue wax. He knew of only one person whose wax seals were blue. Aliwyn retrieved the scrolls again and offered them with her thin hands. She smiled. I think I see 2 roses. Is it from your friend? Toby scooted to her side, the loop of keys falling off his lap with a clatter. Ransley had no reason to keep anything with blue roses. He picked a roll from her hand and turned it in the firelight. The outline of blue roses joined at the stem appeared and faded. Most of the wax had been torn off and only pieces remained, but the imprint itself was unmistakable. This was Evelyn's rose seal, the one she always used. Toby pinched the wax. It was still pliable. The letter was recent. Could this mean that Ransley had been hiding her letters? He opened his mouth to breathe, the shock almost paralyzing him. Toby? Aliwyn said. The tips of her boots pointed toward each other. This is... His fingers shook. I thought she stopped sending letters after Adriana died. Who? Evelyn. The word burst from his mouth before he could think. Aliwyn's eyes rounded, and he hung his head. Now she knew a part of his past he never wanted to talk about. Evelyn Marcotte. Aliwyn shifted in her seat. Matthew's cousin. His throat was too tight to speak. The urge to open the letters sent a ripple through his shoulders, but the ship was sinking. He had to fix her first. Toby laid the roll on the straw cot, and Aliwyn soon placed the 2 remaining ones beside it. I'll read them later, he mouthed. Maybe some text remained. Even if the messages would now destroy him, he had to know. Toby spun to the chest again and threw out Ransley's clothes. A hammer, laying beside folded oilcloth, finally appeared at the bottom, and he grabbed both objects. As Toby drove the wooden wedge, wrapped in oilcloth, into the hull's breach, Axlan asked for a break from moving the crates. Toby permitted him to go upstairs. The man ascended, and Toby stood back from the breach, with his arms aching, and his damp stockings clinging to his calves. The wedge had reduced the leak to a slow drip. Toby prayed it would hold. Back at Ransley's mattress, he and Aliwyn sat together. With unsteady hands, he reached for the nearest scroll and opened it. The ink had been hastily scrubbed away, leaving only faded brown Latin words at the bottom edge. It was the language he and Evelyn both knew how to read and write.
Why did you challenge Rufus to a duel? He'll send a thrall.
This was unmistakably her handwriting, and prickly heat crawled up his neck. Evelyn knew. She had known her half-brother would send an innocent man to die instead of fighting himself like an honourable knight should, and she had tried to warn him. Good heavens, he thought. He had never received this letter. Aliwyn shifted closer, but Toby hardly noticed. He grabbed another scroll and pulled it open. Smudged ink marred the second parchment, but a few sentences remained legible.
I spoke to Lord Seville, and he's willing. Help you launch an inquest. Please write. I'll bring you to see him. I'm so sorry about Adriana.
A dull ache began at the back of Toby's head. He had never seen this message either. Aliwyn rubbed his shoulders until he turned to her.
What are the letters about? She whispered.
Worry tightened her expression, and he swallowed. He owed her an explanation.
Evelyn tried to meet me, he answered. She tried to help me after Adriana died. Help me find justice. But Ransley hid her letters.
Aliwyn's forehead wrinkled with sorrow and surprise.
You two were that close?
Yes. Toby's whole body trembled.
She was my friend. How did she become your friend? I met her at the Marcotte's Manor. Ransley dragged me there to yell at Matthew's father after his son broke my arm.
Toby sighed, the bittersweet memories making his throat swell.
Evie tried everything to help me smile.
For a moment, the ship's dim lighting blurred. A younger Evelyn darted from the darkness, grinning slyly and jabbing at his stomach. Toby had hated being tickled. Yet, if not for her boldness, he'd have stayed cowering in the Marcotte's church sanctuary, while Ransley roared at Matthew's father. This all happened about 8 years ago. So much had changed.
I'm sorry, Aliwyn whispered.
Toby couldn't speak. One last letter remained on the mattress. Maybe there were more he'd never find. With a shaking hand, he picked it up and unfurled it.
Toby, I'm sailing on July. Marriage. Can I see you one?
He read it again. And again. Those were the only words left. But they were enough. Ransley had intercepted these letters in secret. He had known Evelyn would be on that ship, that her whole family would be aboard. And yet, afterward, he had consoled Toby by saying it was an accident. Toby's eyes roved the darkness, where every flickering shadow warped into another wounded man staggering onto the Marcotte's deck. Heat seared up his throat. His instincts had been right. Ransley was a serpent whose fangs dripped with honey. And Edward, had he known about the wedding when he joined the slaughter? The cold indifference Edward had shown the next day, just before sailing for Denmark, answered that well enough. Toby should never have welcomed him back after Aelfric's betrayal.
Are you all right? Aliwyn whispered.
Toby looked up at the hull's ceiling. The weight of the ocean seemed to crash over him, and he felt crushed by the need to confess.
I attacked Rufus's ship to kill him.
He turned to her.
I never knew Evelyn and her parents and sister would be on board. My household, my men were out of control. They killed everyone.
Aliwyn's cool hand touched his cheek. He flinched.
Evelyn and Marie survived, she murmured.
She didn't mention Aelfric's escape. All the Marcotte soldiers had worn nasal prong helmets. Toby hadn't recognised Aelfric amongst the dead, nor when the man had washed up beside the moat with a festering eye. If only Toby had driven away the Norman loyalist. Aliwyn brushed his forehead. Her long eyelashes glistened as she stroked his face. Toby didn't deserve her care, and he almost pulled away. The strangled words heaved from his chest,
Evelyn even convinced a Norman baron to help me. But she must believe I ignored her. She'll never forgive me."
The Normans, even a baron of high standing like Lord Seville, had been willing to help Toby incriminate Rufus Marcotte. To the world, Toby had ignored the Normans' invitation for dialogue. No wonder the Crown had so readily approved Rufus's petition to exile him. Toby stared blankly at his knees.
"If I had known, if I had had an inquest for Adriana months ago, I wouldn't be here. He wouldn't have ingratiated himself with Ransley for funding, wouldn't have agreed to kidnap Matthew for ransom from Lord Seville. Every poor decision traced back to that one failure." A fresh surge of rage tightened around Toby's ribs. His family had taken advantage of Adriana's death to stoke his hatred for those in power, to convince him they all deserved to be destroyed by a fiery new weapon. He had been a fool. Never had he truly questioned why Evelyn's letters had stopped after years of correspondence. He had only assumed she had sided with her half-brother, Rufus. Now she was alive, but the way she'd attacked him outside the leper colony left no doubt that she loathed him. Toby couldn't apologize any more. It was too late. "What do you want to do now?" Aliwyn whispered.
What indeed? Toby blinked, his head spinning. 2 days before the meeting with Canute, his world had shattered along with everything he thought he knew. Thin fingers intertwined with his. He turned as Aliwyn leaned in and kissed him on the forehead. The warmth of her lips made his own twitch, and her breath cooled the tears flowing down his face. Aliwyn's gaze held his.
"I've tried to control you," she said. "That was wrong. Whatever you choose now, I'm with you."
A wry grin tugged at his mouth, and the salt stung his skin.
"I don't know what to do. I only know I've made colossal mistakes."
He screwed his eyes shut.
"What if I told you I've done the same?" She gripped his shoulder. "I nearly killed people with my bad medicine."
He raised his head. "What?"
"Before I met you, I'd given up on healing. I didn't know who I was anymore."
"But you're Miriam's successor."
"I was supposed to be, but I couldn't bear the pressure."
Tears welled in her eyes.
"I made mistake after mistake. Villagers stopped coming to see me. But then things happened, and there was one person in particular who believed in me."
"Who?"
She squeezed his fingers. "You, when I treated your hand."
Toby shook his head in disbelief, but she continued.
"I told you I was out of practice, but you told me I was doing the right thing, that I was very skilled. Looking back, it made all the difference. Sometimes you just need one person who believes in you to push onward. For me, that person was you."
A fragile warmth bloomed in his chest, but his hand still trembled within hers. He had only 2 choices now: abandon the ship with nowhere to go, or stay with the same man involved in manipulating him. Neither stilled the tempest inside.
"You asked me to have faith in you, and I do."
She placed a hand on his chest, over his heart, and drew closer until her forehead touched his.
"Dear Lord, may you give Toby wisdom, even though the outcome of this battle is yours."
He drew strength from the warmth of her hand. The world narrowed to the pulse beneath her fingertips, and how his own breathing steadied to match hers. He exhaled, leaning into that anchor.
"Amen."
Aliwyn slipped her arms over his shoulders and rose to her knees. He followed and encircled his arms around her waist, pulling her flush against him. Time seemed to slow. There were no regrets about the past, no worries about the future. Only the present, with the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against his chest, and a warmth that whispered against his skin. The scent of salt and wood smoke drifted from her hair. For a moment, he could forget everything but this closeness. Yet, the ship's shuddering groans couldn't be ignored. The Fortuna would soon reach Driftmere. Toby had little time left to decide whether or not to take the rowboat. The urge for fresh air and clarity spurred the little energy he had left. Toby pulled back and cupped Aliwyn's cheek with his hand. "Let's go upstairs." Chapter 26. A Merciful Soldier. October 2nd. Matthew. Matthew and the Vasfians emerged from the maze of dirt walls around the Jethrin Hill fort, just as the setting sun pierced his eyes. His tired limbs sank into the wagon's floorboards, while hunger burned in his stomach. Despite his exhaustion, he kept a sharp glare on the two Vasfians leading him on horseback. He had abandoned his gambeson and cape in the roundhouse, and the terror of getting shot sent fire through his veins. Cato sat huddled beside the wagon's rear opening, and looked outside at Mills, who trotted behind the wagon. Matthew resisted speaking with him. Not until they'd left the Vasfians far behind, and he could collect the precious black matter from under his fingernails. Porre pulled the wagon in a sharp left turn. The view from the driver's seat swerved to an expanse of burnt farmland. Vultures circled a sky blotted with thunderclouds in the distance. The two mounted warriors halted ahead of him, and Matthew stopped the wagon a short distance behind. His pulse quickened. He must have been riding through the Vasfian fields the Boltons had destroyed. A mouldy stench cloaked the blackened stalks that stretched as far as he could see. Both Vasfian warriors turned to face them with stark expressions. Matthew clenched his jaw. Rhea's stern face, both proud and condemning, seemed to float over both redheads. They began talking gibberish. Matthew's gaze darted to Cato. "What are they saying?" Cato wiped his face in the dimness, and Matthew's mouth filled with sand. He didn't know the younger man had been tearful. Maybe he should have spoken to Cato earlier to calm him down. "Please interpret," Matthew said as gently as he could. Cato's chest jerked with uneven breaths.
"They told us to follow the river Humber to the closest Norman settlement."
"What is it called?" Cato spoke to the warriors, who responded in Vasfian. The only word Matthew understood was Marcottsville. Matthew huffed, shaking his head. This had to be a cruel joke.
"You must know about Marcottsville,"
Cato said.
"It's your father's manor."
"Yes, I know about it, but I don't want to go there." Who governed it, now that his father was dead? Was it full of people he hadn't seen in 7 years? Matthew wasn't ready to see anyone from his past, not until he'd obtained a knight's signet ring and declared himself lord of the manor. Only then would anyone respect this runaway heir. "What's the next settlement after that?" he grumbled. Cato interpreted the warrior's response.
"Humberston, but we can only get there after sunset."
"That's fine. Plenty of merchants travel on this main road. We'll go to Humberston."
They say Rhea wants you to go to Marcottsville."
"Who cares?" he snapped. Cato shuffled in his seat. "They say they used to trade with Marcottsville." Matthew smirked, although the Vasfian warriors facing him remained stoic. What was Rhea trying to do by lying? Frederick Marcotte used to rant about how ugly the redheads were when he was drunk. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Matthew said, "Tell those Vasfians to leave." Cato spoke to the warriors again. One reached into her saddlebag and withdrew Cato's knapsack and leather sling. Another warrior pulled out Matthew's bulky gambeson, folded and flattened to fit, and tossed it on the ground. His dagger followed. How dare they treat his belongings like that? As the redheads departed, manoeuvring the bellies of their steeds around Matthew's wagon, he almost spat on their legs. The clopping hoofbeats of their mounts receded. Matthew collected his belongings and set the wagon into motion. Not much was left in his belt pouches other than a tinderbox, an eating knife, and his dagger. The Boltons had robbed him of his money long ago. His best hope was sheltering at a church with criminals and other unsavoury personalities. Matthew growled and hunched over. The perfectly sanded floorboards he sat upon came into focus. Heir had sent him away on a solid oak wagon, but why? Something must be wrong with it. Matthew twisted around with a scowl, but there were no signs of rats chewing around the trapdoor. No black and mouldy beams about to snap. Anger nonetheless smouldered in his chest. If Heir had given him this wagon as an apology, it meant nothing to him. Cato broke into his thoughts.
What are we going to do tomorrow?
The younger man's haphazardly cut hair stuck up in all directions, and his wide eyes still carried the terror of his narrow escape. You can go wherever you want. Matthew tried to relax his frown. You said Barton upon Humber, right?
Yes. And you?
I have to rejoin my troops at Ravens's Point.
You mean rejoin the knight I saw in Brocklesby?
Correct.
Matthew's nose twitched.
It's the only way I can save Aliwyn and fight the Boltons. I have no troops to support me right now, and no one to lend me a double saddle, armour for Porre, a sword.
He stopped himself. Naming all that he lacked made everything worse. The clopping hoofbeats and grinding wagon wheels filled the silence. Cato had never looked so melancholy. Matthew wanted to say something reassuring, but nothing came to mind. No one had comforted him when he used to snivel in the dark. He refocused on driving. His wagon neared the edge of the charred fields, and canyons loomed ahead. Before long, the sunlight vanished behind steep dirt walls, and the wagon rolled into cool shadows. The narrow path they followed branched to the left, where a towering wooden dam stood buttressed by an equally massive pile of boulders. These canyons appeared to be a former ravine, now drained. It was an excellent hiding place for robbers. Matthew shuddered and urged Porre into a trot. Soon, plains of tall grass unfurled ahead of them. White-winged gulls swooped and dove over a line of trees, and their harsh cries echoed in his ears. An ox cart, driven by an Englishman, appeared as the path curved left. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. They must be drawing close to the river Humber.
Are you all right?
Cato asked behind him. I'm fine. Matthew pulled gently on the reins, so Porre wouldn't exert herself any more.
Thanks for getting me out of there.
Matthew said nothing. Looking back, Namonte had wanted Cato's head since he'd entered Jethron. She'd searched through Cato's knapsack for something to condemn him, found his old lockpicks, and dragged him up the mountain before he could leave. It was Matthew's fault for not escorting Cato out of the village before the Aliwyn. The timid voice behind him spoke again.
I see smoke puffs rising from Jethron. A small puff, then a big long one, over and over. Is it a code?
Matthew grunted. He settled back in his seat. Ignore it. Heir had sent the signal unique to the two of them, but it was too late.
What does the code mean?
Cato asked. Forget it! Matthew heaved a sigh. With Porre now walking at a comfortable pace, he was about to clean the powder from beneath his nails when he heard crying from behind. He turned. Cato had pulled open his drawstring knapsack. In the dimness, he sat holding a wooden board with his shoulders slumped over. Matthew swallowed. What's wrong? Cato held up the board, snapped in two with only splinters holding it together.
Namonte must have broken this. It's my license to sell ale for Norman. The only work I've ever had. And if I don't find him at Barton, then...
He drew a sharp breath.
I'll be on the streets again.
Cato's face was drenched with tears, the emotions so raw that Matthew didn't know how to address them. No one in the army would cry this openly. He fought the urge to distance himself, even as sympathy stirred within him. We don't know where Norman is, he said. Until we find out, there's no use in fearing the worst. The thought of another person made him sigh.
It's the same for Aliwyn. I've stopped worrying whether she's dead or alive because it changes nothing. I still want to find her. Cato nodded, but his gaze carried a haunted, vacant look. After what the Vasfians had done to him, it could be many days before he slept well again. Matthew lowered his eyes. Want to drive? It'll take your mind off things.
Oh, yes, I can do that.
Cato put his license away. Matthew tossed him a pouch of walnuts, which he eagerly inverted into his mouth. As Cato scooted into the driver's seat, Matthew smirked at the sight of his bulging cheeks. Cato didn't complain and knew how to eat quickly, like a good soldier. But Matthew's cheer faded as he put away his emptied walnut bag. The compacted powder under his nails resembled dried blood. Maybe this wasn't far from the truth. This condemning evidence still had to be collected somewhere. He uncorked the empty cow horn. Steadying it on his thigh, he began scraping under his nails with the other hand. Curls of compact powder fell out. Matthew's stomach turned at the filth, but his plan was working. Soon, the horn held enough material for Jacques' dogs to sniff. He'd send his entire army to Jethron for a search. Just an hour ago, the thought of Jethron in flames was so satisfying, but now his hands shook. He was going to spill everything. "Stop the wagon!" Matthew called out. The wagon lurched to a halt. He gasped and grabbed the horn before it tumbled off his thigh. Cato frowned over his shoulder.
What are you doing?
Just cleaning my nails.
They're bleeding.
They're not.
Then why are they all red?
Matthew struggled for a lie to give, but his mouth wouldn't open. Cato dropped the reins, his forehead wrinkled with worry, and crawled under the canopy. Matthew leaned backward. "Go drive." Cato ignored him and pulled on his hand for a closer look. Matthew jerked away, but the words burst from his mouth. "It's black matter!"
Black what?
Black matter. It's what the Boltons carried in their crates. Their chests carried it too, but it's red because they mixed pigment into it. That's what I have here. Cato sniffed Matthew's fingers before jerking back.
Heifers! I smell it. How come it's under your nails?
Matthew passed a hand over his face. Part of him felt relieved to tell someone, while the other part screamed he was an idiot. He told Cato what had happened on Mount Jethron, and how the powder was evidence the Mayhe had possessed the black matter all along. They were hiding it, lying to Jacques Verdon and trying to get rid of me, Matthew muttered. Well, I'm reporting them. This stuff is dangerous. Cato shuffled in his seat.
Was this why you had lockpicks? To steal what you call black matter from the Mayhe?
Drat, he thought. Cato sure made the connection quickly. Matthew shuffled in his seat, but there was no use in hiding his motivations now. Yes, he muttered. Jacques ordered me to do it. He accused me of deserting the army, and I won't get my knighthood restored unless I bring him some black matter.
So, this is why you want to see him again?
The judgment on Cato's face was obvious. The last thing Matthew needed was someone challenging his decisions. Quelling a surge of irritation, he simply nodded. Matthew finished scraping out his last nail, corked the horn, and turned his back to his passenger. He gritted his teeth when Cato spoke again.
Can your teacher help you?
Lord Seville is probably still in Norwich because of the rebellion. And no, this is not something he can resolve.
But you saw what Jacques did to Aliwyn's watermill. He's not a good knight. He robs the people he's supposed to protect. What'll he do to the Mayhe tribe?
Oh, why do you care? Matthew growled. The Mayhe almost killed you. There was a pause. Then Cato said softly,
The Vasfian children did nothing to deserve what's coming.
Matthew spun around. Stop trying to make me feel guilty. If you don't have any better ideas, then shut your mouth. Cato met his glare with a boldness that Matthew didn't want to acknowledge. He slung the horn back over one shoulder and crawled to the driver's seat, his fists pounding the floorboards. I looked at the chest with Rhea, but she sided with her family. She ignored everything I said. Now they'll all face the consequences.
The pain behind Matthew's ribs deepened. Fear for her tribe's welfare was one reason he'd dared to confront her in the first place. He had come to connect with her in earnest. So much for that. A merciful soldier may not be a dead one, but he was an exhausted, hungry, and wretchedly stupid man. Matthew threw himself onto the driver's cushion and grabbed the reins. Porre trotted onward, with her mane whipping in the wind. In the distance, the grey River Humber flowed behind a thin strip of evergreens. The sun had disappeared behind a blanket of clouds. Wind carrying the odd mix of horse manure and evergreens plastered Matthew's sweaty tunic to his chest. Other wagons sped past in a flurry of clopping hooves and dirt clouds to escape the impending rain. A storm. Matthew grinned wryly to himself. Nothing worked in his favour. Soon, the roads would become slick with mud. The rocking wagon shook him out of slumber repeatedly, and sipping the last of his water didn't soothe his throat. Why did he have to deal with the black matter? Wasn't there someone else more competent? As lightning flashed in the distance, the wooden ramparts of a manorial village peeked through the treetops ahead. It must be Marcottsville. It was bigger than he'd expected, and probably full of people who'd known him as a boy. People he wasn't ready to see. Matthew's teeth chattered. Now, with this storm, could he still make it to Humberston? The sky dimmed into a glowing, haunting shade of grey. The rain began as a drizzle, but soon intensified into a downpour that undulated with the wind. Droplets struck the canvas overhead in a deafening cacophony. Porre neighed, slowed down, and finally halted. Matthew suppressed a flare of panic. He clicked his tongue to encourage her. "We're almost there." Mills brayed behind the cart instead, and Porre only lowered her head with a sputtering sound. Matthew's stomach sank. He reached out and patted her on the flank. If only he could offer her a warm barn and some feed right now. Cato sneezed several times behind him, and Matthew turned around. The younger man sat on the wagon's trapdoor and pulled on his mantle, which wasn't long enough to cover his knees. Dirt and blood streaked the linen strips of his stockings. "Why are we stopped?" Cato squinted in the blustering wind. "Porre needs to rest. Then we'll continue." "You're still bent on reaching Humberston?" "Yes. It's just a little rain." Matthew reached for his gambeson and threw it over his shoulders. Thunder rumbled overhead, and he chuckled bitterly. "Haven't you heard? Good fortune follows me everywhere." A flash of lightning lit half of Cato's face. He appeared even more scrawny than he had that morning, and Matthew struggled to remain stoic. Had Cato not been embroiled in the Marcotts' problems, maybe he'd still be happily delivering ale somewhere. The redhead scowled at the storm. Then he said something that made Matthew stiffen. "Have you thought about asking the heavens for guidance?" "You mean pray?" Matthew laughed. "No." He sat sideways, his jaw hardened. They stared at each other until the words surged from Matthew's chest. "I used to have a friend who encouraged me to pray. He died last week. I don't have much to say to God right now." Cato tightened his arms around his knees. I'm sorry about Aelfric." There was no way to respond. Matthew turned back to the road and slouched. Cato soon crawled forward to sit beside him. He offered Matthew an orange tin, saying it was ointment Evelyn had given him in Brocklesby. Matthew smeared the stuff on his hand without looking up. Would Cato ask more questions? Did he pester Norman this way too? And still, Matthew didn't have the heart to send Cato away. Cato's lingering smile made Matthew's windpipe twist. Soon after, the younger man retrieved a bucket from the canopy to catch rainwater dripping from the overhang. Too distraught to acknowledge his thirst, Matthew drank the entire offering with his gaze lowered. Then Cato screamed behind him. Matthew flailed his arms, and the bucket went flying. "What? What happened?" Chapter 27. Clay Apples. Matthew. The floorboards quaked as Cato scrambled to his feet. He pointed at the trapdoor.
There's noise! Down there! A rat? A giant rat! By the devil's tail! Matthew sneezed into his sleeve and pulled Cato behind him. Something told him that there was no rat. If only he had a lamp. Withdrawing his dagger, Matthew tiptoed toward the trapdoor. The sound of rain drumming on the canopy filled the dark space. Then there was a thump beneath the floorboards, and Matthew's chest squeezed. But was that whimpering? Finally, he knelt, and a child's cry reached his ears. "DeMillo?" His jaw dropped. "I can't get out! Let me out!" Now he was certain it was DeMillo. Matthew flipped back the metal latch securing the door and lifted it. DeMillo lay on his side with his limbs folded in the rectangular compartment below. His tearful eyes darted between Matthew and Cato. The boy must have heard everything they'd said. Matthew's stomach twisted, and he could barely speak. What are you doing here?" "I saw the way you were looking at my sister. I knew something bad would happen." DeMillo's chin quivered. "Please don't get Rare in trouble." This reckless prankster, he thought. Matthew shook his head, his chest heaving with flashes of chills and heat. But yelling at the boy would serve no good. I'll help you get out." He offered his hand. The boy gripped it as he sat up and scrambled onto the floorboards. At least the jostling wagon hadn't seemed to hurt him. DeMillo crawled beside Cato, who watched the whole scene with bewilderment. "Can I have water?" DeMillo wiped his cheeks with the back of a hand. Cato brought over the bucket and helped DeMillo drink from it. As the boy finished, Cato tucked the object under his arm. "Are you all right?" Cato asked. DeMillo nodded, then glanced at Matthew and shrank in his seat. I was afraid to come out." "Right you are," Matthew said between his teeth. "Your whole family must be looking for you. You're in dire trouble." The boy hugged his knees, his brows jerking between a scowl and an expression of terror. "Maybe, but you're getting us all into bigger trouble." Cato sighed. He scooted toward the driver's cushion. "I'll drive. You two talk." A moment later, the wagon resumed its course. Matthew sat glaring at his new problem. How could he take the boy home without seeing any of the loathsome Vasfians again? Matthew's jaw worked until fresh tears streaked down DeMillo's face. The memory of sobbing in front of an adult who never reacted stole into Matthew's mind. A sliver of him acknowledged the grit in this boy. "Your family is hiding something very dangerous," Matthew muttered. "That something can destroy villages and harbours in a few hours. The fact that your elders are hiding it makes me suspect they'll use it against my king. I can't let this go." "Can you talk to my sister?" "I already did. She wouldn't listen." "But try again, please." Matthew opened his mouth to respond, only to suck in the scent of wild roses wafting from DeMillo. Was it from hugging his sister? Was it because she washed his clothes? A grief he didn't understand sank into him. "You didn't see how she behaved on Mount Jethron," Matthew mumbled. "Seeing her again won't make a difference." "Yes, it will, because I'm here. I'll tell her you were right about the chests being emptied before the ceremony." Matthew looked up. "What?" "I saw my grandma open the chest last night when she wasn't supposed to." The boy's eyes grew steely, almost scornful. "She took out some clay apples." "Clay apples?" "Yes. She emptied those apples into baskets we use for Kobozi balls. She and one of her students carried them away." Matthew scratched between his brows. A runaway Vasfian boy, and now clay apples. He searched DeMillo's face for any signs of deceit, but the boy remained solemn. "I don't believe this," Matthew said. "The Boltons would never haul around balls of clay." "But it's what I saw. The balls were dark red, like old apples, and they had a cork that looked like an apple's stem." A moment of clarity struck. Matthew had seen circular grooves on the chest's inner surface.
Each groove had been the size of his fist, but at the time they hadn't made sense. He rubbed the stubble on his chin. Now he had to reconcile DeMillo's report with his absolute conviction that the chest held black matter, tinted red. Clay vessels often stored perfume, mead or oil, and the ones DeMillo had seen were corked.
So those clay apples could be containers for black matter,
Matthew muttered. DeMillo sucked in his lower lip. Maybe he regretted saying so much. Matthew's eyes slid to Cato.
Did you see anything of the sort before? Maybe when you sold ale to the Boltons?
Cato shook his head.
Tell me the truth, Cato.
That is the truth.
The two of them frowned at each other, and Matthew looked away first. There was no use in trying to draw blood from a stone. DeMillo sniffled.
I wanted to tell my sister everything my grandmother did. I waited for Rhea outside your roundhouse last night, but she opened the door looking so angry to see me. I got scared.
Matthew remembered seeing the boy standing outside and looking anxious.
But even if you told on your grandmother, it would have made no difference. Rhea is blind to her faults.
Please talk to her again. She didn't want to hide anything. She even had the crates of stinky stuff destroyed right after finding them, and made Amma and my grandma mad. So mad that they made her move out.
Matthew chewed on his tongue, and the words didn't stick. The boy's eyes were identical to Rhea's, and all he could hear was her yelling at him, accusing him of making her hate her family.
Grandmother's been trying everything to make Amma walk again, DeMillo said. Nothing's working, but she told her apprentice the clay apples are special. They'll finally make Linus and the other gods happy, so they won't be mad about the dirty springs anymore. Then they'll heal Amma.
Matthew jammed the side of his fist into his eye.
The Vasphian rituals would never work. There was nothing magical about the Boltons or anything they'd produced.
The rebels must have concealed black matter in airtight clay vessels. This way, they could infiltrate towns at night, ignite them in a flash, and escape. Maybe the crates of black matter were all destined to fill clay balls. His temples began to pulse. The Danes were coming to meet the Boltons for trading, and Matthew could guess what they'd exchange. He couldn't manage this. He needed to notify his superiors.
I can't trust your sister again,
Matthew said, his breath scorching.
She's always surrounded by warriors. They'd shoot me. All I know is that you need to go home. I'll find someone else to take you.
DeMillo's face crumpled, and Matthew looked away.
Cato, let me drive.
Cato had been sitting sideways and watching them. He crawled toward DeMillo, and the sympathy in his eyes made Matthew bristle.
What was wrong with him?
DeMillo's grandmother had almost killed him. Matthew shoved past the younger man and grabbed the reins. Forget what Cato thought. Matthew had a solution to his problems. The Marcottsville bailiff would surely recognize him and obey Matthew's orders. He'd ask the man to bring DeMillo home first thing tomorrow morning. Matthew would then continue to Ravens's and meet Jacques.
We're going to Marcottsville, he declared.
Oh, so not Humberston? Cato called back. He shouldn't sound so hopeful. Matthew only chose Marcottsville because he'd find someone there to deal with DeMillo. Questions swirled in his mind. How would the peasants who once served his father receive him? Would they throw rocks because Matthew had been such a bad son? Porre's hooves clopped onto hollow floorboards as the wagon rolled onto a series of wooden bridges leading to Marcottsville. The rain's raw scent reached his nostrils. This was it. He'd soon face people he'd avoided for 7 years. Matthew tried to stop shivering. 2 guard towers of the Marcottsville ramparts loomed in the foreground of a darkening sky. Atop each tower, the bishop's blue and yellow flags flew alongside the Marcotts heraldry. It was a relief to see his family's familiar white flag with a red lion, but uncertainty nonetheless gnawed within Matthew. So much hinged on his hope that the bailiff would recognize him at all. DeMillo spoke again, quietly.
Your papa would be so sad at what you're doing.
Don't talk about my father,
Matthew shouted, but a part of him crumbled inside. Tomorrow, he'd turn in Jacques' horn with the evidence. Tomorrow, he'd ruin the boy's life. The faces of all the Vasfian children paraded before his eyes, followed by visions of the children huddled outside Brocklesby, who couldn't go home. Their faces had been so small and tender, fearful, when their future should have been certain. Like Cato had said, they couldn't be blamed for what their parents did. What was Matthew going to do? Chapter 28. Clarity. October 3rd. Toby. An ominous stench accosted Toby's senses on the way back up the stairs. It was the first sign that something was wrong. He had been below deck for longer than he'd intended to read Evelyn's letters. As Aliwyn stepped on deck beside him, he gave her a look of warning and pulled her behind him. Powerful gusts blew soot past his watering eyes. Its ashen particles clung to his throat. The splashing sea was hardly visible beyond the ship's edge. Where was this smoke coming from? It couldn't have blown all the way here from Myton. "Axlan!" he shouted. "Did you see another fire?" But the steering oar lay limp within its wooden bracket. The Englishman was gone. Toby tensed. He rushed to the aft castle, where Emma and Zelryn lay within the same hudfat, with their eyes closed. Kneeling, Toby touched their neck. Both were breathing and warm beneath his fingers. Only sleeping. He sighed with relief, then searched the deck again for Axlan. Aliwyn crouched beside Toby and touched his elbow. "Where is the rope ladder?" she asked, frowning. Toby turned to where the object used to be folded between the hudfats. It had vanished. Realization then struck like a thunderbolt. Axlan had escaped. Shooting to his feet, Toby lunged for the back rail and looked over its edge. The rope ladder dangled over the ship's outer side. Axlan stared up at him, his face rigid with terror, as he clung to an upper rung of the ladder. Below, the rowboat lurched with each swelling wave and tossed too violently for anyone to board. Toby reached down and grabbed the man's shoulders. "How could you do this?" "Please don't hurt me," Axlan cried. His thinning blonde hair whipped around his forehead. You wouldn't listen. I didn't know what to do." Toby's vision blurred at the edges. Aelfric's equally frightened expression flashed in his memory. Another betrayal. Another surge of rage that threatened to blind him. This time, Toby gritted his teeth and forced it down. "Come up," he said. "I won't hurt you." A wave slammed the rowboat against the hull with a sickening thud, and Axlan yelped. Toby gripped the man's upper arms and pulled. Axlan finally relented. He heaved his heavy weight up over the rail and onto the deck. Landing in a sputtering heap, he rose to his knees and put up his hands. "I'm sorry, but Driftmere is burning. Did you see?" Toby blinked. He stumbled into Aliwyn, and she huddled close to him. "Too much violence," Axlan's reddened face contorted. "Too much. I want out." Toby turned toward the ship's bow, his body feeling strangely foreign. For what seemed like an eternity, smoke drifted in thick torrents in the distance, but an opening revealed the familiar rocky cliffs he used to stand upon as a boy, eager for Uncle Ed to arrive. Numerous canoes and sailboats dotted the water's surface as they fled the island. An icy pain began in the pit of Toby's stomach. Edward had reverted to his days as a Norseman. "He promised he wouldn't do this," Toby murmured. Axlan rubbed his head. "I was afraid to tell you, but I saw the hired hands opening a Thundercrasher chest downstairs and reaching inside." Toby swallowed, his throat raw, as the faces of Driftmere haunted him. Brother Dunstan, smelling of tallow and parchment, hummed over the bylaws he copied. Brother Claude, the gruff Norman, passed blankets to shivering boys and drilled them in French. The other brothers collected arms at daybreak, while fishermen mended nets by the docks.
Who had survived?
"Edward means a lot to you,"
Axlan said, his brows drawn.
"How could I tell you?"
Toby wiped his wet eyes. He could still see the stone chapel, the stable's weathered beams, and the cottage nearby with its crooked door. He could hear the laughter of village children as they chased wild seabirds on the beach. All of it was wreathed in fire. But this was no time to collapse and mourn. Beside him, Aliwyn said in a trembling voice,
"I'm so sorry."
Toby ducked his head. He prayed for everyone's safety.
"It's not your fault," he said hoarsely.
"But I told Edward that Ransley could still be saved," Aliwyn murmured. "He must have gotten so angry when he found out."
"It's not your fault. Ed is responsible for his actions."
Anger seared in Toby's chest. Edward must have accessed Ransley's loop of keys. He must have told his men to steal what Toby had worked for months to recreate.
"Ali," Toby said, "can you bring me that loop of keys I used earlier?"
She squeezed his upper arm for a moment before darting for the stairwell. Toby shifted back to Axlan, who was still kneeling before him, and croaked,
"Where were you planning to take the rowboat?" "Well, Saltfleet. I still have friends there, and they send trading ships to Scotland every week. I figured I'd board one."
Scotland. It was a country not embroiled in war with England, at least not right now. Toby's gaze refocused on Aliwyn, who had stopped just before descending the stairs. The mention of Scotland made her eyes widen, and a smile tugged at her lips. Perhaps she wanted to go. As she pattered down the steps, Toby lowered himself beside Axlan. The possibility of escaping to Scotland cast a numbing and comforting spell, even over him.
"You're sure you can make it?" he asked. "Oh, yes. Yes, Toby."
Axlan shifted closer, his breaths quickening. He clapped his hands over Toby's shoulders.
"Come with me, won't you? And bring the other three. Together we look like a family, a refugee family. It'd be much easier to escape and settle in Scotland."
Toby couldn't resist a smile. Indeed, they'd resemble a household travelling together, with Axlan as his father, Aliwyn as his wife, and Zelryn and Emma as his siblings. The longing was visceral, and his throat tightened until he could hardly speak.
"But that will leave Ed with all the cargo," he whispered. "Oh, to blazes with the cargo!" Axlan waved a hand. "You have nothing to do with it any more."
But that wasn't true. Toby had smuggled a sample into England, painstakingly tested it, and unlocked the means to reproduce it. Yet he'd never stopped to consider how something so powerful would warp the people who wielded it. He had felt that addictive rush of superiority himself when he attacked Vincent. Now, his uncle had used the substance on innocent people Toby once visited, ate with, and slept beside.
"I'll be a god, a handsome little god. I can blow up anyone I want."
The words of the drunken stowaway rang in Toby's mind. Ranting or not, Norman Rochefort's words had reflected the truth. Absolute power corrupted without fail. The compound wouldn't be forgotten after this rebellion. It would spread. Its production would grow. War would follow. Then another. Then another. Because killing was now easier than ever. Each generation would give birth to more ruthless tyrants. And in England, Toby would be the one who had set it all in motion, unless he found a way to destroy what he'd started. Aliwyn returned with the loop of keys and dropped it into his hand.
"Were you talking about Scotland?"
she asked eagerly. Axlan grinned.
"Yes, about going to Scotland."
"Really?"
The two continued talking in excited voices, but Toby only flipped through the keys and scrutinized each one. He had not noticed it earlier, but Ransley's master key to unlock the Thundercrasher chests was missing. Only Edward could have identified it amongst the 24 keys Ransley owned. Toby checked his own keyring, strapped to his belt. His master key also was gone. Stolen, perhaps overnight.
Edward wanted absolute control. The Uncle Ed Toby had known was dead. It didn't matter if Toby had loved him. Standing, Toby pocketed the keys, hoping Aliwyn and Axlan wouldn't notice how he could barely control his hands. He limped toward the ship's bow, with the smoke's vile stench blowing past him and fluttering his sleeves. His mission had been cursed from the beginning, built upon his household's deception and his pride. For a few months, replicating the potash compound had been his sole distraction from Adriana's death. It had made him feel he was more than an unwanted son. But what began as a plan to save Earl Ralph de Gale's estate and rescue his wife had slid into something much darker, something unbelievably destructive. All this because he'd wanted to prove his worth to the world, to his Uncle Ed, and, strangely, even to a father he didn't love. It had never been about improving England's future. Why else had he ignored the foreboding tales of wars overseas, fueled by the potash compound? Why else had he planned to live in Denmark, even after he liberated England? Toby blinked the mist from his eyes. He had been lying to himself. Aliwyn's voice rang out from behind. "Are you all right?" She had caught up with him. He turned around and tried not to shudder at the way she looked at him, her pale blue eyes full of concern and so trusting. "I just realised," he coughed. "Edward stole all the keys to unlock the Thundercrasher chests. They're watertight. If I throw unopened chests overboard, they'll just float until someone finds them." He grinned wryly at her. "But individual Thundercrashers will sink if I get them out." Her brows drawn, Aliwyn pulled his gambeson tighter around herself. "How will you get them out?" "I have a plan. Axlan mentioned going to Scotland, correct?" "Yes." She smiled faintly. "But how is that part of your plan?" "I'll explain later." Toby drew a slow breath and gazed out at the waters, where canoes and sailboats drifted in and out of view in the haze. "First, we need to leave this ship. Our rowboat will blend in with those other boats, and Ed will never know which one is ours." The smile of expectation brightened her face. Behind her, Axlan's eyebrows shot up with enthusiasm. Toby smiled back at them, battling the grief that threatened to smother him. He had found a family all along that he hadn't acknowledged. God willing, they'd live on. No words could express how much he wanted to leave with them, but he couldn't. Aliwyn would detest his plan, but she had prayed for him to have wisdom. He'd also made a promise to heaven to do as much good as he could if he survived hanging upside down. Now, Toby saw his next steps with clarity. It was only a matter of time before every country knew of the potash compound, but he still had a chance to delay its impact on England. He would end what he'd begun. "Axlan," Toby said, "help me throw out the anchor. We're moving the cargo upstairs."
Chapter 29. To Save One. Aliwyn. Aliwyn widened her stance on the ship's deck and felt along the thick fishing net Zelryn now lay within. The youngster opened his eyes occasionally, still drowsy, while Emma sat beside him with an eager smile and watched the ropes and pulleys. The crew had anchored the ship within a semicircle of islands that sheltered it from waves. Everyone had helped carry the remaining crates and chests onto deck and set them against the stern. This would help stabilize the ship, Toby had said. Every slight rocking made it challenging to lower Zelryn onto the rowboat. Despite the strenuous labor of lifting cargo, the four of them had worked with zeal and efficiency. Aliwyn's now damp tunic clung to her back. Toby knelt by Zelryn and checked the knots he tied to secure the youngster in a makeshift hammock. He leaned closer to Zelryn's ear, cupped the side of his face and whispered something. Zelryn's eyes only rolled back and closed again. Aliwyn pinched her thumbnail until its edges throbbed. It was hard to believe they were all boarding the rowboat, but Toby seemed certain. He left Zelryn's side, his brows knit, and gripped the pulley's rope. "Ready, Axlan?" he called down. Aye, the man answered. Far below, he sat on the rowboat tethered to the Lady Fortuna. Zelryn's loot, bag of provisions, and multiple round shields already cluttered the small vessel. Toby had rolled back his sleeves, muscles tensing as he worked the pulley to lift Zelryn from the deck. The makeshift harness creaked under the strain. A gust of salty wind whipped the boy's sandy hair about his temples, but he remained limp. If he weren't so drowsy, perhaps he'd be celebrating their departure. Should Aliwyn celebrate too? She knew a family that had moved to Scotland 5 years ago, 2 parents and a toddler, and she'd love to see them again. Yet Toby had never explained what he'd do with the cargo. After they left the ship, would Toby alert the Normans to the compound's presence or simply let Edward seize it? She'd told Toby she trusted him, but the question gnawed at her ceaselessly. He nodded at Aliwyn. Move Zell over the side. Her body tense, she guided a suspended Zelryn over the ship's side. Toby lowered the youngster slowly toward the rowboat below. As he disappeared below the deck's level, Emma stood and peered over the rail.
"Oh, Toby, can I go down the same way?" she asked. "This looks so fun!"
No, he smirked, but he didn't look at her. You're alert, and you have legs. Go use them. His expression became stern again as he strained to keep the pulley's movement steady. Below, Oxlin reached up to position Zelryn's body as the youngster touched down. Aliwyn exhaled. That part was done. Oxlin stood behind Zelryn and braced him beneath the arms. "The lad is safe with me," he called out, pulling Zelryn free from the netting. "Emma, it's time to go," Toby said as he pulled on the ropes to raise the netting again. But as the girl darted for the rope ladder, his breath hitched. He approached Emma, lowered himself and embraced her. "Be safe, all right?" She grinned.
"Oh, you know I love to climb things. I'll be fine."
Toby smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It was as though he mourned something. Aliwyn frowned as Toby picked up Emma and helped her climb over the rail. The girl descended the rope ladder within heartbeats. "You're next," Toby said. He kept looking toward the ship's bow, and Aliwyn's unease grew. Maybe he was having doubts about leaving. "Are you sure about this?" she asked softly. "You still didn't tell me what you'll plan." "I'll explain once you board the rowboat." He finally looked at her. The steely glint in his eyes reassured her, and Aliwyn nodded. She turned to the rail and was about to climb when Toby placed his hand on her back. "You'll be all right going down?" he asked. "Yes, I had to climb a ladder to clean my chicken coop." Turning, she was surprised to see Toby flushing a deep red. Had she said something upsetting? Toby had ordered his chest of books carried upstairs, but the full collection remained abandoned behind him. They were not safe to bring. Everyone would question why simple peasant refugees owned so many books. "It must be so hard to leave everything behind," she said. He nodded. His red-rimmed eyes locked with hers for longer than seemed necessary, and she quivered. A deep, unspoken pain seemed to roil within him. What was it that he couldn't tell her? "Get romantic later, will you?" Oxlin hollered from the rowboat. His voice forced Aliwyn back to the present. She stiffened as he continued. "I just heard a woman yelling for help! Says her canoe is leaking." "Where?" Toby's head snapped up.
"That way!"
Emma pointed past the rowboat's stern.
"I heard her too, and a baby crying."
Aliwyn gripped the rail. A canoe bobbing in the haze held a woman with a grey hair covering and 2 children. They had landed on one of the rocky islands nearby to bail out their boat. As she and her older child heaved buckets overboard, the toddler's thin cry carried over the waves. Aliwyn's stomach dropped. "Toby, can we take them on our rowboat?" But he was already calling out to the woman. "We will take you! But what happened to Driftmere?" "Raiders burned the monastery," came her reply. "Then the fire spread!" Toby's frown deepened, and he ducked his head at this confirmation. Aliwyn squinted at the newcomers with her pulse in her throat. A loaded crossbow rested on the bench beside the woman. She must not have seen Edward disembark from this very ship, or known that Toby was his nephew. Otherwise she would have shot them instead of asking for help. "Go, Ali," Toby said behind her. "I'll help you over the rail." Before she could speak, Toby clasped her waist and lifted. Aliwyn gasped as the pressure released from her aching feet, and she clambered over the edge. Despite everything, heat rose to her cheeks. The motion felt so natural for him, as though he were helping her onto his horse. Maybe one day. She glanced at Toby again, but he was adjusting his filthy right glove. The bandages underneath needed to be changed. Aliwyn made a point to remember and descended the rope ladder. The twine bit into her palms as the waves below sprayed icy water on her face. Finally, as she neared the rowboat, Axlan and Emma reached for her arms and pulled her safely on board. Zelryn slept curled at their feet. The shields salvaged from the Lady Fortuna leaned against the rowboat's side. Aliwyn adjusted the knapsack containing Odriana's cloak beneath Zelryn's head and looked behind her, expecting Toby to be halfway down the ladder. But he had disappeared. She and the rowboat's other passengers exchanged puzzled glances as the waves lapped about them. Further out on the waters, the same baby wailed again. What was Toby waiting for? "Toby!" Aliwyn called out. "Sit down!" he shouted. She scowled at his strange command, but Axlan shrugged and sat on one of the rowboat's 2 benches. Emma sat also and patted the space beside her. Aliwyn sighed. As she lowered herself beside the girl, an oar extended from the Lady Fortuna's stern high above and thrust toward them. It slammed into the rowboat's bow and shoved it toward the open sea. Aliwyn shrieked as her body lurched from the momentum. The rowboat spun, and the twine tethering it to the Lady Fortuna fell limp into the water.
"Toby!"
Emma cried. "What are you doing?" Aliwyn shouted. The rope ladder began to withdraw back onto deck, and Toby finally appeared over the rail. "Go on! All of you!" His voice shook. "I'll dump as much of the cargo as I can before Ed reaches me."
"What?"
Aliwyn stood, tipping toward the edge before Axlan grabbed her arm.
"You said you were coming!"
"Someone must destroy the compound," Toby shouted in Vasfian. Was this his plan? To stay behind and do it himself? Aliwyn wanted to slap him, even as tears stung her eyes.
The Normans!"
she sputtered, barely having the sense to switch to Vasfian herself.
"Tell the Normans about the ship and they'll—"
No one can be trusted with the cargo. Not the Normans, not me, nobody. He threw the tangled rope ladder on deck, his voice breaking. He staggered back from the rail. "Go help the woman and her children. I just ruined their lives. So many people's lives." He'd gone mad. Stumbling back to her seat, Aliwyn grabbed an oar and splashed it into the water. They must go back for him. Axlan only watched her row with a resigned expression. "He won't change his mind." She wanted to whack him with the oar as she doubled her efforts. The resistance of the water strained her whole body. Beside her, a stricken Emma took an oar but only managed to flail it up and down. Waves beat back the rowboat farther and farther.
"Toby!"
Aliwyn screamed until her throat was raw. "Stop!" He appeared at the rail one more time. "I'm not the person you think I am. Miriam had 2 apprentices." Passing his hand over his face, he continued. "I killed one. The other one must live on." Aliwyn opened her mouth to speak, but the weight of his words crashed into her. The oars slipped in her sweaty palms. An eerie silence punctuated by Emma's gasping sobs settled over the rowboat. Zelryn's huddled figure twitched as he opened his eyes a slit. "Why so much yelling?" he drawled. "It was his choice to stay, miss," Axlan said. "You can't change him. Now we need to fetch that mum and her young'uns." He rowed toward the canoe and left Aliwyn staring but seeing nothing. Toby's last words echoed in her mind. He killed the other apprentice. He killed Aelfric. Had she ever wondered, in the recesses of her mind, if Toby had dealt the final blow? Maybe she had, but she had been afraid to know. The truth had been lurking in the shadows all along, and now it had seized her completely. She had spent days falling for Aelfric's killer. Aliwyn couldn't breathe. Her throat pulsed with pain as though hands were strangling her, and her face split into a grimace. "Aelfie!" she finally sobbed. "Of what?" Zelryn tried to sit up, but he winced and slumped back down, his gaze sharpened with panic. Where's Toby? Emma tried to explain. Zelryn's breathing grew erratic and Aliwyn buried her face in her hands. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Leaf, go first! The woman's voice snapped Aliwyn to the present. She looked up, her face icy with tears. With the canoe and rowboat now side by side, a stench of rotten eggs emanated from the newcomer's clothes. A boy, no older than Emma, and sporting a shock of black hair, poured one last bucket of seawater overboard before climbing onto Axelon's rowboat. His mother passed him the toddler and threw over several knapsacks. Finally, she grabbed her crossbow and climbed over herself. Her heavy-set frame rocked the vessel. Aliwyn's throat was too tight to speak. For a moment, the only sound was that of the woman's panting. Her grey eyes settled on Aliwyn, Zelryn and Emma, and her forehead wrinkled with concern. I'm Yrsa. The woman spoke with a Danish accent. Difficult morning it has been. Her toddler whimpered on her son's lap, murmuring something to both children. Yrsa embraced them and kissed their foreheads. Something about the sight was unbearable. Aliwyn hugged herself, her skin tingling as the memory of Toby's warmth flooded her mind. The scent of wood smoke in his clothes, the comforting murmur of his voice in her ear. To yearn for his presence, even now, twisted her stomach with disbelief and sorrow. Behind her, the rhythmic striking and shattering of wood rang forth. She turned around. The Lady Fortuna was now the size of her hand, held at arm's length. Toby stood at the ship's side, his blonde hair blowing in the wind as he emptied a crate of compound into the sea. Then he tossed out the empty crate like a dark pebble. Aliwyn's chin trembled. He was finally doing what she'd hoped he'd do. Alone. What's going on over there? Yrsa asked, her face flushed. And why'd you all leave that big ship? 'Cause it's sinking, Axelon said emotionlessly. And that man smashing things up there just went mad. He sighed and took the oars. All right, enough time wasted. Emma grabbed his hand.
No!
He glared at her and shook free from her hold. Meanwhile, Yrsa dipped her own oars into the water and said, Agree that we cannot waste more time. The men who attacked us were trying to steal a longship. Maybe they'll sail this way. Let's hurry. But Aliwyn couldn't budge. Aelfric's smile, the last time they'd seen each other, surfaced in her memory, followed by Toby's wistful gaze last night in the hoodfat. Even then, she had sensed sorrow buried within him. He must have finally confessed the secret he couldn't tell her, one he believed she could never forgive. And could she? Aliwyn squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't know what to think. Zelryn and Emma spoke in broken, incoherent voices to each other. Oars trailing water trickled on either side as the sound of shattering wood echoed once more. Another crate of the potash compound splashed into the waves. The sound thundered in Aliwyn's ears, but it was not until Zelryn spoke that she stirred to her senses. He's gone completely flipped, he croaked. Sod, he's going to get killed. She blinked as a chill ran through her. Zelryn was right. Yrsa had said Edward and his men had taken a longship. They'd soon reach the Lady Fortuna. More compound splattered into the water, and the sound intensified the fear rippling through Aliwyn. The mercenaries would be furious to see their precious cargo missing. They'd slaughter Toby. The pain behind her ribs felt as sharp as when she'd heard Aelfric had died. Except Toby was not dead. Not yet. He was both Aelfric's killer and the young man she'd bared her heart to. He could not be split in two. Although he might try to make amends, he'd never bring Aelfric back. To bind him to such an expectation would only cause her a lifetime of bitterness. Do something, Zelryn said, his eyes pleading. Ali, do something. The same youngster had cursed Aelfric's name and thrown out his recorder, but it was because his side of the story had been so different. Toby had reasons to retaliate, and Aelfric, no matter how dear he'd been to her, wasn't blameless. Toby's confessions still pounded in her consciousness, but the urge to go back pulsed stronger still. Aliwyn didn't want to question it, and there was no time. With the rowboat gaining momentum, she seized the only choice that eased the knot in her throat. She wouldn't leave Toby. Yrsa's canoe still floated within reach. Aliwyn could return, help Toby finish dumping the cargo, then pull him off the ship. The idea gripped her and pulled her from her grief. She thrust out her oar and caught the side of the second vessel. Axelin frowned. "What are you doing?" Aliwyn glanced at Emma, who was sobbing against Zelryn's shoulder. She swallowed hard.
Emma, don't cry. I'm going back.
Both the girl and Zelryn looked up.
You're going?
The child whispered. Back. Aliwyn steadied her voice. I'll go back with this canoe and help Toby throw everything out. Then we'll paddle away and hide on an island. Emma's eyes grew still, but sobs shook her small body. Who knew when they'd see each other again? Aliwyn scooted close and kissed her forehead. She nodded at Zelryn's stricken expression, but forced herself to look away. Extending her oar again toward the second canoe, she drew it closer, but not close enough. "You've also gone mad!" Axelin raised his voice. Aliwyn lifted her chin. "I've already lost another man to this madness." Yrsa's son, who braced his brother in his lap, spoke for the first time.
Ma, don't let her steal Dar's canoe!
Aliwyn tensed. She hadn't thought about asking for permission, but the woman didn't seem angry. She reached with her own oar and helped Aliwyn tug the canoe closer. "Go," she said. "I would save my husband too if I still could." The waterlogged canoe floated within reach. Aliwyn turned to Yrsa and said softly, "Thank you." The woman smiled back. "Now you be careful. She's got no small leak. Pause on an island if you need rest." "Right. Careful," Zelryn croaked. She glanced at him. The fresh tears streaking his face spoke louder than words, and she mustered a smile back. Aliwyn grabbed her bag of provisions with a water costrel and 5 biscuits. Forcing her legs to straighten, she prepared for her step of faith. This was unreal, but it was happening. Maybe, finally, she understood what Aelfric had felt when he'd left home for the last time. That reckless determination to save one person. Maybe it was called love.
Chapter 30. The Heir. October 2nd, Matthew. As the rain lightened to a drizzle, the wagon clattered onto the Marcottsville drawbridge. It rolled toward the massive gatehouse of the town ramparts and the archway running below it, which was protected by a metal gate. Matthew clenched his jaw to stop his teeth from chattering. He still hadn't decided if he'd hand DeMillo over to the Norman bailiff of Marcottsville. 3 bearded soldiers stood before the massive closed gate. They approached the wagon with their conical helmets and spear tips glinting in the torchlight.
"Halt! State your name and purpose."
The blonde bearded one spoke French with a thick English accent. At least he made the effort. Matthew forced a disarming smile and responded in English. "I'm Matthew Marcotte, son of Frederick Marcotte. This is Marcottsville, correct?" No one smiled back at him.
"Correct."
"Then let me in." He faced a wall of stoic stares. Did they not recognize him? Matthew's teeth chattered, and both Porre and Mills shuffled restlessly. "I'm here to see your bailiff. Please let me in." A guard with a blonde beard shook his head. He responded in English.
"We cannot simply allow anyone inside. Are you a merchant?"
Matthew grunted. "Yes. I sell hay, ale, and an endless supply of bad luck." The soldiers appeared unamused, and Matthew sighed. No one in his family had found him funny either. "Look," he said, "I just told you my name and who my father is. I'm here to see your bailiff with 2
Vasfians."
One of the guards peered into the wagon and raised an eyebrow. "Why are they with you?" Matthew blinked. For some reason, the guards didn't seem alarmed by the redheads, and Matthew glanced behind him. Cato had taken off his mantle and wrapped it around DeMillo. Their frightened eyes fastened on him, and Matthew's hands curled over his kneecaps. Somehow, he couldn't hand DeMillo over to these men. Not yet. Finally, he responded, They are my travel companions."
"From the Mayhe?"
The question was so precise that Matthew didn't know what to make of it. "Correct," he muttered. The guards glanced at each other, and one with a trimmed black beard said,
Show me your identification. The rebels stole my signet ring. Matthew's chest heaved with impatience. If you don't recognize me, your bailiff will. Please fetch him. But we heard all the Marcotte men are dead. Matthew threw up his hand. Do I look dead? Silence. His jaw clenched. False rumours must have spread following his family's shipwreck. May the Boltons choke on their murderous blood. A timid voice rose from the passenger compartment. I have a merchant's plate. I used to deliver ale along the east coast. Matthew tensed as Cato reached over his shoulder, holding out a wooden plaque marked with an ale barrel. The guards leaned in. You speak English? One asked, his eyes widening.
Yes, my father was English, and I grew up in a church. I sold ale for Norman Rochefort of Winthorpe.
Recognition flickered in the blonde guard's gaze.
I know him, and your face looks familiar.
Cato grinned.
You've probably seen me before. I usually wear a hat. Anyway, Matthew's telling the truth about himself.
He jabbed Matthew's shoulder.
And he's very much alive.
Matthew jerked away with a scowl.
See? Cato said. Solid as a tree stump, and twice as stubborn. Definitely not dead. Can we go in?
DeMillo wiggled to the front and stood by Cato's shoulder.
Hello. I also speak English.
Now the guards seemed more curious than defensive. Matthew wanted to melt into a pile of mud. Outdone by two illiterate redheads. The blonde guard turned to Matthew, and his gaze softened.
You do resemble Sir Frederick Marcotte, he admitted. I don't know what to believe, but you can drive your wagon under the archway. Someone will fetch the bailiff.
He waved to other guards standing watch over the town gate, and the wooden doors began creaking open from the inside. Already, the scent of fire from within ushered forth a delicate warmth. Relief shimmered down Matthew's back, but he couldn't bring himself to thank his passengers. One day, he would be recognized like the knight he was meant to be. Matthew jiggled the reins, and the wagon jerked forward. The smoke in the air intensified. In addition to a dozen foot soldiers standing on guard, peasant families huddled around fires in their woolen cloaks. What were they doing here? And those fires looked so pleasant. Matthew blinked hard, snapping himself back to alertness. A man wearing a hooded cloak stood from a nearby hearth and approached the wagon. He was bald and only reached Matthew's shoulders in height, but his gait carried confidence. A short sword hung from his belt. Was he the constable? To Matthew's amazement, the newcomer threw up his arms with a bright smile. He cried in Norman French, "Heavens rejoice! You're alive!" Matthew grew rigid.
Have we met?
Yes, when you were a boy.
The man quickened his pace, his grin broadening.
I often travelled to Sicily with my friend Frederick, and you look just like him, but with hair.
He had an unusual accent, and Matthew forced a smile back. Although he loathed how he resembled his father, today it was convenient. More emotions flooded his mind than he could make sense of. Shouldn't his father's friend resent his disappearance from their lives? Resent how he'd stolen from his parents to fund his escape? Without thinking, Matthew scooted back in the wagon until his shoulder bumped into Cato's.
My name is Gabriel.
The man stopped beside Porre and stroked her neck.
Please, tell your Vasfian friends to get off so we can search them for weapons. It's routine for anyone who enters, except for the heir himself, of course.
His eyes twinkled.
Matthew, stand up so I can see how much you've grown.
Matthew squirmed under his dirty clothes. His stiff legs almost buckled as he landed on the ground. Behind him, footsteps thudded as Cato and DeMillo also stepped off the wagon. This man was too enthusiastic. Who was going to fetch the bailiff? Before he could ask, Gabriel clapped Matthew's shoulder.
I'll send messengers to Norwich first thing tomorrow morning. Lord Seville will be relieved to know you're alive.
Matthew sighed. Yes, thank you. He's probably worried sick by now. His tutor had kindly dismissed him after Ransley's letter arrived, claiming the Marcotte family had been shipwrecked and injured in Winthorpe. But it had all been a trap, and Matthew had fallen so easily for it. He hung his head. Gabriel's voice snapped him back to the present.
"Let's welcome the heir of
No, not so loud, Matthew hissed.
Why? Everyone must know."
Matthew stumbled out of Gabriel's reach. Now that the man had spoken in English, a chorus of voices rose from the peasants nearby, and Matthew grimaced. No one would respect a Norman who looked like a drowned vagabond with 2 redheads in tow.
"Oswin!"
Gabriel waved at someone back by the gates.
"You didn't even recognize Matthew! Come here!"
The blonde guard hurried over with a worried expression, and Gabriel turned to Matthew.
"Oswin is a former mercenary whom your father hired as a soldier and stablemaster, and he was your father's courier."
Matthew swallowed. So Oswin was the hapless messenger he'd sent away without even a glance. He was probably a decade older than Matthew, with a gaunt face and a crooked nose from a previous fracture. Oswin pulled off his helmet, and wavy blonde hair tumbled down to his shoulders.
"Your father wanted me to serve you, if you ever came to Marcottsville, my lord. I just didn't expect—"
He cast an uneasy glance at the Vasfians, then lowered his chin.
"My apologies for not recognizing you."
"Don't apologize." Matthew massaged his sore throat and the itchy stubble on his neck. "I'm not your lord yet. Just call me Matthew." What an awful first impression he was making on a subordinate. Twitchy all over, he changed the subject. "Why are these peasants under the gatehouse?" Gabriel's grin finally disappeared.
"Their village is caught on fire, and they had to evacuate. The churches are full, but Marcottsville's gatehouse arch offers some shelter. So here they are."
Matthew sighed. At least these peasants weren't his vassals, the ones he'd govern one day, watching him trail in like a wet mop. Yet it felt wrong to be glad about it. Behind him, both redheads had raised their shaky arms to be searched. Oswin and the other guards began patting down their sides, and Gabriel pointed a finger here and there to direct the men. A thought stole Matthew's breath. "Gabriel, are you the bailiff?"
"Yes. Did I forget to say that?"
The man grinned and puffed out his small chest.
"His Excellency appointed me here to be a temporary bailiff, and these mercenaries are under my leadership. All except Oswin, of course."
Matthew snapped his jaw shut before he could gawk for too long. Unbelievable. His Excellency had hired an entire company of mercenaries to protect Marcottsville. Were they trustworthy? "How long are you in Marcottsville?" Matthew muttered.
"For as long as His Excellency wants me here."
Gabriel placed his hand on the stone wall beside him.
"I heard the Danes will arrive by water in 3 days. The town is preparing for a siege."
At least the bailiff had been warned. "Who told you about the attack?"
"A knight called Jacques Verdun," Gabriel smiled. "He is in the gatehouse. Want to see him?"
Matthew almost choked on his own spit. What? What is he doing there?"
"Well, it's raining. People take shelter."
Flying krakens. Matthew's gaze darted to DeMillo as foot soldiers circled him and Cato. His arms raised and shaking, the boy stared pleadingly back at Matthew. Cato had turned grey. One of the soldiers turned to Gabriel and said,
"We found nothing dangerous on these Vesfians, Master Bailiff."
Matthew's hand hovered over Jacques' cow horn, to end up in the same manner as the night he'd sped out to sea. Shouldn't he be glad for the convenience? Yet he wanted to scream. When the faint barking of dogs reached his ears, echoing from either side of the gatehouse archway, Matthew's scalp prickled. He couldn't do it in front of DeMillo. "Gabriel," he struggled to sound calm, "I'm too tired to see Jacques right now. Please show me where I can get changed. My horse and this donkey also need to eat."
"Certainly. Drive your wagon after me. I'll take you to the barn. Then Oswin will show you the cottage where you can sleep."
Matthew's pulse roared in his ears as he trudged toward his wagon. Maybe, after DeMillo was out of sight, maybe after a change of clothes, he'd feel ready to show the horn full of incriminating evidence. "Do the two Vasvians stay here?" Oswin asked. Matthew turned around. DeMillo and Cato stood pressed against one another, and one of them sniffled. Neither dared approach the wagon again to climb aboard. "They come with me to the barn." Matthew heaved himself onto the driver's seat. "And they sleep there." He needed to find someone to take DeMillo home. But what was the point of sending the boy home if it was going to be attacked? With a ball lodged in his throat, he set the cart into motion. Porre's breath puffed in the cool air as she pulled the wagon after Oswin and Gabriel. They passed between shuttered stalls and workshops, where the air hung heavy with the muskiness of rain. All the peasants had gone home. Torches from the town ramparts towers cast a haunting glow over the maze of buildings. Oswin excused himself to fetch bread at the bakery. Matthew kept a wary gaze around him for Jacques, but all he saw were numerous branching side streets. Shortly after Oswin caught up to them with a basket of food, a cry rang out from behind the wagon. "DeMillo!" It was Cato's voice, and he sounded worried. Matthew reined Porre to a halt. The two redheads had been walking behind him. Was something wrong? Chapter 31 Of Silk and Pigpens. Matthew. "Hold!" A deep voice shouted behind the wagon. It was Jacques. Matthew sucked in his breath. "Good evening, Sir Verdun," Gabriel said, dipping his chin. DeMillo sprinted into view on the side of the street. Cato finally grabbed the boy to stop him from running. They turned around with their eyes wide. Matthew gripped the reins. DeMillo must have fled because of Jacques, and Matthew himself was seized by a strange urge to run. A moment later, Jacques walked into view in his linen nightshirt and a simple woolen cape. Whatever anticipation had lit his face soured into boredom. "Monsieur Marcotte," he muttered. "What a surprise. Have you heard from Vincent?" "No," Matthew said sharply. "Why would I?" Jacques grunted. "You were supposed to return before sunset." His gaze flicked to the two redheads cowering by the street. A bemused smile crossed his face. "Interesting. Why are two Vasvians here?" Matthew heaved several breaths before answering. "They followed me." "Oh," Jacques raised an eyebrow. "And why did you leave the Mehi tribe?" Matthew only stared back at him. Jacques smirked, his missing front teeth dark like a pit. "You are impossible to work with, you know that." Narrowing his eyes, he switched to French. "Did you get what I wanted?" The ache in Matthew's stomach rose to his throat. He had it, but handing it over in front of DeMillo, if only Rhea had been there to throw a sleep sack over Jacques' greasy head. But how dare he wish for her help? Jacques chuckled. "Never mind. It's all written on your face. Got rejected by another woman, didn't you? My poor boy, you don't have what I want. Let me walk you to the barn." Turning to the bailiff, he said, "Gabriel, return to your position at the gatehouse." Gabriel glanced warily between Matthew and Jacques. After a beat of hesitation, he nodded. "We'll talk tomorrow morning about how long our Vasvian guests will stay. Rest well." With that, Gabriel departed down a side street, leaving Matthew covered in cold sweat. Jacques whistled as he led the way to the barn. When they entered the spacious building, 3 stable hands in simple brown tunics greeted them. The men brought water for Porre and Mills, and the mare nuzzled against one stable hand's neck. He greeted her by name, and Matthew's eyes rounded. How could he possibly know her name? "You can leave the wagon over here," the man said. He pointed farther down the barn, musky with the scent of rain and lit by numerous rush lamps. The meagre lighting revealed many other wagons. They looked identical to Matthew's, with high arching beams, solid construction, and thick-set wheels built with more spokes than usual. Matthew gawked. Was I driving my father's wagon? The stable hand only nodded and busied himself with unfastening the straps that secured Porre to the wagon. Jacques walked into view.
Old Fred traded with the redheads. He even gave them free food when their farms burned and began an alliance with them. Unfortunately, he cocked his head, that ensured the Boltons hated them.
Matthew curled his toes. He vaguely remembered Rhea telling him how 2 knights had brought her tribe food in their time of need. Why hadn't she told him they were his relatives?
How do you know all this?
Matthew rasped. Jacques smiled.
Your father and I were business partners, but alas, he began favoring the pagans instead.
He shrugged, already turning toward the barn door.
Good night.
Matthew's own father and uncle had begun the Vasfian-Norman alliance. He struggled to breathe. He had never felt so abandoned, so useless. "Sir," he called out.
Yes?
"How long are you staying in Marcottsville?"
Until tomorrow. Then I leave for the Lincolnshire coast.
He meant Ravenson's Point specifically. Matthew also needed to get there, but he wouldn't survive the battle alone. He needed help. He squeezed the cow horn strapped to his shoulder. Stiff with exhaustion, his knees almost buckled as he stepped off the cart. Jacques was nearly through the gap in the barn's main door. "Sir," Matthew tried again. Jacques let out a sharp sigh and turned.
What now?
Matthew opened his mouth. In the dim barn light, Oswin passed linen sheets to Demillo and Cato. The boys clutched them around their shoulders and stared back at him. Matthew couldn't move.
Are you begging me to take you back?
Jacques suppressed a yawn.
No one wants you, boy.
He exited the barn and disappeared into the night. Demillo rubbed his eyes.
My sister said there was no point in telling you about Sir Fred and Henry. You wouldn't have believed us anyway.
A retching pain coiled in Matthew's gut. Maybe Rhea had been right, but it still felt like betrayal. Had he known his father died because he supported the Vasfians, maybe Matthew would have... What? He pushed aside the emotions roiling within him. Before Jacques left tomorrow morning, he would need to decide what to do with the horn. But right now, he wanted to be alone. Cato gripped his blanket, his knuckles white.
Who's taking Demillo home?
Blood pounded in Matthew's ears. He shook his head. When Porre nickered, he had the sense to rub her neck, but wanted to throw his arms around her instead. Turning to Oswin, he asked, "Where's the cottage?" Matthew felt Demillo's and Cato's stares on his back as he left the barn. He followed Oswin down an empty street, with misty rain blowing on his face. Marcottsville's stone castle was built on a slope, where it rose over everything like a silent headstone. 2 towers behind the keep remained unfinished, and wooden scaffolds melted into the darkness. The dull clang of the blacksmith's hammer echoed in the distance. Almost every forge they passed glowed despite the late hour. Gabriel must be pushing for a rapid production of weapons, and Matthew passed a hand over his swordless belt. He called after Oswin, "I want armour, a shield, a spear, and a sword. My father must have left spares behind."
"Yes, in his armoury."
Oswin kept several paces ahead.
"Do you need them for something?"
"Yes. I'm leaving for the Lincolnshire coast tomorrow. Show me the armoury after I get changed." Maybe, if he armed himself for battle, he'd feel more decisive. With time, his empty stomach burned. Soon, all he could think of was the fragrance of butter and dill drifting from Oswin's basket.
"Give me something to eat."
He quickened his steps. Oswin turned around with a guarded smile. He pulled back the dark green blanket covering the basket. 2 small buns lay at the bottom, along with 1 pie with a cracked crust. Diced carrots and oats seeped from the opening, and Matthew almost tripped. "Baked pottage?" His eyes fastened on Oswin.
"Yes, because of the trade."
Matthew's forearms crawled with chills. He grabbed the 2 buns and shoved one into his mouth.
"That's all I want. Let's go."
The smell of that basket brought back her face, and her voice, and copper tresses that caught the sunlight like molten gold. But it also brought back the yelling and rejection on Mount Jethron that hurt more than all the times his father had slapped him combined. Matthew tried to outpace Oswin, but he didn't know where to go. Finally, he resigned himself to trail behind his guide, who led him down several different streets. The castle loomed higher and higher, until its double-door gates stood straight ahead. Oswin introduced Matthew to the guards stationed outside. Matthew only ducked his head and strode through the gate. The 2 of them passed through the castle courtyard, where the 4 stone walls enclosed the stench of horse manure and damp straw rotting in the corners. Where was the cottage he could finally shut himself in? Yet, the smell of baked pottage wouldn't leave him alone. The question finally tore its way out.
"Oswin, why did my father begin trading with the Vasvians?"
They passed dozens of open barrels collecting rainwater for the possible siege, and Oswin answered,
"From what he told me, he turned yellow from drinking last year and was bedridden. Bloodletting only made him worse, and he became desperate. He sent messengers everywhere."
"How does this answer my question?" Matthew snapped. The other man stumbled to the side, and Matthew clamped his jaw shut.
"Sorry.
Please continue." Oswin deformed the basket's wickerwork with his grip, and murmured,
"The nuns in Saltfleet heard of Sir Frederick's illness and told him about a healer in Brocklesby. Sir Frederick eventually visited her and was taken to the Mayhe Hot Springs. He gave them a warhorse in exchange for visiting rights. That saved him, and he stopped drinking."
Matthew's eyes stung. He wanted to laugh, but what came out sounded deranged. "Was the warhorse brown like mine, with a white star on the forehead?"
"I don't know. I was still a mercenary at the time."
Could Porre be one of the fillies he used to feed in his father's household? Was this why she'd been comfortable with Matthew since he received her? But he already knew more than he wanted to know. Matthew buried the other questions in his mind. Oswin stopped at the entrance of a spacious house with lime-washed walls. An empty animal pen extended from the left side of the building, and a thatched roof stretched over Matthew's head.
"Welcome,"
Oswin said quietly.
"This is your family home."
"It's just a guest house for anyone."
"No, sir. Your father built it for the family."
Matthew drew a slow breath. His and his parents' bedchambers had always been in horribly high rooms, never on the ground. But nothing should surprise him any more. Oswin withdrew a loop of keys and opened the door with an easy click.
"There's a back door leading to an old Roman bathhouse if you wish to bathe tonight. Rest well, sir."
That was unlikely to happen. Already, Matthew shuddered at the utter blackness of the cottage and the damp air clinging to his skin.
"Don't go yet,"
he said hoarsely.
"I need you for something."
Oswin gave him a questioning look, but Matthew couldn't think of another order. The empty cottage he had so desired now enveloped him like a sudden frost. Matthew forced himself forward until he was in the middle of a substantial room, where the furniture lurking in the darkness seemed asleep but alive. Oswin followed to just within the doorframe. It was so quiet.
"Is there a lamp?" Matthew whispered.
"Yes."
Oswin reached to his left and picked up a flattened clay vessel with a rushlight. He reached for his belt pouches and withdrew a tinderbox. As he struck the flint, Matthew stood in the darkness, with his pulse pounding behind his ribs. It was unreal, escaping with a substance carrying immense consequences, only to dive into the cobwebs of his past on the same day. But there was no turning back. Light flickered in the room, illuminating an elaborate wooden bed frame with a mattress big enough for 2 people. A chest stood in one corner. The sight of the twin lions carved onto its surface made Matthew's breath hitch. His parents had received that chest for their wedding. The beeswax candlesticks and 2 silver goblets sitting on a round table were also gifts from their wedding, but they'd never displayed these gifts. Their marriage had only ever been a superficial arrangement. Memories of his father flooded his mind. The thick and punishing arms Matthew always fled from, the bloodshot eyes with a hint of madness, and the stink of soured poirée on his breath. Matthew never blamed his mother for avoiding her husband, even if he meant he hardly saw her, even if it meant growing up wretchedly lonely and without siblings. But something had changed. Matthew walked to the side of the bed and placed his hand on the sheet. It was made of silk and was cool to the touch. They slept here? Yes. Both of them on the same bed? Oswin stared at his feet. They retired here in the evenings, but I never stayed overnight. Matthew smirked. No, I suppose you didn't. Oswin's face remained ashen. He hadn't looked Matthew in the eyes since they'd left the gatehouse, and Matthew's smile faded. This unfortunate man remained only because he was afraid to leave, and Matthew was now afraid of being alone. He tried to distract himself with the unusual embroidery on the silk sheet, a pair of ducks with bright turquoise and red plumage, and tiny stitched symbols he didn't recognize. His mother loved birds, and it seemed as though his father had made the effort to get her something she'd enjoy. The knot in his throat worsened. Why? His fingers clawed into the silk. Neither could tell him now. Your bedchamber is down the hall this way. Oswin pointed to a door at the opposite end of the room. With a weight on his chest, Matthew followed his servant through that door. They entered another room where Oswin's flickering rushlight revealed an imposing bed frame and mattress large enough for 5 adults. Matthew gulped. The implications were clear. His parents had prepared for him to get married and have plenty of children, as young children often shared a bed with their parents. His parents had developed a sense of humour, and Matthew smirked. Where had they expected him to find a wife? Oswin clutched his hands. I'm sorry you don't have bedding. Your father wanted you to choose your own once you returned. Matthew's smile faded. That's fine. There's a chest of your old clothes and sheets for tonight. Matthew's eyes roved the room. A chest he recognised from his boyhood stood by the bed frame, but he tensed at the thought of opening it. Why hadn't his parents gotten rid of these clothes he'd never fit into again? As he stood there, fighting the urge to barrel out the door, Oswin busied himself with lighting more rush lamps. One by one, the new flames illuminated the corners of the room. There was a large desk, heaped with blank wooden boards of all sizes, a setup Matthew didn't understand. He staggered to a small enclosure with a low fence in one corner and peered inside. It was empty. What is that for? He asked. For your favourite pigs to overwinter. Matthew turned around with a start. His eyes refocused on the cluttered table behind Oswin. It struck him then that the boards were for him to paint on. I don't understand this, his voice faltered. What don't you understand? Matthew's throat closed. No more drawing in pigpen mud, only to see his drawings trampled by the next wandering sow. No more befriending piglets, only to hear them screaming before they were butchered for Christmas dinner. He shook his head, silent. Oswin watched him with a sympathetic gaze. If you're wondering why the bedchambers are outside the castle, your father told me that you prefer being on the ground. Matthew swallowed. He flung open the chest from his past and dug into tunics and cloaks he had forgotten existed. He pulled out many embroidered clothes his parents had bought to show him off at important dinners.
But what he had wanted most from them was something they'd never given him.
What else did my father say about me? That you were an artist, very loyal to those you loved, and that you'd be back one day.
Matthew froze, with his face pressed between a smile and a grimace. He finally yanked out yellowed sheets and a wool blanket and threw them onto his pallet. He was going to lose control, but he was now a squire and not a spoiled rich boy who could scream at his servants with impunity. Oswin should leave. Matthew couldn't keep him just because he was afraid of himself. He stuffed all his clothes back into the chest.
These things no longer fit me. You can have them.
Matthew lifted the entire chest, the width of his shoulders, and dropped it at Oswin's feet. The man jumped. He stammered something about the tunics being worth too much, but Matthew interrupted.
I don't want them. And if you don't want them, then give them to someone in need.
Oswin's face reddened.
I will. That's very generous of you. You're dismissed. Your family must be waiting. Do you have a wife and children?
Matthew sank into his huge and vacant mattress. Why was he even asking?
I have twins, a boy and a girl. They're with my mum right now.
Twins. That's lucky. Good for you. That didn't sound sincere, because it wasn't. I wager you retired from mercenary work because you wanted to be with them.
Yes.
I see. Then go home. Something within Matthew had shattered. He had missed something pivotal within his family, and he had no one to blame but himself. Matthew picked at the dirty bandages on his hand. Thinking of his future was no better than dwelling on his past. He had no energy to even draw water for a bath. With his vision dimming, he saw Rhea's face dancing before his mind's eye. The way she had cheerfully brought him water and firewood again after he'd made a mess in Aelfric's roundhouse. Her encouragement for him to continue climbing when she realized he was terrified of heights. He had appreciated her until the moment she'd refused to acknowledge her family could do wrong. Something pulled behind his ribs. He had no right to judge her. She believed her elders were irreproachable. He believed his parents were irredeemable. For all his supposed pursuit of the truth, he had let his presumptions blind his judgment. Matthew clenched his hands and strained his bite wound until it burned. What was she doing now? Could she have calmed down after their argument and realized there was truth to what he'd said? Unlike his parents, she wasn't dead, and there was a possibility of making amends. But if he went back, he risked getting shot by her elders before he even reached her. Chills racked his body as indecision threatened to tear him in two.
Sir,
Oswin said. Matthew flinched. He thought Oswin had left, but the man stood, scowling at the ground. The chest remained at his feet, and he continued.
I have something you may want to see.
Squatting, he opened the chest and reached deep into its contents. To Matthew's amazement, Oswin withdrew a parchment still sealed with a red wax seal of twin lions.
This is your father's last letter from this summer.
Matthew stared at the scroll. You kept it? In my bedchamber?
Yes. Of course you don't have to read it.
Parchments were usually erased and reused, but his father's last message had survived. Matthew's chest shuddered with emotions he couldn't name. Would reading the letter bring relief or more pain? But the need for closure was overwhelming. He finally extended his bandaged hand. Oswin placed the letter onto his palm. Chapter 32. The Last Letter. Matthew. The light of the rush lamp flickered over the letter's seal, and Matthew traced the intricate relief of the wax with his thumb. After avoiding such letters for years, he never thought he'd want to read one so badly. He broke the seal with shaky hands and unfurled the parchment. The French words, penned in familiar cursive, seemed to leap off the page.
Matthew,
You hate reading, so I'll keep this short.
Matthew grinned despite himself. The letter continued.
You must have heard about Evelyn's wedding in Normandy. In truth, there is no wedding. We are meeting Venetian traders there instead. Only 2 people within the family knew this, your uncle and me. As my heir, you are now the 3rd.
Matthew's smile disappeared. The wedding had been a lie. His father's deep voice resonated in his mind, as loud as though he stood in the room, and Matthew looked up with a jolt. But only Oswin stood there holding a tinderbox. He looked worried.
I'll light the hearth, sir.
He fumbled open the tinderbox lid. Matthew gave a stiff nod. The mention of Venetian traders intrigued him, and he returned to the letter.
Another revolt is descending upon us, and the wedding is our excuse to leave until peace returns to England. His Excellency approves of our departure. The wedding pretense was his idea. Join me before July ends if you wish to sail with us. We are departing from Marcotteville, and Oswin will take you there.
Matthew's vision swam. If only he had read this message in time. Could he have been the one extra soldier the Marcotts needed to survive? And poor Evelyn. Her elders had planned such an elaborate hoax without her knowledge so that they could meet Venetian traders for what exactly? Oswin struck a flintstone while voices began to multiply outside the cottage, but Matthew hardly noticed as he continued reading.
If you believe your training is too important to interrupt, I'll tell you 2 things. 1. That unusual weapons from Asia may render all our current defenses and offenses in England obsolete. It's only a matter of time. Don't stop training, but understand that your weapons won't save you. Only alliances with the right people can. Therefore, do not see this journey to Normandy as an interruption, but as an opportunity. We'll meet merchants who are key to our survival, for they visited and learned from warlords in Asia. There, they have concocted a new substance. They know how to fight with fire.
Matthew stopped breathing. Fight with fire. Had his father written about the black matter even months ago? If so, the substance originated in Asia. The strange symbols embroidered on his parents' silk sheets passed through his mind. He had seen something of the sort before, like a peculiar style of art. Standing, Matthew reached for the closest rush lamp left on a wooden table. Oswin remained squatting by the dead hearth, blowing strenuously on the straw cupped between his hands. Fire should be this difficult to start, and yet a foreign country had discovered a way to summon it in battle. Matthew clenched his jaw as he picked up the rush lamp. If only his father were still alive to answer questions. He strode to his parents' bedchamber and set the lamp aside. Touching the embroidered silk again, he remembered where he'd seen similar symbols before. They'd been engraved within the chest on Mount Jethron. That chest could have been from Asia. The watertight chest had contained silk, which he couldn't imagine the Vasfians procuring on their own. The Boltons, however, were merchants with access. Matthew's temples throbbed. His father had been aware of something momentous developing in Asia. His Excellency had even sent him to meet informants, but he'd been killed before going far. The Boltons had murdered him. Was it because they wanted the black matter for themselves? The realization sank in. Matthew's family was murdered not only because of the Vasfian alliance, but also because the Boltons sought to acquire the black matter before the Marcotts. Fury surged within Matthew's chest. There would be revenge. There would be justice. But he had to wait until it was time. What else had his father written? Anything to explain away the clay apples? Grabbing the letter, Matthew struggled to refocus on the words in the dim rushlight, but his vision wouldn't clear, no matter how fast he blinked. Loud rapping came on the cottage door. A flurry of voices reached his ears, mostly women and children. They sounded anxious, although he couldn't discern their words. What was wrong? Oswin appeared through the darkness of the doorway and shuffled to Matthew's side.
"I hear my wife outside," the man murmured. "May I open the door?"
Chills crawled down Matthew's arms. He was in no condition to see anyone, but the concern in Oswin's eyes was genuine. It felt cruel to keep the door shut. His father's letter would have to wait.
"Open it,"
Matthew said hoarsely. Oswin swung open the door, and the pungent smell of ashes and smoke blew inside. Over a dozen people stood by the door, several of them carrying torches. Matthew instinctively cringed. Had he not known better, he'd think they were insurgents waiting to kill him. The fear lingered nonetheless. As the only Norman in the room, he'd been cornered by the English.
"Oswin!"
A woman with a beige hair covering stepped in.
"Are you all right?"
"Yes, why wouldn't I be?"
"You need to sleep before your shift tonight. What does that Norman want from you?"
"Nothing. And he's right there, you know. Why are you all here?"
Oswin gave Matthew an apologetic glance.
"This is my wife, Twyla."
Twyla peered over her husband's shoulder, and her eyes widened. Maybe she realized then that this Norman understood English. The terror on her face and the firelight flooding the room reminded Matthew of what his father had done to her people. He looked away. He should address that fear, tell her he hadn't been one of those soldiers, but he couldn't speak. Finally, an older woman spoke from behind Twyla.
"We wanted to know if Sir Marcotte the Younger brought any survivors with him."
"He's busy right now."
Oswin held up his hands and tried to usher the crowd back. Matthew's throat swelled some more. Of course, these women and children wanted answers. Years ago, he'd told Aelfie to correct all his English mistakes and pronunciations so he could speak to his vassals one day. One day like this.
"Oswin," he said, "let me talk to them."
Oswin stepped aside. One by one, women with children clinging to the folds of their gowns walked through the door. Nearly a dozen people entered. More remained outside, with their torches casting sharp shadows on their faces. The older men, outside the door, peered at Matthew with their sombre, leathery faces. Perhaps they already knew the truth. Memories stirred in the depths of Matthew's mind. He knew these people. They were the people he'd known as a boy, including the servants he used to thrash and scream at. Yet, the male servants in their prime were missing. They were dead. Matthew almost crumpled his father's letter.
"Good evening."
He tried to stop shaking.
"Unfortunately, I came back alone, other than the two redheads I entered with."
They stared at him. A few of the women grimaced, then collected themselves. Between the restrained angst on their faces and the empty gazes of the children, Matthew could hardly keep his composure.
"No survivors,"
one of the women murmured.
"My cousins Evelyn and Marie survived. They're in Barton upon Humber right now, but they said no one else survived."
Matthew's chin quivered as one face resurfaced in his memories.
"I mean, they did escape the ship with one man, Aelfric of Brocklesby, but a rebel killed him soon after."
Anxious and mournful murmurs swept over the crowd as the women turned to each other. The men outside bowed their heads.
"That be over half the Marcottsville men passing in one day,"
one of them said. A deafening thrum filled Matthew's head. The entire Bolton household must die, starting with Tobias for what he'd done to Aelfric. Matthew clenched his fists, as though he were gripping the rebel's throat. He raised his voice.
"Let me be clear. My family didn't die in an accident. Evelyn saw the men who attacked our ships, and they were from the Bolton household."
Twyla gasped.
"The Boltons from the neighbouring Humberston?"
Matthew stared at her.
"I didn't know they lived there."
"One of them did. Edward Bolton was the Lord of Humberston before his grace evicted him."
Maybe that was how the Boltons knew exactly when Matthew's family was sailing, and could plan the perfect ambush. Hindsight could be so clear, and yet so useless. The irony made Matthew smile. "I won't rest until the earth is cleared of their scum," he said through his teeth. He sounded so sure, but who was he going to fight with? The mournful faces of the gathering didn't encourage him either. Was his speech not inspiring enough? Matthew sighed. "Any questions?"
"Yes, sir," Twyla whispered. My brother died on that ship." She sniffled, and Matthew held his breath. "Will you take Oswin with you to fight the rebels?"
Matthew shook his head. That was one fear he could address. "No. I've never trained with Oswin, and it wouldn't be fair to take him into battle." Twyla gave a hesitant smile. The crowd in his cottage finally began to leave. The unnerving silence of their children, who dragged their feet instead of skipping through the fields like they usually did, kept Matthew's relief at bay. "My condolences to all of you," he said. A few people glanced at him before stepping out the door, their expressions still miserable, and Matthew flushed. He still wasn't good enough, somehow. Fidgeting in his seat, he loosened his hold on his father's letter, which he risked smearing with his sweaty hands. Matthew pretended to read again. Yet, his mind was consumed by the image of DeMillo's agonizing trek through the burning village, where most Vasfians lay dead. Dead in one day, like what had happened to many within Matthew's household. Rhea would die too. She'd defend her people until the end. His teeth began to chatter. "Matthew," Oswin said, "do you still need to access the armory?" Matthew looked up. Oswin had finally taken a torch to light the central hearth. A much-needed warmth began to fill the room. Unable to think, Matthew nodded stiffly. Twyla pulled on Oswin's arm, but he stood his ground. "Your father carried the armory key with him, but one of us must have a spare." He frowned as though in thought. "Wait a minute. I'll be back." He stepped outside with his wife. The door shut before Matthew could remind Oswin he'd forgotten the chest of clothes. As the echoing thud died away, all of Matthew's problems came crashing back. He returned to the letter as though his father's words held the power to keep his demons away.
"The second thing I must tell you is difficult for me. I never told you why I began drinking. It was not because of you or your mother, but because of the people I've killed and the things I have seen which I cannot unsee. I haven't slept well since the horrors 9 years ago, and then again, during the last rebellion. Drinking was an escape, a dangerous one."
Matthew hung his head. Had it not been for these chaotic few days, the one Dane he'd killed in the forest would have plagued his mind. The girl he'd knocked into the ravine would have kept him awake again. He didn't want to know what it was like to massacre a village full of peasants, or burn a starving town under siege. Perhaps he had inherited his father's burden of vivid, crippling memories. His eyes filled.
"You are training hard, but learn from my mistakes. Don't resort to violence unless you have exhausted all means of peaceful negotiation."
Matthew smiled, but he didn't know why.
"Lastly, Lord Seville and Aelfric both tell me you've never been drunk, and for this I am proud of you. I am sure you've been tempted, and I'm sorry for the example I gave. Come to Marcotsville, and tell me why you read this letter to the end. I want us to start over in a new home. One day, maybe you'll be proud of me. Cordially, Frederick."
Matthew read the letter again, but there was nothing else he could glean. It was still just a letter, unable to accept apologies or offer a reassuring hand. Matthew gasped through a suffocating ache that found no release, and yet the ache itself seemed to hone his thoughts. Why had he trusted Jacques to keep his promise? The man had never proven himself trustworthy. Maybe because Jacques was Norman, the wealthy lord of Barton-upon-Humber, and everything Matthew had been raised to respect, while Rhea was not. Yet, she carried one of His Excellency's rings and a promise that she could seek his audience. Matthew hadn't granted her the esteem she deserved. If he saw her again, they could talk about turning in the chest for investigation without incriminating the Vasfians as traitors. She had access to His Excellency that even he didn't have. He must decide if he was willing to trust her more than Jacques. Rhea had sent him a smoke signal when he left Jethron. She had wanted to see him again. Now, he appreciated her decision to invent a pattern unique to the two of them. When footsteps sounded outside the door, Matthew stood and set the parchment down on the mattress. His fingers lingered over his father's signature. The weight of the man's many regrets, long hidden, stirred sympathy within him for the first time. "Papa," he thought. It felt good to say that, if only in his mind. "I'm back. I'll uphold the alliance you began with the Vasfians. And I read your letter to the end because I'm sorry." Matthew held his breath, and the relief he longed to feel didn't come. The lump in his throat still burned. Once his parents, his uncle, his aunt, and the fallen of Marcottsville were avenged, peace would come to him. It had to. Matthew's father might have believed that alliances could save lives, but weapons were equally important. For the Boltons, all possibilities of peaceful negotiation had been exhausted. By the time Matthew opened the door, he was shaking with rage. Oswin's smile under the torch he held made no sense. "I found a spare." The Englishman lifted an iron loop with one key. He gestured to a drawstring sack on the ground. "Also, Twyla and I did some searching, and the laundress gave us your father's clothes. We also packed you bread and cheese for tomorrow." Matthew suppressed a cough. It was good to see Oswin look him in the eyes again. "I appreciate everything. Please take me to the armory now." "I could, but perhaps you'd like to sleep first." "I can't sleep until I see the weapons," Matthew said. "Also, I won't go to the Lincolnshire coast tomorrow morning. I'll take the Vasfian boy home." Oswin's eyebrows shot up, and Matthew scratched his growing beard. "So, can you send smoke signals in the morning? I want the Mahie to see them. Alternating short and long puffs." "Oh, I've never heard of that pattern." "Rhea knows what it means. She should leave Jethron to meet me here." By now, the tribe must be in great distress over DeMillo's disappearance. They'd come rushing to Marcottsville. Oswin nodded. "Then I'll send the signal at dawn." "Thank you. I'll also need to stop by the barn." Matthew lowered his eyes. "DeMillo should know I changed my mind." Oswin raised an arm to his right. "Well, I thought you noticed them. Both redheads are here." Matthew blinked. He leaned outside the doorframe and looked left. Cato and DeMillo stood beside each other, sharing one woolen mantle between them. Bewilderment marked their faces. Cato tightened his arm around DeMillo's shoulders. "We followed Oswin here because we were worried about you." "About me?" Matthew asked. "Yes. We saw that big crowd come here with torches and... Anyway, we didn't mean to eavesdrop." "Don't worry. You heard everything you were supposed to hear."
"You meant what you said?"
DeMillo asked softly. "Every word."
"What made you change your mind?"
"I read a letter from my father," Matthew murmured. He had no strength left to explain. DeMillo smiled and straightened.
"When we go back, I'll blow my whistle often and let them know I'm with a friend. I won't let anyone hurt you."
The child was hardly the size to defend anyone, but Matthew nodded in appreciation. He needed any help he could get. The heat from the cottage's hearth warmed his back. All the same, the building remained hollow and lifeless. A thought sparked within his mind. "Cato, DeMillo, you can both sleep on my bed tonight. After a bath," he added, with a sheepish grin. Oswin told me the door in the hallway leads to an old Roman bathhouse. The Englishman smiled.
That's correct, sir. I'll leave the chest with your old clothes inside so they can change.
Matthew nodded, wishing Demillo and Cato would stop staring at him like two startled deer. Cato chewed on his lip.
You sure we can sleep on your bed?
Yes. Is the bigger one inside? Matthew's voice sounded like his own again, but his ribs remained stiff. His father should be the one to show him his swords and armour, not anyone else. I'll be back. I must visit the armoury. He gestured for Oswin to lead the way, then turned back to his two guests. Please go in, he said. Demillo's eyes were bright with tears, but he smiled at Matthew. His face resembled Rhea's even more at that moment, and Matthew grinned back before he strode after Oswin. Worries and emotions continued to swirl in his mind, but he latched onto one reassuring thought. His cottage wouldn't be empty when he returned. He returned late from the armoury with a clean gambeson, a helmet, a dagger, and a new sword, although he couldn't find any chainmail that fit. Back in his bedchamber, both Cato and Demillo had cleaned themselves and had changed into Matthew's old tunics. They lay asleep on Matthew's bed. Yet, while Demillo was sprawled out and snoring, Cato had curled into a ball as though his stomach hurt. Or was he cold? Matthew found an extra sheet and spread it over the younger man. He could almost pretend he had brothers, and something warm spurred up his chest. With a drying cloth and rush lamp in hand, he stepped outside, where the trickling of water and a gust of warm mist greeted him. The smooth marble of the Roman ruins cooled his bare feet as he walked in time with the rhythmic chirping of crickets. He cast aside his belt and dipped into the pool fully clothed. His garments needed washing anyway. Soothing warmth enveloped his limbs. Hot water cascaded in from cracks in the bathhouse walls. This was a remarkable place. He splashed his face and melted into the warm embrace, despite the stinging of various cuts on his body. What a relief to admit he needed cleaning, just like anyone else. Matthew sat back with his legs partially floating. Patchy clouds drifted past a dark canvas dotted by countless stars. He'd almost forgotten what Twyla had said, that Humberston was once controlled by Edward Bolton. All of him trembled despite the heat. Had he sped there tonight, he would have faced Edward's former peasants. The rainstorm and the two redheads in his wagon, all infuriating at the time, had kept him from charging into another possible threat. Marcottsville had exceeded all his expectations. The buoyancy of gratitude countered the grief within him. So many faithful and considerate people had died on that ship, while one insolent son had been spared. Why? It appeared Providence had something planned, but Matthew only wanted to hide. He still carried the Dane's cross in his belt pouch. Matthew thought about releasing it in the water and watching it float away, but it didn't feel right. There was something, however, he wanted to let go of. Reaching across the cold stone, he dragged over his belt.
Your weapons won't save you. Only alliances with the right people can.
The memory of his father's voice made his eyes throb. There was one alliance he still wanted to honour. Matthew pulled out the cowhorn, opened it, and inverted its contents. Dark specks fell into the swirling waters and vanished. Matthew plunged the horn into the currents to purge it completely, then let it go. The object soon floated out of sight. He smiled. The hot water tugging against his collar finally soothed his aching throat. His limbs heavy with fatigue, Matthew swam under the remaining roof of the Roman bathhouse and sat leaning against a moss-covered rock. This spring was a brilliant addition to any manor. One day, Marcottsville would be his, God willing. Before he knew it, Matthew had fallen asleep in the pool. Chapter 33. Edward's Return. October 3rd. Toby. The longship Toby had seen shortly before he sent everyone away drew ever closer. It carried a massive log stretching from bow to stern, the replacement yard. The passengers on board could only be the thieving Ed and his hired hands. Terror had nearly paralysed Toby when he'd first spotted the vessel, but he hadn't wanted to alarm Aliwyn or the others. Little time remained to destroy what he'd created. Sweat trickled down his neck as he swung Ransley's axe into another chest. The wood splintered, but the blade wedged deep in the crack. His shoulders burned as he yanked it free for another strike. It was his fault for ordering these chests to be fortified with iron bolts and secured with locks too complex for him to pick. He never imagined he'd be the one breaking them. Gritting his teeth, Toby turned to the more fragile crates. Each shattering blow sent shards flying. Each crack of wood echoed in his mind like the cries of those he'd disappointed. His grip ached, and his hands grew slick with sweat, but fury drove him onward. Aliwyn's tear-streaked face haunted him. She must loathe him now. May that anger give her the strength to care for Emma and Zelryn on their long voyage north. By the time the longship drew close enough for him to count the men aboard, Toby had emptied all the crates on the side, hidden from the longship. 2 chests of thunder crashers had also splashed into the ocean, but 22 remained. 22 chests too many. Edward had moved too quickly. Without a crew to raise the anchor, Toby couldn't sail away. Panic flared in his chest. He had failed. Worse still, in his desperation to reverse what he'd done, he had forgotten about the chest the Vasfians had stolen. He'd also forgotten about the potash production base he'd entrusted Zelryn to flood if ever he perished. Now, Zelryn was on his way to Scotland. It was only a matter of time before the Normans or Vasfians discovered how the Thunder Crashers worked. Toby would die with that guilt hanging over his head.
"Toby!"
boomed Edward's voice. He stood at the longship's prow, the sea foaming around its hull as the rowing of its many oars slowed.
"What the blazes are you doing?"
Toby tightened his grip on the axe. The Fortuna rose much higher in elevation, and he'd been hurling the crates overboard on the ship's hidden side. Yet, the new arrivals must have seen the manic swings of his weapon over the rail.
"She has a leak," he rasped between pants. "I'm making some amends."
He was reducing the load, after all.
"What happened?"
Edward sounded genuinely concerned, but his gaze flicked past Toby.
"Is the compound safe?"
Of course, that's what mattered to him. Stiff all over, Toby forced himself to call back.
"I'll explain later."
Edward pointed to his left.
"Dock on that island behind you so we can board."
"I can't. A Norman longship attacked me. I've got no crew left."
A wave of shock and dismay swept across the faces of the hired hands. Amongst them were Svein and Blake, the 2 mercenary captains with long and braided beards. The potash compound's stench blew from the longship, and Ransley lay at the stern with his ashen face upturned. Toby twisted the hem of his tunic. The man was dead, but Edward hadn't disposed of his corpse. Edward appeared unfazed. He paced the ship's length, picking up a grappling hook.
"We'll board the Fortuna now and help her dock."
Another grappling hook. Memories of Vincent's attack flooded Toby, and he staggered back from the rail. There was no way to defend himself now. The hired hands rallied each other and began shifting their vessel parallel to the Fortuna. A metallic tang wafted to Toby's nose. He touched his torso, and his fingers smeared away a warm, blood-tinged liquid. His wound had reopened. He'd soon die at the hands of these men, but so be it. This was the consequence of his foolishness. But as he again pressed his burning right hand to the wound, a shadow of what looked like Aliwyn's hand passed over his. He looked up. The sight of her mournful face disappeared as soon as he blinked. Aliwyn. Did she still care? Even if he was hallucinating, the sight made his jaw tremble. Her anxious voice filled his mind, followed by Emma's and Zelryn's. None of them sounded angry, just devastated. Toby pressed his fist into one eye, then the other. Maybe one day, years later, Aliwyn would forgive him, and so would the others. Toby turned, his vision blurring, and bumped into the ship's cauldron. He recoiled from the searing iron as the scent of boiled salted cod filled the air. Emma and Aliwyn had prepared one last meal that morning to sustain the crew through the cargo transfer. In their haste to leave, they'd left the cauldron unchained to the rail, and a third of the cod pottage remained. The forms of everyone gathered around the hearth passed before his mind's eye. A hollow ache spread behind his ribs. His loved ones wouldn't want him to destroy himself, even if death loomed near. He raised a ladle of hot pottage, blew on it, and took a sip. The heat spread through his chest and down his arms. His hands steadied. Below him, the longship was now in a parallel position, and the crew prepared to raise a boarding plank. This could not be how his story ended, with Edward taking the remaining Thundercrashers and wreaking havoc with Prince Canute. What, then, could Toby still do? He studied the men's faces. A few couldn't open their eyes because of redness and swelling. Others moved with their expressions grim, their faces bearing a splatter of crimson puncture wounds. They were the telltale signs of Thundercrashers exploding too close to an inexperienced wielder. Toby's jaw worked. Power didn't come without a cost. "Why did you attack Driftmere?" he called out. The longship dropped its anchor, and Edward glared up at him. "Normans attacked first. I had to retaliate." Toby's eyes bulged. Verdun had acted surprisingly fast for his missing squire. Edward had not ransacked the monastery out of spite when the brothers couldn't save Ransley. Yet, what was the truth? Edward could be lying, even if sorrow laced his voice. "No one could save your father," Edward continued, his despondent face turned aside. "At least the Driftmere fire will distract the Normans from Ravens's." Edward, now closer and directly below Toby, looked as though he hadn't slept all night. Sympathy and condemnation tangled within Toby, until he noticed sacks stuffed between the longship's benches. Candlesticks protruded from between the drawstring, and scattered pennies lay between the men's feet. The Normans might have attacked first, but what really happened was not so simple. Edward had raided Driftmere after taking an oath to never do it again. Toby's chest heaved. "Are the brothers still alive?" "How should I know?" Edward raised an eyebrow. "Am I their keeper?" Sparks flew before Toby's vision, before the older man simply looked away again. Edward could justify every broken promise and excuse himself from every misdeed. He was a tyrant, and one who couldn't be trusted with the Thundercrashers remaining on deck. No one could be trusted to have them. Toby counted the dejected hired hands. The third mercenary captain was missing, and so were several other men. Probably dead. Those returning, blinded and burned, seemed to understand that their loot was not worth the cost. Toby's gaze drifted toward his chest of books, and an idea took hold. It was a desperate gamble, but one that might let him live beyond this day. Maybe he could still flood the production base before anyone in England unravelled the compound's formula. "Hang back!" Svein hollered from the longship, grappling hook swinging from his hand. Toby withdrew from the rail as the sharp object flew upward. It latched onto the Fortuna with an ear-splitting thwack, and many others followed. As casually as he could, Toby limped to the aft castle and slid his axe behind the rolls of Hudfats. Pulling on his gambeson again, he whispered a prayer for guidance. Then he returned to the deck and swung aside the entry rail to allow for the gangplank. He'd only win against these men if he didn't use weapons.
Aliwyn. Aliwyn crouched behind a boulder and gripped the edge of Yrsa's canoe. She had beached the leaky vessel on a rocky island to let it drain while she recovered her strength, but her aching arms were the least of her worries now. On the opposite shoreline, a longship bearing a fallen log inched toward the Lady Fortuna. It could only be Edward and his men returning with a replacement crossbeam. White waterfowl circled overhead, their sharp cries fraying her nerves. She had been too slow. It was too late to see Toby alone and take him back. Aliwyn massaged a fist against the tightness of her ribs. No, it wasn't over yet. The men hadn't seen her behind this boulder, and they weren't looking for her. She could still get closer by running and hiding behind rocky outcroppings littering the island. Maybe she could still do something. Wind cut across the island and whipped her damp hair against her face. The wound on her neck stung like fresh fire from the seawater's salty sprays, but none of that mattered. She scrambled behind another boulder and peered over its edge. Mercenaries walked over a makeshift plank to board the Lady Fortuna. The larger vessel's anchor began to lift. Gusts filled the sails of both ships as they turned toward the nearest island, which was the one she stood on. Aliwyn exhaled slowly. Perhaps it was a sign that her choice to remain there had been correct. For now, the only sounds were the calls of the sailors handling the rigging and the groan of wood against the waves. No one was attacking anyone yet. The ships began to align themselves parallel to the rocky shoreline, too jagged for the ships to beach. With plenty of boulders to shield her progress, Aliwyn crept toward the beach as gulls scattered before her. What if she reached the Lady Fortuna, only to watch them cut Toby down? What could she do against so many men? Yet she had come too far just to sail back out on a canoe she could hardly control alone. Aliwyn slipped toward another outcropping and left the canoe behind the rocks. As she neared, more gulls took flight with raucous cries. She glared at them. They'd give away her position. Clamshells lay scattered beside her knees, and the stench of decaying fish turned her stomach. Crouching behind a boulder, she dared not move closer. 40 paces away, anchors plunged from both ships and splashed into the churning waves. 2 gangplanks thudded onto the rocky shore. Men from the Lady Fortuna hurried onto land, while those on the longship wrestled with the weight of the new crossbeam. A dozen men carried the log toward the larger ship, and Aliwyn watched its rail for any glimpse of Toby. Finally, a flash of blonde hair caught her eye. His face appeared only for a moment over the rail, and her breath caught with longing. He was still strong and standing, within sight, but out of her reach. Her fingers dug into her kneecaps. It wouldn't be long before Edward discovered what happened to the cargo and attacked Toby. She wanted to do something, anything, but what? The memory of Toby's face over the rail flashed through her mind. He had appeared calm, as composed as he'd been when he'd hung upside down in Brocklesby. Everything back then had seemed hopeless to her. But Toby had formulated a plan. Aliwyn closed her eyes for a moment. She had to believe he could untangle himself again, and once he did, she'd be waiting for him with a canoe. By now, the men had carried the new crossbeam on board and were lowering the snapped one. All moved in eerie silence until a scream erupted from the Lady Fortuna. Aliwyn gasped. The voice didn't belong to Toby, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. What was happening on deck? Her eyes swept to the side of the ship. Fishing nets still dangled over the Fortuna's railing and hung close to the shallow waters lapping the beach. No one was watching the ship's side. An idea gripped her with the force of a riptide, but she'd only do it as a last resort. She crept closer. The wind shifted, swirling more smoke across the shore and mixing the scent of burning wood with brine. Sand stuck to the sweat on her palms as she crouched behind another outcropping. Now she was close enough to hear the men speaking.
Chapter 34. The Reckoning. Toby.
Syllabi is dead!
The hired hand who had gone below deck continued to yell. Toby steadied himself against the broken yard, now lowered, with the slick sailcloth crumpled and covering a quarter of the deck. Its mouldy stench worsened the turning of his stomach. Soon, the men would discover everything else. Edward barely blinked as he wrapped rope around the new yard.
Dying is a normal part of combat.
The man who had cried out appeared in the stairwell with his bearded face flushed. On deck, the crew abandoned their efforts to untangle the knots tethering the sail to the old yard. Their frowns deepened as they clambered to the stairs. Only a few dared to descend to see for themselves. Toby dragged his ankle as he limped toward the staircase.
Syllabi passed away because of an unexpected attack.
He met the gaze of each man with a look of apology before turning to Blake, the captain of Syllabi's mercenary company.
My condolences.
Toby held back any mention of the murderous stowaway. Now wasn't the time. Another voice from below deck, hoarse with panic, rang through the ship.
All the crates are gone!
This time, Edward turned to Toby and scowled. Toby forced himself to sound calm.
Are you sure?
Of course I am,
the mercenary barked.
Look harder,
Toby shouted down the stairs.
I had to move everything around.
Levelling his gaze at Edward, he continued.
I tried to patch the small leak below deck the best I could. Can you check on it?
Edward's fingers hovered over the hilt of his sword. After a beat of hesitation, he abandoned the new yard and descended below deck. Meanwhile, the handful of men who had been downstairs pounded back onto deck and breathlessly reported their findings to Sven and Blake, their mercenary captains. Toby forced himself to stand tall. The two captains approached him with their fists clenched, watching Toby like wolves scenting blood.
What in Thor's name? Sven began.
You were correct, Toby said quietly. The crates are gone. I threw them out because the potash compound is a curse to anyone who possesses it.
Curse?
Sven muttered. Yes, and my father's passing was an ill omen, as you had called it.
The mercenaries glanced at each other, and Toby licked his lips. They didn't share the same faith, but the concept of divine disapproval transcended that divide.
You've seen what it does.
He gestured at the broken yardarm and the sandbox, forever blackened from Edward's carelessness with the thundercrasher.
But you've served my household well, and I'll pay you with my books. I trust you'll find them as valuable as gold.
Toby backed toward the aft castle and his chest of books. The hired hands approached with calculated and creaking footsteps. The shadow of the raised platform fell over Toby's head. With a shaking hand, he grasped the journal he'd shown Aliwyn and withdrew it from the chest. It was the only one he couldn't let go. The mercenaries crowded around the chest. They rifled through the books, their thick fingers skimming the jewelled leather covers. No one asked Toby about the prayers, hymns, and medicinal formulas he had meticulously copied inside from his predecessors. These men only saw wealth. Toby hung his head, but what others did with his books was beyond his control. He forced himself to speak.
You have the longship, so sail back to Denmark. Your lives mean more to your loved ones than anything you bring back.
From below deck, Edward's cries of despair echoed through the ship. He must have seen the truth. Despite everything the man had done, he was still one of the closest people in Toby's life. The sting in Toby's eyes deepened. Blake shifted his weight and narrowed his hooded eyes.
You're a dead man, Tobias. We will never work for another Bolton.
Toby swallowed. Did Blake mean Edward would kill him? Or that the mercenaries would take all the books and slay him anyway? The sword hanging from his belt seemed to double in weight, but Toby resisted reaching for it. All around him, men he barely knew held the books he'd copied in Driftmere's sun-bathed scriptorium. Many of the prayers and hymns were engraved in his mind. No one and nothing could separate him from the promises written within. A warm reassurance flowed down his shoulders. He lifted his chin and looked each man in the eye.
You have your reward. Go in peace.
Low muttering rippled through the group. Some said that Odin had turned his face from them, while others feared vengeance from the dead. Others murmured that the stinky black rocks were curses indeed. A few men adjusted the bandages Toby had wrapped around their arms 2 nights ago. They looked at him thoughtfully, as though acknowledging his care. Toby held his breath. The leather of his journal grew hot beneath his fingers. Sven was the first to jerk his head toward the gangplank. One by one, The men turned and began to exit for the beach and the longship anchored nearby. Blake grunted and shifted the book in his hands, testing its weight. His ringed fingers tightened before he finally turned away.
"Be gone with your cursed ship," he muttered.
Toby watched the mercenaries disembark, but dared not feel relief. The first part of his plan had worked. Now came the harder part. He lifted his journal and flipped through it. Edward had gifted it to him when he'd turned 6, soon after Ransley acknowledged him. During that first visit to Driftmere, a younger Edward had been delighted to meet his nephew. Half the pressed plants inside were ones they'd collected together across the island. Toby's hands trembled as the memories rose like a tide. Only 5 years later, Edward's family would burn in Dover. Toby had assumed grief destroyed him, but perhaps there'd been more. He should have asked, should have pried open the past, no matter how painful it was. Now, Toby feared it was too late. With the mercenaries gone, he had one last hope, that Edward would return the stolen keys before they went their separate ways. Alive. He tilted back his head as white-winged birds glided overhead. May they be angels witnessing everything at play. "Ed," he called at last. A choked sob answered, followed by a string of curses in Danish. "Why?" Edward cried. "What happened?" Toby blinked rapidly. "This mission was never meant to be. There was a stowaway, and he sabotaged the ship." "Where is he?" Edward demanded. "Escaped. He'll tell the Normans everything." The weight of it all threatened to crush Toby once more. "And now that Driftmere burns, even more Normans will be after us. Come upstairs. We need to talk." Light footsteps creaked the deck beside him, and Toby flinched. Blake and Svein deposited the hudfat containing Ransley beside the gangplank. With the braids of their beards swinging, they departed without a second glance. Edward was sobbing below deck. Toby hardened his jaw, his tears slipping free. He should grieve his father's death, but he only mourned for Edward's devastation. "I threw out the crates," he said hoarsely. "It's over. And I need the keys back for the Thundercrasher chests." A guttural laugh rang out from below. "You promised your father you'd let me lead this mission." "But I found Evelyn's letters," Toby said. The pain cut as deeply as when he'd first read them. "She offered to find me justice for Adriana. You had a hand in hiding the messages, didn't you?" Silence. A wave of raw fury heated Toby's face, but it was useless to argue over those letters now. "This mission was never supposed to happen," he said, his voice stronger. "Now it's evident God had cursed it from the start." "Cursed!" Manic laughter echoed from the hull. Footfalls thrashed up the steps. Toby stumbled back as Edward lurched onto the deck, dishevelled and wild-eyed. "You know what's cursed!" The man stepped forward, jabbing his finger in the air. "You! The wretch who was never supposed to exist! Who stole my inheritance!" Stole? The accusation struck like a slap. Toby mouthed the word, but no sound came. Without thinking, he pressed the journal against his chest. Edward didn't even glance at it. "Fiskerton was supposed to be mine," Edward's voice cracked. "But Rans had the bishop change the grant in your favour." Toby's tongue stuck to his dry mouth. So, the divide between them had been about Ransley's inheritance. He should have known. "You disappeared after I left Driftmere," Toby said. "Ransley said you wanted mercenary work after losing your wife, so he gave me Fiskerton." Edward shook his head, and his shoulders shuddered. "You don't know the truth. I left because I couldn't bear what was happening." His gaze darkened, his voice thick with something ugly. "Rans began pursuing your wench of a mother again.
He began to love you more.
Toby took a shaky step back. Ransley never told him he and Miriam had begun. What? Edward dropped to his knees beside the corpse and gripped Ransley's ashen hand.
He gave you what should have been mine. Wasted so much on you, and yet you never loved him back. Neither did that woman.
His jaw worked.
Rans was blind, but I was not.
Toby struggled to keep his balance. There was so much he longed to apologise for, though none of it was his fault. So much he couldn't undo, yet he still yearned for forgiveness. But even as he wanted to throw his arms around Edward, terror churned in the pit of his stomach. There would be no peaceful resolution. Edward would not return the keys without a battle. Toby's pulse hammered, his hand jerking to the sword hanging from his belt. But something kept him from gripping the hilt. Edward's head snapped up.
Where are the men?
They left, Toby exhaled, barely above a whisper. I paid them with my books. Edward stood, a smirk stretching his dirty face. He staggered toward the starboard rail. A few paces away, the mercenaries silently pushed the longship out to sea. Snarling, Edward pivoted around. He lunged for a spare shortbow lying beside the mast. The deck seemed to shift beneath Toby's feet.
Ed!
He reached to stop him, but his gaze snagged on something over the rail. A wisp of fine brown hair, blowing long strands, clinging to the side of the ship. Toby's limbs locked.
No.
The mercenaries on the shore saw it too. Their heads were turned, their eyes narrowed as they stared at the fishing nets. Toby's arms went numb. The moment seemed to stretch in time. He'd never save her now. Pain exploded across his face. He staggered and dropped his journal, his vision going white. Edward had struck him across the cheek with the bow. Before he could recover, the man bolted toward the mercenary ship with the arrow already nocked. Toby wheeled toward the rail, his heart hammering. Ali, run!
Aliwyn. Aliwyn crouched just below the level of the rail. When the mercenaries swarmed off the ship, one of them had broken away while muttering Danish curses. He had taken a blade to the anchor's rope and severed it. What cruelty! What had Toby ever done to deserve this? Without an anchor, the ship began pulling out with the tide. Aliwyn had finally jumped and latched onto the fishing nets. She couldn't let Toby disappear forever. His cry of pain still rang in her ears and shuddered through her limbs. If he couldn't overcome a man consumed by hatred, what could she still do? Clinging to the net, she felt the ship carry her further and further from safety, but she couldn't let go. The floorboards above quaked and vibrated through her arms. Aliwyn almost screamed when an arrow sailed over her head and toward the mercenaries. Shouts thundered on deck, Toby's and Edward's, and understanding dawned. Edward was shooting at the very men he had hired because they'd abandoned him. Aliwyn couldn't turn to see what was happening below, but the longship erupted with screams of pain. Edward released again, then again, the bowstring snapping like a toy in his hands. Arrows thudded into wood, and no doubt into flesh. Aliwyn gritted her teeth. He was ruthless, blaming Toby for Ransley's sins, cutting down men who had every reason to desert him. A sudden urge to pounce and stab Edward with a spear flooded her, and chills swarmed her back. Where had that bravado come from? If Edward so much as glanced down, "Enough!" Toby cried. Scuffling feet and muffled cries reached her ears. Aliwyn gripped the fishing net, torn between fear for herself and fear for Toby. She held on. Edward's bloodshot gaze slid downward. His eyes widened upon seeing her, and ice filled her veins. He barked a laugh. "Prostitute's apprentice!" he shouted. His hand shot out to seize a fistful of her hair. Aliwyn screamed as he yanked and sent agony rippling through her scalp. "Stop!" Toby shouted. The two men struggled, their pounding feet quaking through the deck. Desperate to relieve the pain, Aliwyn scrambled up the fishing net. Edward swung her aside like a rag doll toward the heated cauldron. She slammed into it face first. Sparks exploded around her. Heat seared her cheek as she recoiled and collapsed onto the floor. The unfettered cauldron wobbled on the sandbox and nearly toppled. Aliwyn trembled at the lingering burn, but worse was the word Edward had spat at her. Had spat at Miriam. Toby's boots planted before her as he widened his stance. Aliwyn could scarcely breathe. Both he and Edward had drawn their weapons, and it was sword versus sword. Neither carried a shield, nor wore a helmet. Miriam's memory would have to wait. "Get off," Toby muttered, glancing behind him with a scowl. His boot nudged against Aliwyn's side, urging her to move, but her fingers felt fused with the floorboards. "Ed, I don't want to fight you," he said hoarsely. "Just give me back my keys." Edward smiled, but his eyes remained vicious, smouldering. "Why would I? You owe me everything that's left." Aliwyn's open mouth quivered. Toby smelled of blood, even though she couldn't see where it was coming from. Everywhere she looked, his clothing was either torn or filthy. Her instinct screamed that he was about to be slaughtered. He needed to fight, and yet he lowered his sword. "Toby, no!" she cried. No one seemed to hear her. "Ed, we've both lost so much," Toby said, his voice taut. "It's enough." Edward scratched his stubbled chin. "Correct." His tone was deceptively calm. "It's enough." Aliwyn barely had time to register the words before the man lunged. She screamed as he swung for Toby's head. Toby ducked to the side and swiped his sword in the same motion. Their weapons clashed, metal shrieking against metal. Edward struck again, and Toby parried the blow. For a breathless instant, their blades locked, before Toby shoved back and widened the distance between them. "Run!" Toby shouted. Aliwyn shot to her feet and bolted, veering towards the back platform as Edward's sword slashed down. "I've had enough!" he roared. Her heart racing, Aliwyn glanced behind her. Toby barely parried Edward's blow, but the force drove him backward. Another strike, then another. The two men trampled the lowered yard and the crumpled sailcloth. A relentless rhythm of steel clashing with steel filled the air and swallowed her whole. "You're the curse!" Edward bellowed. "Jump!" Toby cried. Their shouting swelled in her ears. Unable to think, she yanked a fishing spear from behind the hood-fat rolls, but feeling its weight only deepened her dread. This fight was beyond her. If she moved closer, she'd only be a liability, or worse, a casualty. She had been a fool for coming this far. Aliwyn stumbled until her back hit the railing. The raw scent of fish wafted to her nose, and the rhythmic lap of water against the hull seemed to envelop her. Memories pulled her elsewhere, somewhere impossibly distant. For an instant, she stood by the stream powering the Brocklesby watermill, cleaning her spears beside a loving woman who sang with her. Miriam. Edward's sneer echoed in her head. Prostitute's apprentice. Aliwyn's numbed hand almost dropped the spear. Instinct had always told her Miriam was hiding something shameful about her past. Perhaps Edward had spoken the truth. Aliwyn never knew someone so beloved and cheerful could hide such a dark secret. Maybe Aliwyn's self-righteous attitude toward the Vasvians had prevented Miriam from ever confiding in her. Despite the chaos, many things fell into place. She now understood why Miriam never talked about her youth, why she'd never told Aliwyn about a boy with a broken arm, and finally, why traces of Miriam's smile kept appearing on Toby's face. The realization struck hard, and the world around her blurred into white-hot pinpricks. Miriam had a son. Not all remnants of her had been lost. An inexplicable trembling joy bloomed within Aliwyn's chest, yet the warmth withered away just as quickly. That son, Miriam's legacy, was in grave danger. She shook with cold sweat. The open water just over the railing glistened with the pristine promise of freedom. If she leaped, she could escape. She could live. But what was worse, dying here or living with a lifetime of regret? Miriam had once saved her from a fatal illness. Her son had stolen her heart. The least she could do was stay until every possibility of saving him was gone. She had for so long avoided battles for fear of dying, for fear of taking a life, but there existed evil that must be faced. Aliwyn's fingers tightened around the spear. When Edward bellowed out in anger behind her, she snapped to her senses and whirled around. Toby stood with his back turned close to the stairwell. With one ankle crooked, he couldn't straighten as he parried Edward's strikes. Aliwyn gripped the spear and forced her feet to move, even as fear choked her. The weapons clashed as furiously as before, but Toby's faltering movements made it clear he was at his limit. Edward, by contrast, seemed unharmed. When he slashed at Toby's lower legs, the younger man leaped and kicked him in the stomach. Yet Edward's padded armor dulled the impact. He recovered quickly and retaliated with a sweeping side strike. Toby blocked the blow. This time, Edward lunged forward and seized Toby's left wrist. In one swift movement, he twisted Toby's arm behind him and wrenched it upward. A sickening pop split the air. Toby screamed, and so did Aliwyn. He gripped his shoulder, his arm dangling uselessly at his side. But as soon as Edward let go, Toby bolted and rammed his forehead into Edward's face. The impact cracked against Edward's nose. Both men cried out in pain and staggered apart. Toby's sword slipped from his grip and clattered onto the floorboards. Aliwyn couldn't breathe. She dashed for him just as Edward, his face twisted in fury, swept his blade toward Toby's neck. Toby lunged sideways to avoid the strike, but he lost balance and tumbled toward the staircase. His leg landed on the first step. Edward barked a laugh. He reached down, grabbed Toby by his collar and hair, and hurled him down the stairs. A series of thuds reverberated through the floorboards as Toby rolled downward. He gasped and wheezed as though he had no strength left to cry. Aliwyn went rigid as devastation rooted her in place. Her spear slipped from her hands. It struck the floorboards with a sharp clack, and Edward glanced behind him. He smirked at her. Adjusting the grip on his sword, he turned his back again and began walking down the stairs. Fury surged within Aliwyn until her head spun. Her face still throbbed from where that monster had thrown her against the cauldron. There it stood, on the other end of the ship, black and imposing on its sandbox with scalding pottage inside. Now Edward would pay. Aliwyn darted to the hearth. Pulling her sleeves over her hand, she grabbed the cauldron's handles, ignoring how its weight pulled her already sore shoulders. She spun back for the stairs, her light footsteps hardly audible. The back of Edward's head had just disappeared down the staircase when she drew near. With the perfect aim of having poured cooking water for years, she inverted the cauldron over his head. Edward's tormented wails burst forth from within that fiery confinement. The air filled with the briny tang of salt and sweat. Aliwyn jerked back as he struggled to yank off the cauldron, only to burn his hands. Scorching pottage splashed down his collar and arms. Losing balance, Edward toppled down the steps. His demonic howls echoed into the darkness. Aliwyn could scarcely breathe. Toby lay at the bottom of the stairwell, narrowly missed by Edward's body as it crashed down. The danger wasn't over yet. Turning around, she ran and swooped down to snatch the fishing spear she had dropped. The grip of Zelryn's gifted boots sustained all her movements. Back down the staircase, Edward had staggered out of sight, but his screams echoed into one with his thunderous footsteps. Dank air seeped under Aliwyn's clothes as she descended with her weapon. Screaming reverberated from all sides. Her dread deepened as the sunlight faded, but the sight of Toby face down, twitching, quickened her footsteps. She was almost halfway down when a blood-curdling cry boomed forth. Edward appeared in the dimness as he threw off the cauldron. It crashed with a thud to reveal his swollen and beefy red face. He pulled a dagger from his belt. With a barbaric shout, he charged at Toby with his blade angled down and ready to stab. Rage nearly blinded Aliwyn. She bolted down another 3 steps and levelled her spear for Edward's neck. As he lunged close, his gaze snapped up to meet her 3-pronged weapon. Too late. With a wild cry, she stabbed his neck. Chapter 35. Shackles and Keys. Aliwyn. Her spear pierced the major vessels of his neck, as she'd intended. The resistance sent a wave of shock up her arms, but she had the sense to withdraw her weapon. The 3 barbed prongs did even more damage on the way out. Edward staggered backward and clutched at his throat before collapsing. Aliwyn's stomach lurched. She dropped the spear. It clattered down the steps as she slapped her hands over her ears to block his gurgling gasps. She had just killed someone. The sights and sounds bound her in a spiral of terror. Edward was not dead yet. What if he rose with his last breath and finished his nephew? Toby lay on the floor, still vulnerable. Shaking, Aliwyn stumbled down the steps and fell to her knees beside Toby.
Ellie,
he roared to his side so that he faced her. Grimacing, he braced his injured arm. She tried to pull him up, desperate to move him away, but he was too heavy. Her tugs only made him stiffen with pain. She wrapped her arm around his shoulder and stared behind his back at the doomed man, still kicking, sliding in spilled pottage, until he finally rolled away from her and grew still. Aliwyn couldn't speak. She lowered her head until her ear rested against Toby. He was shaking, but he'd be all right. He'll be all right. Aliwyn squeezed her eyes shut as Edward's heinous snarl flashed in her memories.
He's dead?
Toby whispered. With pins sinking into her scalp, Aliwyn retrieved the spear she dropped and prodded Edward on the nape. Hard. He didn't move. She stabbed him again to the same effect. As much as she hated him, striking his inanimate body made her shudder with sobs. He's dead. Aliwyn lay aside her spear. She pulled back and wiped a strand of hair from Toby's forehead. Blood welled under his nose, and she blinked only to have tears flood her eyes again.
You all right?
Toby mouthed. Aliwyn managed to nod. They had never been this close, their noses almost touching. His ragged breaths cooled her damp cheeks, and her gaze dipped to his lips. An urge to kiss him made her own lips quiver, but he was in too much pain. She reached for his gambeson. I need to see your arm.
Must be broken,
Toby rasped. Aliwyn swallowed hard. There was no use in pulling off his gambeson now. She had nothing to dress his wound or sling his arm with.
I'll cut a piece of sailcloth to brace your arm,
she said.
And find salve somewhere.
He licked his lips.
Take Ransley's dagger.
Aliwyn nodded. Leaning close, she kissed him lightly on his cheek. A slant of light fell across his face and caught the streaks of gold in his hazel eyes. It was a light she prayed she'd see for a long time.
I'll do it,
she whispered.
Wait for me.
But his mournful gaze had grown distant, and he said nothing. Unease gnawed at her as she pulled Ransley's dagger from its sheath and scrambled up the stairs. Could Toby be upset that she'd killed Edward so ruthlessly? No, she was overreacting. Aliwyn stepped onto the deck with the salty ocean breeze tugging at her damp clothes. The sight of Ransley's corpse made her flinch. Another body now lay below, and a sorrow she didn't understand swelled within her. She forced herself to focus. She could still do something for Toby. She approached the crumpled sailcloth as waterfowl circled overhead. Pinching the cleanest edge she could find, she began cutting a long strip with her blade. Yet her mind remained on Toby's silence. Was it because of his confession about Aelfric? Because now she knew the truth about Miriam? Both were painful subjects, and he had just lost his father and uncle. She'd have to talk to him later. Hopefully, there would be time. The Normans would inevitably come this way to investigate the flames in Driftmere. They'd find this ship. And then, her pulse spiked. She scanned the deck, taking in the debris, the slackened ropes, and the replacement crossbeam that would never be raised. If she could still save one thing from this decaying ship, it would be Toby. But how? Even if they escaped on the leaking canoe and it didn't sink, Toby would still be arrested when they reached land. Restless, Aliwyn left the sailcloth behind and paced the cluttered deck. She finally ducked beneath the back platform and found a small jar of mashed herbs she had prepared for Zelryn's pain. It still contained some medicine. The jar had been once stolen from the leper cabin, and Aliwyn sighed. She remembered Evelyn's skirmish with Toby just outside its doors, and how the noblewoman had hesitated to kill him. Now Aliwyn knew why. The two had been friends. And to think she'd been jealous of Evelyn, suspecting a romance between her and Aelfric. Aliwyn shook her head, her face warm. In truth, Evelyn had been engaged to another man overseas. Garrett the leper had told her the Boltons would certainly be sentenced to death following an inquest, but was it so certain? If Toby could enlist the help of a few Normans, like Evelyn, could he be exiled instead? A daring plan took shape in Aliwyn's mind, though she doubted Toby would accept it. Perhaps she'd have to argue with him now, after everything they'd been through. A knot of unease tightened in her stomach as she returned to the sailcloth. She finished cutting the piece she needed. The waves beat against the hull more violently than before, and Yrsa's canoe was long out of sight. She and Toby were never meant to escape on her small boat. Aliwyn lowered Ransley's dagger onto the floorboards and clasped her hands. Emma, Selwyn, everyone else, Godspeed to Scotland. Maybe missing all of them had made Toby so silent. She descended again and found him laying sideways beside his uncle. Tears drenched his face, and she dipped her chin. Aliwyn started toward him, intending to comfort him, until she saw the objects clutched in his right hand. A loop of keys, but also shackles. They were the ones that once bound her wrists. A cold mist seeped beneath her skin. What are the cuffs for? She whispered.
Toby. Toby fumbled with the handcuffs as his vision swam with stars. It was still hard to believe the Aliwyn before him was the same young woman from the Brocklesby mill. She had done the impossible in fighting Edward. Yet, at the sight of the shackles, her expression faltered. "I'll explain," he murmured. "They aren't for you." As he mustered the strength to speak again, sorrow and uncertainty flickered across her face. "I'll check your arm first," she said. "Where does it hurt most?" "Shoulder." Aliwyn was still a skilled healer by trade. He managed to smile as she drew near. Yet, he hadn't planned to see her again. His last words to her before pushing her away on the rowboat must have wounded her deeply and left many things unsaid, things he'd never meant to revisit. Discomfort twisted within him as her hands found their way to his shoulder and arm, guiding him onto his back with practiced care. He trembled at her touch. She knew exactly how to move him without causing more harm. Relief warred with the frustration within him. She had returned, but at what cost? She was supposed to travel to Scotland with the two young ones and care for them. Toby closed his eyes as Aliwyn unlaced his gambeson and reached underneath, feeling along his left shoulder and arm. Agony pulsed through him. He willed himself to think of something else. Anything. Uncle Ed appeared to him over a decade younger. His face was lined with laughter, and still unscathed by the hardships he'd face. Toby shook with another surge of tears. Edward was gone, but it didn't feel real. They'd see each other again one day. His eyes closed. Toby whispered a prayer for Edward to reach heaven. "Toby," Aliwyn said just then, "I don't think anything is broken, but your shoulder's out of its socket, and I need to push it back in." Was she sure nothing was broken? Toby hesitated for a beat, but decided to trust her. "All right," he whispered. Her brows knit. Aliwyn held his forearm and gently pulled it outward while rotating it. Nothing happened. She did it again. Toby gritted his teeth. He hadn't hurt this much since Matthew Marcotte shattered his arm because Toby had become the new chess champion. If Toby could survive that, he could survive this. It was only pain after all, not the gallows. But the noose loomed closer. The Fortuna's rolling movements confirmed its aimless drifting, and he could neither swim nor run. Vincent had vanished.
The stowaway had escaped, and the fires from Driftmere would send every Norman soldier within leagues, swarming in this direction. Maybe they'd arrive by sunset. Maybe before. Toby struggled against the guilt of leaving the production base and the lost chest of Thundercrashers behind. It was heaven's will that his battle would end on this ship. Finally, there was a pop in his left shoulder, followed by a tingling numbness that radiated to his fingertips. Toby gasped for air.
"It's back in place,"
Aliwyn said, a small smile on her face. He nodded in thanks, still mesmerized by the tingling sensation and the overwhelming sense of relief. Aliwyn's eyes glistened as she stared at his battered torso. Reaching for her jar of medicine, she asked in a quiet voice if she could lift his tunic. All her care was for naught, but Toby held his tongue and nodded. She unbuckled his belt and peeled back the tunic adhering to his wound. With careful fingers, she smoothed the salve over his torso, then took off his right glove and did the same for his hand's arrow wound. She smoothed the last of the salve over his cracked lips. It was a tenderness he didn't deserve. Toby quivered. Fighting the ache of his shoulder, he grasped her fingers and kissed them. Aliwyn smiled at him. Half of her face reddened from the cauldron's burn. For a moment, he forgot about the ship, forgot about Aelfric's death and his deeply buried regret of killing him. He focused just on the warmth of her hand. A pang of something raw surged within his chest, filling him with affection, longing, and the unbearable weight of knowing he wouldn't live long enough to court her, to build her a watermill in Denmark. She laced him up again and looped his belt back into place. Toby let out a slow breath as he tried to move his left arm again. His shoulder was sore, but the excruciating pain was gone. "Ali," he whispered. "Thank you." To his dismay, she grimaced in response.
"I can't. I don't have all the herbs to—"
"You've done everything for me. I just have a few last requests." It sounded final, because it was. His time was running out. Aliwyn blinked rapidly.
"What?"
He forced himself to speak. "Help me open the chests and dump the Thundercrashers. When the Normans come, and they will come, tell them you killed Edward. Say you tied me up. It's the only chance you have at a pardon." Aliwyn's arm twitched under his hold. Her eyes widened briefly, before a frown knit her brows.
"No," she said. "I'll throw away the Thundercrashers, but I'll never tie you up and turn you in."
The defiance in her voice stunned him. Toby inhaled slowly. "It's the only chance for you to walk free."
"I don't care. I didn't come back just to betray you."
Aliwyn snatched the shackles beside him and tossed them out of sight. The clatter of metal rings reverberated in the hull, and he clenched his jaw. The same impulsive nature that had brought her back now turned against him. "Don't you know how the Normans torture their prisoners?" he muttered. Aliwyn met his gaze with sorrow glinting in her eyes.
"I'll take you upstairs. I'll open the chests."
She paused, and her lower lip trembled.
"Then I'll tell you what I think."
Before he could argue, she reached behind his back to help him up. Chapter 36. The Purge. Toby. The Fortuna had already drifted 30 paces from shore, but Aliwyn hadn't spoken. Toby leaned against the rail, wary of both her and the mouth of the River Humber to the northwest. There were no Normans yet, but it wouldn't be long. As Aliwyn knelt before the last chest to unlock it, Toby hobbled toward her. Every rollicking motion of the ship threatened to throw him off balance. "Your plan?" he asked hoarsely. Aliwyn glanced at him, still kneeling, and folded her arms as though caught stealing.
"The Normans know the potash compound exists," she murmured. "They'll want to know more about it. If you talk to them, negotiate, I believe they'll let you live.
Dread twisted Toby's stomach. Unbelievable. After all she had seen this weapon do, all the people it could kill, she wanted to leverage his knowledge of its secrets? No, he said sharply. I already said no one gets this compound. Aliwyn held his gaze.
You said you lost a chest. The Vasfians and Normans already have it.
They only have one. I won't tell them how to make more. Aliwyn looked away with a huff, but her fingers trembled as she opened the lid. Dozens of reddish-brown thundercrashers lay inside, within grooved trays, stacked several layers high. The powdery residue covering each one released a faint stench, but Aliwyn didn't seem to mind. She turned one over as though it were a precious stone. Throw it out, he snapped. Still, she hesitated. After what felt like eternity, she finally stood and hurled it overboard. She grabbed another one and threw. Then another. The swings of her arm were wild, angry movements. Keep going, Toby croaked. Please. She didn't look at him as she continued. With his right hand, Toby wrenched a thundercrasher from the chest himself and heaved it into the sea. His entire body ached as he pressed himself against the rail for balance. A spray of seawater sent chills up his back. Aliwyn must understand how he had long ago exhausted the Norman's patience, but she didn't act like it. What was wrong with her? Whichever army discovered the Fortuna first could beat her to death if they didn't find her standing over his shackled body. He wasn't worth her sacrifice, wasn't worth her life being spilled out in the gallows alongside him. Did you not understand what I said when I set the rowboat sailing? He swallowed. About Aelfric. Aliwyn squeezed one more thundercrasher, her knuckles white. Her glare dared him to continue, and he did. For months, I trusted him. Toby clenched and unclenched his hands. Aelfric was excellent at chess. We watched the spice ships sail in at dawn. We had... His voice cracked. We had every midday meal together at my table, with Zell and Emma. Aliwyn lost her balance from her squatting position. Sitting back, she wrapped her arms around her stomach. What I never told anyone, Toby closed his eyes briefly, is that Aelfric helped me escape the Vasfians the night they ambushed my father's manor. He lured me outside the town ramparts alone. He lowered his sword. He tried to talk to me. Toby's shoulders shook. I still killed him. The words hung between them like a blade. Aliwyn stared at the rail behind him, her eyes brimming with tears. It was working, his wicked plan to drive them apart. Memories clawed their way back. Aelfric had opened Winthorpe's side gate at night, so dozens of Mayhe warriors could flood inside. They torched Ransley's manor and killed the remnant of Toby's foot soldiers, already dwindling in number after his expulsion from Fiskerton. All this to free a senseless brute named Matthew Marcotte. Rage within Toby spiraled with a yearning to change the past. Now Aliwyn knew. Now she'd make an informed decision. He waited. She turned away. Silent, she picked up another thundercrasher and flung it out to sea. Toby picked up a few himself. Whatever medication she had given him dulled the pain of his bruises, but his limbs still throbbed. A long time passed. They hurled destruction overboard. Thundercrashers struck the water with a heavy splash, while opened chests, with their telltale powdery residue, sank more slowly. Progress was steady, but neither joy nor relief coursed through Toby. The rift between himself and Aliwyn couldn't be undone. Sunshine broke through the haze engulfing the ship. Sweat stung the scrapes on Toby's forehead as his arms burned from the repetitive movements. What was she waiting for? He wanted to yell at her for not already grabbing the shackles from the hull, but he had no strength left. Finally, while they emptied the last chest, his unsteady hands dropped a thundercrasher. It struck the deck with a thud, and Aliwyn whirled around. Toby's eyes widened as the round object rolled over the floorboards with a hollow, grating sound toward the stern. Aliwyn turned to him, her lips pinched. The ship was tilting. The leak below deck, he thought. Toby's mouth fell open. After all that had happened between him and Edward, he'd forgotten about it. The wedge he'd hammered into the breach was never meant to hold against these waves. Toby stumbled toward the stairwell, but Aliwyn shot to her feet and raced there first. Without a word, she disappeared below deck. A sudden urge to run shot through him, but there was no escape. All the same, Toby spun to the open water. Waves sparkled in the sun and almost lulled him into believing he was free. Gulls swooped in and out of the haze. The wind stung his face and left the sea's salty taste on his lips. In the distance, ships still escaped Driftmere as smoke rose in a grey pillar over the island. He squinted at them, sending all the regrets he couldn't voice. Would the refugees on board be satisfied to know he'd soon meet his reckoning? Toby finally tore his eyes away from his childhood home that was no more. He hobbled to the last chest, already half empty. Grabbing a clay sphere with his remaining arm, he threw it overboard. Then another. Finally, he grasped the last one. The object weighed heavily in his hands with all the blood it had claimed. He hurled it into the water with all his might, and it was gone. His chest heaved with relief, and yet sorrow. He had done what he could, but it wasn't enough. Turning toward the mouth of the River Humber, Toby caught sight of longships streaming down the river. They bore striped blue and yellow sails, like that of Vincent's vessel the day before, but these ships also flew a red and black flag at the stern. Black and red. Those were the colours of Jacques Verdon's heraldry. Those were his ships, and Toby's stomach dropped. Which was deadlier, the sinking Fortuna, or the arrival of a knight who'd be furious about his squire's disappearance? For now, Jacques' ships sailed toward Driftmere. He didn't seem to notice the Fortuna, but there was always a chance he'd veer south. Too numb to feel, Toby limped back to the chest with his journal inside. He traced the chest's edge with his right hand, remembering the brothers who'd made it for him. They'd waterproofed the chest to safeguard Toby's most treasured possessions. Now that the ship was doomed, maybe he could use it to keep something else safe. Maybe he could still finish this battle, knowing he'd convinced Aliwyn to move on. She soon returned upstairs, barefoot and carrying her shoes and stockings.
"The leak is worse," she said breathlessly. "Water covers my ankles at the stairs, and I can't find the wedge you drove into the hole."
She sat to pull on her stockings. Toby clutched his journal as he sat slumped against the rail. His head spun from a thirst he was too tired to quench. "The fix was only ever temporary," he murmured. "There was nothing else in Ransley's chest to plug the leak." She frowned at him as she wrapped twine around her stockings. Even now, she seemed more worried about him than resentful. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this," Toby said hoarsely. Aliwyn pinched her fingertips one after another in a moment of silence. Then, looking around, she said, "I'll get a bucket." "You can't bail her out by yourself." She grew still, her expression sombre. "But we can slow down the sinking. And won't you help me bail her out?" "Forget about me," he said. "You take my watertight chest and use it as a small boat. Also, take one of the Fortuna's oars. I hope one of those ships escaping Driftmere will take you in." He turned the journal in his hands, bracing himself for what he'd say next. "Tear off this cover. Sell it when you reach shore." A look of horror came over her face. "What about you?" "I stay here." She pursed her lips. "Then I'll also stay. Your chest won't keep me afloat for long anyway." Toby was just about to protest when her eyebrows shot up. "What if we sent a smoke signal?" she cried. "That'll tell the Normans we need rescue." Toby grinned, then burst out laughing. He sounded so much like Edward, but he couldn't stop.
Rescue! You think they'll rescue us? I saw Jacques Verdun's longships. He'll kill me, and it's exactly what I deserve. Stop arguing and do what I say for once.
They locked eyes, the tension thick between them. Aliwyn's face was unreadable. Had she finally accepted that he was right? But Aliwyn walked to his side and knelt. She pulled the journal, the weight of all his regrets and triumphs, out of his grasp. A tremor ran through him. He'd been willing to give it to her, but to have it taken was too much. Yet, before he could snatch it back, she took his hand and threaded her fingers through his.
"Why do you say you deserve death?"
she asked. He wanted to jerk away, but her light blue eyes held his.
After all I've told you about Aelfie,
he stuttered. Aliwyn swallowed a few times.
Aelfie wasn't perfect, but you treated his eye and saved his life. You gave him a home for a few months. I never...
She blinked quickly.
I never thanked you for doing that. It's how I got to see him one more time.
Toby couldn't breathe as she continued.
What I didn't know is that he tried to save you too.
But then
His voice broke.
I lost a friend that day, but so did you.
She wiped her eyes.
Everyone loses in a war, but I still have you. Please don't push me away.
Toby's hands shook in her grasp. I'm scared of what they'll do to you.
I feel the same about you. Whatever happens, let me make my own decisions. I don't want to turn against you when the Normans arrive.
She gave a quivering smile.
Didn't you say there was a baron who wanted to help you when Odriana died?
Yes, Lord Seville. But I doubt he'd want to help me now.
I've heard good things about him from A.
She clamped her mouth shut and changed the subject.
What about Evelyn?
Toby shook his head. She tried to kill me outside the leper colony.
I saw the opposite. She could have cut your neck, but let you recover instead.
Narrowing his eyes, Toby struggled to remember, but the details of the battle now escaped him. He only remembered Evelyn wielding the sword and having the advantage. Could it be that she'd spared him? The thought opened possibilities he no longer wanted to consider, and wounds he'd tried to forget. His scalp prickling, Toby said,
I'm still not telling anyone anything about the compound.
Fine, don't tell them.
She nibbled on her lower lip.
But can we agree? Can you tell me you don't want to sink with this ship? There's still an inquest ahead. If we find Normans who will defend you, maybe you'll be exiled instead of killed.
But if you try to find me help, everyone will know that
that I'm a rebel sympathizer. That Norman already escaped with the truth, and soon everyone will know anyway. I'm willing to be exiled with you.
Her brows drew with longing.
Then we can both go to Scotland and look for Zell and Emma.
The two names made his ribs shudder. Aliwyn had thought this through, and her words sparked the faintest hope within him. And yet, what didn't make sense was why she so adamantly refused to leave him. His pulse throbbing behind his eyes, he said,
But what if we're both hanged instead? You deserve better than me. You can still escape to Scotland by yourself. Find men who aren't guilty of treason. Men born to families who actually wanted them.
Aliwyn leaned in until her face hovered close. She brushed her lips over his.
But you're the one I want.
A tingling sensation ran over Toby's back and down his chest. His eyes stung as he fought against the flood of emotions threatening to break him. Aliwyn continued softly.
We all have something about our past we wish we could change. I wish I could have told Miriam I love her, even if she'd made mistakes.
She smiled tenderly.
She is your mother, right?
By now, thanks to Edward's yelling, Aliwyn knew Miriam's secret. Toby's voice was barely a whisper.
Yes. In her new life, she saved so many people. But I'm not her. I'm just her mistake. You are not. Someone greater than your parents wanted you here. Aliwyn glanced at the sky, her face brightening, then reached up and stroked his cheek. You've cared about so many people. Emma, Zell, me, even the mercenaries. Will you let us love you back? He didn't know how to answer. Aliwyn tilted her forehead to touch his. You told me sometimes we need to fight, and I found someone worth fighting for. Toby closed his eyes, his throat burning. After all she'd done, he had no reason to doubt her loyalty. Aliwyn's presence grounded him against the taunts from the boys at training school, against Edward's claim before the hired hands that Toby never deserved to live. In the end, the jeers and beatings he'd endured over his birth were just memories, only as powerful as he allowed them to be. He wouldn't give them so much power. He could let go. With this, the tempest within him began to settle. Aliwyn's decision to stay seeped like a balm through the long-standing cracks of shame and bitterness. He would respect her choice. Dear Lord, there must be a reason you brought us both here, he thought. He opened his eyes. Aliwyn's hand still cupped his face. Reaching behind her shoulders, Toby pulled her closer and stared into her eyes, those two lucid pools of blue he could gaze at forever. The thought of kissing her raced through his mind. Yet, the ship's tilting floorboards filled him with the urgency to move. I'll help you send the smoke signal, he whispered. Chapter 37. Unfinished Matters. October 3rd. Matthew. Matthew wouldn't meet Rhea again under the circumstances he'd hoped for. Sometime during the night, Cato poked him awake in the hot spring and helped him back inside. That was a good thing, as by then Matthew had been a wrinkled prune. Matthew slept on his parents' bed until a hushed voice called his name. He stirred, still sluggish, and squinted at Cato and Demillo standing before him. Shafts of sunlight entered through the narrow window beside them and illuminated their expectant faces. Demillo, now wearing one of Matthew's old woolen mantles, clutched a jar and a cloth. Good morning, Cato said. Oswin and Master Bailiff are at the door. Oh, good, Matthew drawled. He hadn't slept so well in a long time, but the day's ambitious plans soon rushed back to him. Did Oswin say he sent the smoke signal? No, the younger man blinked rapidly. He just told me to get you. It's almost midday. Matthew gulped. All right, I'm up. He sat up and flexed his right hand. It looked clean and felt less stiff after a thorough soak in the hot spring. His throat wasn't sore anymore either. What a relief. This is for you, Demillo smiled, and handed Matthew a warm washcloth and the jar of water. Matthew smiled back and thanked him. He washed his face, drank the minty water, and stood to leave the room. To his surprise, Cato raised an arm to stop him. Wait, I have salve for your hand. He pressed an orange tin into Matthew's palm. Evelyn said my antidote is good for dressing wounds, too. He sounded tense. Matthew caught the shadows beneath Cato's eyes, signs of a restless night, but he didn't know what to make of them. Good. Thank you. Matthew flipped open the orange tin and spread the dark paste over his wound. Cato accepted the tin again, with a shaking hand. I need to tell you something before you go. What? Cato glanced at Demillo, who took it as his cue to leave, and exited the room. Folding his arms across his stomach, Cato said, You asked if I've seen anything like the clay apples before, and I didn't tell the truth. Matthew squeezed the empty jar. Then what's the truth? I saw them once in Ransley's Manor.
then again on Mount Jethrin when I knocked over some displays. Food balls fell out, but there were also clay spheres.
Matthew looked aside, his jaw working. Why didn't you say anything?
I thought they were just corked perfume jars. Toby called them perfume. Everyone knew that's what he sold.
Cato blinked rapidly.
I didn't think the containers mattered, not until I heard DeMillo talk about Namonti emptying a chest, and you talking about black matter.
Matthew stared at Cato's trembling frame, but his thoughts had already spiraled elsewhere. Tobias had been transporting black matter in broad daylight, hidden in those clay spheres, and what Matthew sought had rolled under his nose on Mount Jethrin. He had seen the Kubosi balls tumbling downhill alongside other items he hadn't deemed important. Namonti and Abithi must be laughing at him now.
So he began. When Abithi questioned you yesterday, did you tell her that Tobias traded those clay spheres? That he called them perfume and kept them away from fire?
Cato flushed a deep red.
Yes, she kept asking what I saw. I just told her the truth.
But you lied to me.
Matthew's voice cracked.
You were so mad last night. I was scared you'd send soldiers to Jethrin and get everyone killed. I know what the Normans can do.
And so did Matthew. Yet, to be looked in the eyes and lied to. His ribs spasmed as grief compounded his indignation. He stepped past Cato and out the door.
I didn't want people to die,
Cato called after him.
I'm sorry.
Matthew trudged down the hallway. If only he'd had more time on Mount Jethrin. If only he'd cracked open one of those spheres, proving to Rhea beyond a doubt that her family had betrayed her. Then maybe all of this would have been resolved yesterday. Abithi and Namonti must have realized what the clay spheres contained without opening any and releasing their alarming stench. According to DeMillo, they had also opposed Rhea's decision to destroy the Bolton's crates. Did the two older women want the black matter for their rituals, or was that just an excuse? Perhaps they also wanted to fight with fire. What if Jacques ever provoked a vengeful Abithi into using the fiery weapons? Matthew's chest tightened. He couldn't save the Norman-Vaspian alliance unless Rhea finally confronted her elders and forced them to produce what they'd hidden, and he would stand with her. Matthew turned. Cato trailed behind with his head lowered, but he wasn't the problem.
Cato,
Matthew said, waiting for the younger man to look up.
Don't apologize.
Cato halted.
You're not mad at me?
No. Now I can tell Rhea where the chest's true contents have gone.
We'll need to put everything back in. Thankfully, the chest had grooves inside to account for every clay ball. Cato heaved a sigh. The tension lifted from his face. Matthew stared at the light streaming into the hallway as another thought set in. The Vaspians had a chest full of black matter. If they chose to fight with fire, they could use most of the clay Kubosi against the enemy and reduce their Danish longships to cinders. His Excellency would surely recognize the Vaspians' achievement. Matthew and Rhea would both be praised when they presented the bishop with the remaining clay Kubosi. His pulse kicked against his throat. What justice could be sweeter than turning the enemy's own fire against them? The Danes would be frantic to save their precious vessels, while Matthew escaped with Aliwyn. This tactic could be his redemption and a turning point in warfare. Yet, something told him Rhea wouldn't agree to it. Matthew's scowl deepened as he entered his bedchamber. He'd better focus on finding her first. In his room, DeMillo sat at his drawing desk and ate bread and cheese. The main door was ajar. From outside rang the metallic, rasping sound of soldiers sharpening weapons on whetstones.
Oswin, Gabriel.
Matthew strode toward the door.
I'm here now.
He swung the door open. Outside, the cloudy daylight cast the stone walls of the castle courtyard in grey, and the sooty smell of blacksmith forges filled the air. Oswin stood with a nervous twitch to his lips. Beside him, Gabriel's bushy grey eyebrows knit as one line. Matthew swallowed. What was wrong?
"Good morning," the blonde soldier said. "I sent your smoke signal as instructed, but now 3 Mahey war galleys loaded with warriors are sailing toward us."
Matthew stared at him. He had hoped Heir would ride out with only a few followers.
"Did they give a reason?"
Gabriel fingered the hilt of his sword.
"The first galley sent a smoke signal of peace, but I find it hard to believe when so many warriors are arriving. I have ordered all the farmhands to return home."
Matthew's tongue stuck to his dry mouth.
"How far are the ships?"
"Quite close," Gabriel answered. "The fog made them hard to see from afar. Now, Matthew, I need to ask you."
He cocked his head. "Did you leave the Mahey on good terms?" Judging by the scowl on the 2 men's faces, they already knew the answer. Matthew leaned against the doorframe.
"There was an argument."
"About what?"
"Religious practices."
Gabriel rubbed his bald head.
Oh, the worst kind of argument. Could the Mahey be here to retaliate?
They...
A chill crept down Matthew's back. What if Abithi and Namonti were arriving on those ships? Could Matthew have angered them so much yesterday that they wanted to break the Norman-Vasfian alliance once and for all? As these fears surged within him, Demillo walked to his side and said,
"I'll explain everything to my family."
He looked up at Matthew.
"My sister was supposed to sail toward Ravensir's Point, remember? That's why her ships are passing by."
Matthew frowned at him, then at Gabriel. Who was he going to believe? The bailiff stroked his shaved chin.
"Demillo, I did not know you were the chief's brother.
Why are you here with Matthew?"
The boy pressed himself against Matthew's arm.
"I ran away to follow him."
A growl rumbled in Gabriel's throat, and he muttered,
I should have clarified everything with you last night."
He nodded at Oswin. The man grabbed a few logs of firewood from the stack beside the door, before approaching the stone staircase rising along the inner castle wall. The clack of his boots rang in the courtyard as he ascended.
"Come with me, Matthew."
Gabriel turned toward the stairs himself.
"The Vasfians probably believe you kidnapped the chief's brother. For safety's sake, my soldiers will stay within these walls. Oswin will send a smoke signal to call back Sir Verden."
"What?" Matthew cried. "He'll make everything worse."
"Worse?"
Gabriel raised an eyebrow.
"How so? Sir Verden will be our reinforcement. He just departed, and we should call him back before he sails too."
But Matthew interrupted him and shouted, "Oswin, stop! Don't send anything!" With the puzzled look on his face, the blonde soldier halted on the steps. Gabriel's hand landed hard on Matthew's shoulder.
"Matthew," he said,
his voice charged,
"I am still responsible for Marcotsville until the deed is passed to you. Do not contradict my orders. I simply came to ask why the Mahey may be upset, and now I know."
All the man's cheer from seeing Matthew yesterday had vanished. Matthew's pulse hammered, but a glance back at Demillo and Cato, who watched the exchange with rounded eyes, convinced Matthew to stand his ground. "The Mahey tribe is our ally," he said. "I was supposed to help them fight at Ravensir's. Let me ride to the gate to clarify the Mahey's intentions." Gabriel shook his head.
"Why risk yourself? Sir Verden can face her outside the castle walls while we watch from the ramparts."
Before Matthew could respond, the older man marched past him for the stairs. He motioned for Oswin to continue, and the young man resumed his climb. Matthew strode after them with his chest heaving. Gabriel did have authority over Marcotsville, but Jacques must not return. His near pillaging of the Mahey outside Brocklesby could become outright slaughter outside Marcotsville. Should Matthew speak the truth about Jacques? The man was a decorated knight. Gabriel could choose to label Matthew a slanderer of the royal army. Matthew would lose rapport with the Normans when he'd already been accused of desertion. By the time he looked up again, Gabriel and Oswin had reached the top of the steps. Matthew raised a hand. "Wait!" His cry prompted the two to halt. Matthew struggled up the steps with his knees wobbling,
Why had no one installed handrails on these blasted stairs? The full courtyard came into view, with Gabriel's soldiers sharpening their weapons on the benches. Everyone seemed to stare at Matthew, and his stomach heaved toward his mouth. "Can we come with you?" Cato called out. Matthew had forgotten DeMillo and Cato were behind him. He pressed a clammy hand against the stone wall and croaked, "Yes." Footsteps rushed behind him. A hand gripped Matthew's shoulder. It was Cato's. The sensation grounded Matthew and quelled the anxious burn in his throat. When he resumed walking, his boots no longer thudded alone. Rhea had advised him to look ahead and not back down. Matthew locked gazes with the bald bailiff, who was scowling down at him. The truth about Jacques needed to come out. What other reason could Matthew give for refusing the knight's return? "Gabriel," he said, "the Mayhe won't be reckless enough to attack us in front of our fortifications. Rhea's here for her brother and for me, but if you call Jacques back, then you'll have bloodshed. He almost robbed the Mayhe tribe outside Brocklesby. He sent soldiers straight toward their young and elderly." Gabriel exhaled sharply. His fingers tapped against his belt. "Sir Verdun, do such a thing?" "I was there." Matthew's feet climbed the stairs on their own. "I stopped the fight from happening." DeMillo called from behind him.
"Matthew's telling the truth. I was one of the children Jacques tried to attack."
A low muttering swept over the English soldiers in the courtyard. Sweat broke at Matthew's hairline. Maybe he should have spoken in French, so only Gabriel could understand. Yet, he couldn't take back the truth. The bailiff's darkened face was unreadable. Fear of retaliation stormed in the back of Matthew's mind, but he shoved it aside. If Jacques were ever to be stopped, his actions needed to be revealed. Matthew strode to Gabriel's side and said, "Thank you for considering my complaint against Sir Verdun. Jacques might evade His Excellency's justice today, but let enough grievances pile up, and even a rat finds its trap." Gabriel squinted at the flags fluttering nearby, decorated with the Marcotte's red lion heraldry, and muttered, "We can't afford to lose the Mayhe support in this war. If you say Sir Verdun has been a threat to our alliance—" "He still is." Matthew hardened his jaw. "And let me suggest something. Please repeat my smoke signal, the alternating short and long puffs. I wager Rhea would ride out to see me." Gabriel drew a slow breath. He strode onto the wall walk of the Marcottville ramparts, with the wind blowing back his cape. "Fine. But if she does not appear by the time Oswin's firewood runs out, I'll switch the signal to puffs of 3 to alert Sir Verdun." He nodded at Oswin, who carried his firewood toward the far end of the parapet. There, a massive brass basin cradled the signal hearth. Now they'd have to wait. Matthew could scarcely breathe as he, DeMillo, and Cato stepped onto the parapet. Gabriel and other soldiers had gathered behind the row of arrow slits to peer at the rolling farmlands and the River Humber in the distance. As Matthew walked between the other men, a wind carrying the river's scent lifted his hair with a revitalizing chill. A dense fog hung over the River Humber. To the west, Vasvian galleys with half red and green sails and dark crimson hulls sailed in a startling contrast to the river's grey waters. Each ship featured oars on either side and could probably seat 40 warriors each, plenty to strike fear into any peasant. Indeed, farmhands and pack animals hurried home like dark beetles between the vast strips of gold and brown farmland. Matthew clenched his hands to stop them from trembling. There was no going back. He'd trust Rhea more than Jacques. Soon, puffs of smoke in the pattern he'd requested rose from the brass basin. The signal had repeated less than a dozen times when DeMillo jumped with a wave of his arms.
"Rhea!"
he cried. In the distance, a lone horse sped from the forest's edge. The rider was a woman with red hair and a vest. Matthew's breath caught. "You're sure? I can't see her face."
"Yes, I recognize her horse and the way she rides. And I'll prove it's her."
DeMillo withdrew the whistle from behind his tunic and blew.
A shrill and melodious sound rang forth. Moments later, the rider responded with one of her own. DeMillo grabbed Matthew's forearm.
That's my sister's whistling pattern. She says she comes in peace.
Relief began as a tingling sensation down Matthew's back. Good. Let's go see her. Turning to Gabriel, he added, Thank you for listening to me.
It's for the sake of us all,
Gabriel said. For some reason, he sounded like Matthew's father just then. Matthew stifled a rush of longing. The bailiff placed a hand on Matthew's shoulder, his grip firm, but not punishing like before. Concern shone in his grey eyes.
You seem to trust the Vasfian more than our own. I find that puzzling.
Matthew's mouth twitched into a smile. It doesn't matter where Rhea's from. She's been kind to me. Gabriel nodded. His expression softening, he lifted his hand.
You're not the person I remember. Go. My archers will cover you from these walls.
After donning his gambeson and retrieving his sword, Matthew bolted through the courtyard and out the castle gates. He managed a nod at each peasant who greeted him while he hurried toward the barn. There, he did a double-take. Porre was already saddled with a leather chamfron fitted over her face and a quilt draped over her flanks as makeshift armour. Who prepared? He began, but stopped himself short when Cato and DeMillo shuffled out from behind Porre's muscular neck. Cato held a teardrop-shaped shield and a spear. Surprise! He cried, grinning. DeMillo and I were busy while you slept this morning. Matthew smiled and ran a hand over Porre's saddle. It was a double saddle, just like he had hoped for. Had he ever told Cato he needed one? Thanks for preparing this, he said.
We didn't do everything, DeMillo said. Twyla knew where to find horse armour and the shield, and she packed your breakfast.
Matthew ran his hand down to the bulging saddlebag, which emanated the fragrance of cheese and bread. He'd enjoy that later. Hoisting himself onto the saddle, he searched until he found Twyla standing beside her husband, Oswin, with her hands folded before her flour-caked apron. Matthew nodded in appreciation, and she smiled back. So, are you leaving with Rhea? Cato asked. If Rhea's here for the reason I think she is, then yes. Right. Good luck then. Cato's cheer faded. And I'll go to Barton upon Humber soon. He passed Matthew the spear, then arched his back to lift the shield for Matthew to take. Matthew's throat knotted. After today, he wasn't sure when he'd see Cato again. Wait! Matthew pulled off his helmet and nestled it under his arm. Thank you for what you said on my wagon yesterday. Thank? Cato's eyes rounded, and he dropped the shield with a thud. Matthew continued. I wasn't prepared to face the truth last night. So, thank you for disrupting my plans. Oh, I'll try not to do that too often. The younger man smiled wryly. Matthew turned back to Oswin and his wife. Cato is a guest in my cottage until he wants to leave. The couple answered in agreement, and Cato stammered. Thank you, but in all seriousness, I wish I had the training to come with you. His forehead crinkled. I have trouble even lifting this shield. But you can still help. Keep praying for me, for the court I need to attend in a few weeks. There's so much that... Matthew's voice faltered. So much I can't control. A slew of things that could go wrong passed through his mind, but he refused to engage with them. I want to be Lord of Marcottsville next year. Maybe even move Aliwyn here. But I need to be a knight first. His ribs twinged with longing, but Cato's expression gave him hope. You can count on me. Cato hoisted the shield upward again and stood on his toes. Godspeed, Matthew. Matthew put his left arm through the strap. Send my greetings to Evelyn and Marie in Barton, and Norman, if you see him. Cato's smile broadened. I will. Matthew's chest heaved with the anticipation of seeing Rhea again. He fitted his helmet back over his head and picked up the reins. The refugees beneath the southern archway added to the congestion surrounding the town gates. Matthew kept a tight grip on Porre's reins. Tossing her head, she meandered into the throng of peasants and pack animals streaming back from the fields. Small and agile, DeMillo had already run ahead and disappeared into the crowd. Matthew scanned the shifting sea of sackcloth hats and headscarves for a glimpse of Rhea. Nothing yet. Finally, the crowd funneled through the archway and cleared his line of sight. With a snort, Porre surged forward, with hooves clopping against the cobblestones. Copper-red hair flashed in the distance, and Matthew almost fell off his seat. Rhea stood with her arms wrapped around her brother. At that distance, safe from crossbows, she was just a thumb-sized smudge of colour. Her mare grazed on hay scattered on the ground. She'd truly come alone, like he had hoped. Matthew was afraid to speed up, afraid that if he drew too close, she'd vanish like a puff of smoke. But she didn't disappear, and only stared at him with a pensive frown that he knew hid much more underneath. Matthew pulled off his helmet, so she could recognize him from afar. As he drew close, she straightened.
"Thank you for keeping DeMillo safe," she said.
Matthew nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Porre trotted onward, and a reddish mark covering half of Rhea's face suddenly leaped at him. Had someone attacked her? All thoughts of the black matter flew from his mind. How dare anyone strike her? "Your face! What happened to you?" He jumped off his mount and lowered his spear to the ground. Rhea was silent for a moment as she stared at his spear.
"I'll tell you later."
She released her brother, and DeMillo rubbed his own wet eyes.
"I knew I made a mistake as soon as you left," she said.
His heart gave a great leap as she continued.
"DeMillo just told me that my grandmother emptied the chest before the Aliwyn. It confirms everything."
"I'm glad," Matthew managed to say. Back in Marcottsville, men on the manor walls called out to each other, and her stoic face finally crumpled.
"Did you already tell your people about the chest?"
"No, only that we had an argument." Her expression relaxed.
"Thank you," she mouthed. "Will you leave with me today? I need to talk to you."
"That was my plan. Thanks for answering my signal." Her eyes glistened beneath the blowing strands of her hair, her face still restless with memories untold. Matthew raised his hand and almost touched the reddish mark on her face. But Gabriel's shout from behind reached his ears. Matthew turned as the sound of pounding horse hooves filled the air. Gabriel was riding out with 5 other foot soldiers. Instinctively, Matthew widened his stance before Rhea and DeMillo. "You've met Gabriel the bailiff," he called over his shoulder.
"Only once since your father's passing," she answered.
Matthew drew a pained breath. They'd need to talk more about his father after the revolt. Gabriel reined his black warhorse to a stop before Matthew and the others. The chainmail layered over his gambeson clinked, and the nasal prong of his helmet masked his expression. He and Rhea exchanged greetings. The bailiff then said,
"Honourable Rhea, please state your intent in sending your fleet."
Rhea straightened to her full height.
"I wanted to fetch Matthew and my brother on my way to Ravenswor's Point. I apologise if my ships frightened your people. I came to assure you we mean no harm, and because Matthew called for me."
Relief tingled down Matthew's scalp. The bailiff nodded.
"Expect to see Sir Verdun at your destination. He left Marcottsville earlier this morning."
Rhea's eyes widened, and she shot Matthew a worried glance.
"Then we must be on our way."
Matthew nodded, but Gabriel shifted his weight with a frown.
"Matthew, are you leaving with the Vasvian warband?"
"Yes, sir."
"Weigh this decision carefully. You're the last of your bloodline."
Matthew lowered his head for a moment. With the Danes arriving in 2 days, he'd need to convince Rhea to use the clay kubosi for the right reasons. And fast. His fingers drifted to the belt pouch where his father's letter lay beside the crucifix he'd found. Just feeling the contours of both objects sent him a surge of strength. The magnificent stone walls of Marcottsville stood in testimony of what his father had accomplished, and pride flared within Matthew for a moment. but his father couldn't hear him speak, and Matthew could never welcome his best friend inside those walls. His hands quivered, but he balled them into fists. There would be justice. He pushed his helmet over his head and aligned the nasal prong to the centre. "I must go," he said. "I have unfinished matters with the Boltons." Chapter 38. The Selkie. Matthew. Gabriel and his men retreated. The warhorse's hoofbeats sent broken stalks of wheat skittering around Matthew's feet. Rhea stroked her mount with her face in a pensive frown. The sheen of sweat darkened the beast's neck and flanks. "Let's go," she said, pressing on the saddle to mount. "DeMillo can ride double with you. We can't let Jack catch the Boltons first." Matthew's tongue lay thick in his mouth. Tobias would die, under his hand or by hanging from the gallows, but Rhea didn't know that capturing him first wouldn't clear Matthew's name. The bet Jacques had made with her was nothing but a ploy to stir her sympathies and make her accept Matthew into her tribe. When could he tell her the truth? They should be returning to Jethron for the chest, not sailing to Ravens's. But Rhea had already mounted her steed. Matthew helped DeMillo onto Porre's back, unable to look the boy in the eye. Resting his shield against Porre's side, he swung a leg over the saddle. He and Rhea soon took off, side by side through the bronze fields, with the watchful walls of Marcottsville behind them. He should let Rhea talk first. "What happened after I left Jethron?" he asked. A frown had moulded into Rhea's ashen face. "The biggest fight I've ever had with my elders." He expected her to continue, but she gazed into the distance with a nervous tick in her eyes. It was a look that he had never seen before. Maybe he was imagining things. Matthew surveyed his surroundings, but DeMillo with his blowing red hair was the only person in sight. The farmland lacked cover for ambushers to hide, and the first Vasfian galley was moments away from the River Humber harbour. They should be safe on board. "You all right?" Matthew asked. "Just unpleasant memories." She wrapped one arm around her stomach again. "I forced my way back to the chest after you left. Let's just say there was a scuffle." Gesturing at the red mark on her cheek, she grimaced. The rest of her face flushed the same colour. Matthew drew his brows. "Thank you for going back to see for yourself." "I scraped off the powder you showed me and used it to light up some leaves." She kept her eyes ahead. "It burned so quickly I almost hurt myself. And there was that foul smell. My whole village then understood they had been deceived." She glanced at him. "And one Norman was probably speeding away to accuse us." Her bloodshot eyes met his. Matthew wanted to rub her shoulders, but she was out of his reach. "I admit I came close," he said. "Everyone was convinced you would send Jacques our way, except me." She gave a trembling smile. "You could have given that man rabbit droppings, told him it was black matter, and he would have come to raid us." Matthew's back stiffened. He had never seen the situation that way. "DeMillo and Cato helped change my mind," he murmured. "Now it's up to us. The chest still needs to be—" "It's on my ship," she interrupted, her gaze fixed ahead. "Really?" Matthew's eyebrows shot up. "Yes, and I put everything back inside. All those things DeMillo called clay apples." This called for a celebration, but Rhea neither smiled nor looked at him. Matthew's grin faltered, and a dull ache began at his temples. He pulled out bread and cheese from his saddle-pack, splitting it with DeMillo, but Rhea refused any. "Is something wrong?" he said. A faint smile curled her lips. "I'm just thinking of many things. Don't worry." For the rest of the ride to the River Humber, she spoke little. Her silence weighed heavily on him. Matthew focused on DeMillo instead, adjusting the boy's posture, and showing him how to press gently with his legs to guide Porre. With time, The rhythmic splashing of oars from the arriving Vasvian galley reached his ears. Its large red and green sails seemed to fly above the grey waters. Demillo turned his head and smiled, trying to catch Matthew's eye, but Matthew couldn't match the boy's expression. The rawness of brine and wet wood in the air made his stomach turn. The oars ceased to splash. Red-headed sailors cast ropes to the mooring posts. Others greeted them from on board the ship, each tracing a circular shape over his head. Rhea greeted them back the same way. A pulley system lowered the gangplank to the quay, and she motioned for Matthew to approach.
"Welcome to my ship, the Selkie," she said.
Matthew tightened his grip on his shield. The number of Vasvians crowding the galley made the air grow thick around him. None of them looked at him either. If they were his allies, why were his instincts screaming that something was wrong?
"Rhea," he said, "I can ride alongside your galley, and I'll look at the chest after your ship's dock."
That seemed to strike fear into her.
"Why? You don't trust me enough to get on."
"Hello, Matu," said a woman on board the ship. "Abithi."
Matthew sucked in his breath and reined Porre back.
"Amma!"
Demillo cried. He squirmed, and Matthew had the sense to help the boy jump off. Demillo scrambled toward the plank. Matthew caught sight of Namonti standing amidst the barrels and the shifting bodies of warriors. The skull staff stood erect in her hand. Her other hand held a clay sphere. As Demillo's footsteps pattered up the plank, her stoic composure softened. She embraced her grandson, and Matthew lost sight of the sphere.
"Matu," continued Abithi's voice, "if you want to see chest, all full, I have it here."
"Please trust me," Rhea said. "I had to bring you far from the other Normans so you can talk to my mother and finally settle the matter. We don't mean you any harm."
Matthew's chest heaved with the urge to flee.
"What does she want?"
"She wants to show you the chest and dump it in front of you. Then you know we don't have it anymore. It's the only way we'll have peace."
Matthew shook his head, unable to speak. Two men solemnly lifted the chest in between them. This time, the lid was open. What looked like massive brown eggs filled the chest. They could indeed be what Cato had seen in the Bolton's manor. Matthew strained on Porre's back to see them better, but the ship's railing was too high.
"Don't dump the chest," he stammered.
"I prove to you I never want to destroy with those things. Rhea gifted me the chest. I use clay kobozi to help me heal. It contain most precious thing the enemy own, a thing they die to protect. The best offering." She rolled her eyes. "Even if it stink like bog pit. Now, before full moon of Samhain month, I finish ritual. I throw."
"No," Matthew cried. "I have a different proposal. Let me see them."
"Then you come on ship. I no bring to you."
But the thought of being trapped with Abithi and Namonti on the same ship racked Matthew's body with chills. Porre took a step forward at the sight of people she'd lived with, but he jerked her back. If he ever set sail with the Vasvians, he was at their mercy. At Abithi's mercy.
"Matthew,"
Rhea said. Her expression tense, she dismounted and tugged at the brass buckle securing her crossbow strap. She lowered her unloaded weapon onto a patch of weeds. Turning to the ship, she swiped her hand in the air as though slicing something in half. To Matthew's amazement, the warriors on the galley all unstrapped their crossbows and lowered them. They began stacking them in a pile around the ship's mast.
"Why you do this?"
Abithi called out.
"I trust him."
Rhea approached Matthew and extended her hand.
"Will you come with me? We can't waste any more time."
He curled his upper lip.
"You didn't tell me those two would be here."
"You know why."
She blinked rapidly, her eyes bloodshot.
"I bet my mother I could bring you here alone and in peace. It was the only way she'd show you the chest."
Something about the way her fingers trembled to reach his hand cooled the indignation within him. At the end, Seeing the despicable duo again was inevitable. Fighting the stiffness of his limbs, Matthew slid off his saddle. He positioned his shield ahead of him, but Rhea extended her arm past that and placed her hand on his wrist. He flinched. "Let me show you I brought all the clay kobozi," she said. There was no malice in her face, only a quiet resolve. Matthew swallowed hard. With a curt nod, he followed her toward the waiting ship. The Selkie was as long as his father's longship, but with a wider deck and shallower freeboard that made it sit lower in the water. Vasfian warriors led Porre and Rhea's horse toward the stern, to be secured. The rush of the wind swallowed their excited snorts. With the anchor withdrawn, the deck rolled beneath Matthew's feet as the ship pulled away from the shore. What had he gotten himself into? Rhea led him to the vessel's centre, where a large chest rested between two Vasfian warriors. She knelt beside it and lifted the lid. All the grooves were occupied with what appeared to be giant brown eggs, with a cork plugging each one. Matthew's hands grew sweaty within his gloves. These formidable weapons looked so strange and so dull. A second Vasfian stepped in to help Rhea as she removed the trays one by one. The trays below were also filled. "See?" she asked. "Every clay kobozi is accounted for. Smell them so you know they're authentic." Rhea handed Matthew a sphere, and a mere whiff of the cork sent him reeling. They were authentic, all right. "I'm glad you brought them," he said, his voice tight. "But you must keep them." Silence. As he'd feared, Rhea's lips pinched into a tight line. "Why? You agreed back in Jethron that no one in England should possess such a monstrosity." "I'll tell you why." Matthew adjusted his grip on the sphere. "My father warned me that other countries already know how to fight with fire. Fight with the substance in these clay balls. If we don't investigate how this new weapon works, those other countries can attack us. We'd be at their mercy." As he spoke, Demillo ran to his mother's side and curled up beside her. Aelfie wrapped an arm around her son's back, her gaze contemplative. "What your father say is true," she said. "But how he speak to you?" Matthew exhaled. "I read his letter in Marcottsville." He reached into his belt and pulled out the parchment roll. Turning it, he displayed his father's red lion seal. Aelfie's brows lifted. "So, you finally go home and read? Good. Your father, my friend. He'd be happy to know you change." She smiled. It was the first time he'd seen her appear genuinely cheerful, but Matthew still watched her warily. "So, you agree we cannot dump the chest?" he asked. "No, we do not agree." Rhea stepped forward. "If His Excellency wants to understand the clay kobozi, he confiscates them from the Boltons." "But how easy will they be to attack?" Matthew widened his stance, even as her scowl hovered close. "Why not use the rebels' own weapon against them?" He rubbed the sphere's stopper, its texture oddly greasy. "Maybe there's a way to ignite these without opening them." "No! You've seen how uncontrollable the black matter is, and you still want to use it. You agreed we'd get rid of it. The chest gets dumped." Rhea motioned for her followers to help lift the chest. Matthew's breath caught. Panic clawed at his throat. He moved to stop them, but she yanked him back by the arm and whirled him around. "Who is chief?" Her eyes blazed into his. "Me or you?" Matthew wanted to yell back at her, tell her she was making a stupid decision. Yet, facing her fury, something crumbled within him. She was taking a stand like he'd encouraged her to do, even if it meant clashing with him. And he'd been lying to her about why they'd partnered in the first place. It wasn't right. The only way forward in their alliance was to admit the truth. "Rhea," he stammered in French. "I need to bring these to His Excellency if I want to redeem my knighthood." She clenched her jaw. "Jacques said we need to capture Tobias Bolton first.
Then he'd revoke the charges. No, that was a lie. The truth hovered on Matthew's tongue, both terrifying and inevitable. Jacques told me in private he'd revoke the charges only if I stole a sample of the black matter from your tribe. Rhea's lips parted, and her frown lifted. But I didn't give him what he wanted, Matthew continued, his face burning. So he won't revoke his charge of my desertion. The accusation will reach His Excellency. I'll be called to court in Norwich. Then I'll need to prove myself still worthy of service. His pulse hammered, and it was all he could do to keep speaking. This is why I need to bring this chest to court. With you. Her upper lip twitched with a flicker of emotion. Whether it was disappointment or anger, Matthew couldn't tell. "Stop speaking French," Aelfie demanded. "What he say?" Rhea turned to her mother and interpreted Matthew's words into English. His mouth fell open. What felt like a blade of ice slid down to his stomach as he backed against the rail. When Rhea next spoke in Vasvian, all her followers, from the oarsman to the worker forking hay for the horses, turned to stare at him. What would they do to him now? He finally locked eyes with Rhea again, unable to hide the terror swirling within him. Demillo sat up beside his mother. His eyes were wide with alarm, but Rhea spoke first. "So you did plan to rob me," she choked out. Aelfie grunted. "You see, I might be right, but you decide what to do now, Riri." "I'm sorry," Matthew murmured. "I aborted my plan, though. It would have ruined the Norman-Vasvian alliance. I didn't want that." Demillo stood. "Matthew told Gabriel the bailiff about all the bad things Jacques did to us outside Brocklesby. Don't punish Matthew. He told the truth to help us." The boy shot Matthew a worried glance, then stared pleadingly at his sister. This time, what looked like sympathy softened her features. "Jacques left Marcottsville this morning," she said. "And you didn't tell him we had these clay kobozi?" Matthew shook his head, and Demillo said, "That's right. He didn't say anything." When Rhea turned to converse with her family again, Demillo walked to Matthew's side and pressed his shoulder against Matthew's arm. Neither spoke. To his surprise, Aelfie dug her elbows into her stretcher and tried to sit up. Both her son and mother rushed to her side to help. She finally sat slumped against Namonti. With great effort, she plucked one clay kubozi from the chest. "I have idea. We save one." Her green eyes fastened on Matthew. "We make trade. You bring me dead Bolton for my healing Aliwyn on Samhain. I give you clay kubozi for your knighthood. I wait 3 days. If you no come, I throw down waterfall. Then no one can say Vasvians hide something." A faint smile lit the face of this woman who looked almost identical to Rhea, but was decades older. Matthew's chest heaved as her words sank in. Her proposal sounded reasonable. Never did he imagine Aelfie would align with him. Rhea dipped her chin. "Fine. We'll throw everything but one." She turned to her warriors and called out orders. Namonti raised her hands toward the sky, rattled her staff with the skulls, and began to chant. 2 men lifted the chest over the railing and inverted it. Each plunk and splash of a sphere hitting the waves intensified his dread. Could he still save Aliwyn without the help of those weapons, and save his knighthood with just one? It was not even his yet, not unless he brought back the enemy's corpse. Finally, the Vasvians hefted the empty chest overboard. "Now I leave," Aelfie said, as Demillo helped her lie back down. "I wait in Jethron." She motioned to her followers, who reached over the rail to unfasten the anchor secured to the bow. The anchor splashed into the river, and the ship creaked as it settled.
Matthew inhaled slowly. A raw breeze swept across the deck and lifted the scent of damp wood. He tried to stop shaking in a cold sweat. The truth had come out, finally, and he was still alive. Aelfie and her household exchanged a few words before 2 followers lifted her off the ship. She clutched the last clay kubosi to her chest. Demillo ran to Rhea and threw his arms around her in a fierce embrace. When he pulled away, his red-rimmed eyes sought Matthew.
"Thanks for everything," the boy said. "Even the horse ride at the end."
Matthew held his breath as the boy embraced him around the torso.
"Come back soon."
Demillo's cheek pressed against his gambeson.
"I still want to play chess with you."
A lump formed in Matthew's throat. He gave Demillo's checkered headscarf a tug over his red hair. When the boy stepped back, Matthew remembered the only word he learned in Vasfian. "Selkie," he said. Demillo beamed. Rhea's family and several warriors disembarked one by one. Their figures shrank into the woodland along the shore as the galley's oars dipped into the water once more. The ship groaned as it eased away from shore. Once the oars were rising and falling as before, Rhea stepped before Matthew. What if she still wanted to yell at him for his deceit, now that Demillo was gone? Matthew's back stiffened against the mast. But Rhea's gaze remained calm as she said, "Come with me." His pulse beat a double rhythm. Words tumbled in his mind, but none formed a coherent thought. When he didn't move, she grasped his forearm and pulled him towards the bow. He stumbled after her. There was no shelter from the elements on the galley. Matthew squinted in the sunlight filtering through the overcast sky. Being alone with Rhea now felt different somehow. She sat on a crate and leaned back against the rail. "Sit." She jerked a thumb at the crate beside her. Matthew did as he was told, grateful for her curt orders, even as his pulse continued to race. Rhea hunched over on her seat and raked her hands through her hair. "Do you really need a clay kubosi to prove yourself? I find it ridiculous how much you need to perform to become a knight." She truly didn't sound angry anymore, and Matthew sighed. "The strongest win. I can't change the rules."
"What if you prove yourself exemplary in battle?"
"That is another way. But I need to be in the right place at the right time. Most who try being exemplary end up dead. We just don't hear about it." His voice faltered. Aelfric's face, as he told jokes and played recorders over the years, passed through his mind. If he had survived Ransley's manor, he would have been...
"Matthew?"
Rhea cut into his thoughts. Blinking back to attention, he faced her concerned frown and forced himself to speak. "I was just thinking that if Aelfric was still alive, I would have made sure he was knighted. What he did for me was exemplary." Her brows drew with sorrow.
"Never mind. Don't you try to do anything exemplary."
A low chuckle escaped Matthew, and he lowered his chin. What a relief not to have any more lies festering between them. "I can also challenge Jacques to a duel," he said. "But Jacques will send a champion, while I don't have anyone to send in my place. Again, I'd risk my life while he risks nothing." For a moment, Rhea fell silent as the ship rolled and creaked with the waves. She drummed her fingers on her thigh and murmured,
"I didn't know it was so difficult to become a knight, and stay one."
"Seems like being a chief is also difficult." Strands of wavy hair blew across her earnest gaze.
"Thank you for standing with my people. I didn't know Jacques leveraged your knighthood. That was terribly cruel."
Matthew grinned wryly. "Some people deserve to shovel manure for the rest of their lives." Rhea huffed a light laugh, but it faded quickly.
"Do you understand why I don't want anything more to do with that substance? It's too destructive."
Her voice dropped, and the wind nearly carried her words away.
I know its use will spread, but I don't want to see it in battle during my lifetime, or my children's lifetime, and even after that."
Matthew thought of his father, who used to mumble to himself as he paced with a drink in hand. Now he knew the man had been haunted by the ghosts of old wars. A dark part of Matthew still longed to see the Black Matter's power unleashed on the battlefield, but it would come at a cost. Would he end up just as tormented? He finally wrestled away the grim curiosity tangled within him. Torches were far less efficient, but they'd have to do. "One Kubosi is enough," he said. "Easier to carry, too." She nodded.
"I'm glad we agree. And I'll go to Norwich with you and ask to see His Excellency before your trial."
She rubbed her gloved finger where the signet ring hid underneath.
"Maybe he'll cancel the trial."
Good idea," Matthew said. Just imagining his accusations annulled lifted a weight from his shoulders, and the flicker of warmth spreading through him caught him off guard. "Thanks."
"You're welcome."
As she spoke, a grimace descended over Rhea's face. Her fingers crinkled the fabric of her tunic as she pressed against her stomach. Matthew frowned. She had also braced her stomach while climbing up Mount Jethron. "You all right?" he asked.
I've been more tired than usual."
He shifted closer. "You can rest your head on my shoulder if you want." Rhea grew still, then lowered her gaze as a grin curled her lips. Before Matthew could take stock of what he'd offered, she leaned in and settled her head on his shoulder. The softness of her hair sent a tingling sensation down his back, and the brush of their legs made heat rise to his face. What was happening? But he'd already offered his shoulder. He couldn't take it back. Matthew swallowed and glanced at his other side. The rowing Vasvians faced the ship's stern, oblivious, and only Porre watched him contemplatively as she chewed on a mouthful of hay. Matthew forced his legs to stop quivering. No one here would tell anyone back home. A lady beside him didn't feel well, and any proper knight would offer a shoulder to rest on. Rhea grew limp against him as she drifted asleep. The cold wind nipped at them, but the warmth between them held steady. One thought weighed heavily on his mind. Courting someone outside his faith would anger the bishop and further jeopardize his knighthood. After the war, he and Rhea could only remain allies. They sat in silence as the Selkie's bow cut through choppy waters. Sailboats emerged from the lazy horizon and glided toward them. The rhythmic sound of the oars barely broke the quiet. Matthew appreciated the silence that served to honour his fallen friend and family. In 2 days, all the scores would be settled. The rotten egg stench of his gloves began to bother him. He should have taken them off before sitting beside Rhea. Trying not to wake her, he removed one glove, then the other. Rhea stirred. As she blinked the sleep from her eyes, Matthew murmured, "I'm sorry for the smell." Her gaze sharpened quickly. "No, it's not you." Pulling back from his shoulder, she scanned the horizon and pointed. "Look, there's a column of smoke." Matthew squinted into the distant fog before he saw what she meant. A grey plume rose from an entity he couldn't see. It was far too thick to be a smoke signal. His body tensed. Something large was burning. Rhea turned and called to her followers, and one woman began to climb the rope ladder leading to the crow's nest. The rotten egg smell now enveloped the Selkie, and a deep unease settled in Matthew's gut. Could the Danes be here early?
I was afraid of that.
Rhea squinted at the fishing boats in the distance.
Maybe those ships are escaping the attack. We can ask them what is happening.
Matthew's pulse lodged in his throat. 2 days. He was supposed to have another 2 days to prepare himself and Porre by practicing manoeuvres and drills. Gripping his scabbard, he tested the strength of his right hand. It was strong enough, but he wasn't sure about Rhea. Just then, the woman in the crow's nest shouted down her findings. Rhea pushed to her feet, and her worried gaze met Matthew's.
She says the smoke comes from one island off the eastern coast,
but I'm not familiar with that area. Matthew stood as well. It's probably from what my uncle called the Sinking Shoals. His jaw tightened. The English call them the Barrier Islands. Some of those islands have fishing villages. They're isolated and vulnerable. Maybe they were attacked. We won't know until we go. She adjusted the crossbow and studded club strapped to her waist. I'll prepare my crew. She began to pass him, but Matthew called out, Wait! You'll be all right. I had a little nap. Reaching for his hand, she pulled it between the two of them, where no one could see, and squeezed his fingers. Thank you. Matthew's stomach flipped. He mustered a smile back just before she let go. The galley sped on. It became clear that the fishing boats approaching them from the opposite direction had suffered through a fire, and their soot-stained sails emanated the telltale stench. Yet they also veered away from the galley and its vibrant Vasfian colours. Matthew called to them in English and French, asking them questions, but he heard no response. Only one sailboat, with an empty canoe tethered behind it, kept its course straight toward the Selkie. Nearly a dozen peasants in simple tunics and robes sat on board. They all stared blankly at the Vasfian galley, but one man with a black greyhound curled beside him waved a dirty bandaged hand.
Matthew! Raya! He called. We meet again!
Matthew scowled as he squinted at the filthy man. His voice had been familiar, yet distant, as if pulled from another life. Then it struck him. The man was Norman, and he was not well. After his greeting, Norman's arm dropped as he slumped back in his seat. His bald spot was sunburned, and his damp tunic clung to his hefty frame. The dog, curled beside him, flicked an ear at the voices, but didn't rise.
Tell me Marcottsville is still taking refugees?
Norman asked, his voice scraping like gravel. Matthew stared at him and the dog, afraid they'd both disappear if he blinked. At least Norman hadn't died in the fire that consumed Myton. Now Cato would finally see Norman back, alive, and a ripple of relief coursed through Matthew. Yes, it should accept more refugees, he answered. Are you all right? What happened to you? The man smirked.
I was hiding on the Bolton's ship, eavesdropping on all their plans. I saw Sir Verdon pass this way earlier, and I told him everything. He let out a rough breath, including how his squire is dead.
What? Matthew gripped the rail. Vincent is dead.
Aye. Tobias killed him. He was a good man.
His face despondent, Norman placed a hand on the dog's back.
I found poor Garrick here barking like mad on that little boat.
He pointed behind him. Matthew strained to see within the canoe trailing behind the sailboat. Clay shards littered the space between the benches, and its wooden frame was black. He and Rhea exchanged tense glances. Were those remnants of clay kubosi? Could Tobias have used them in battle by shattering them? But then another thought struck Matthew like a fist. Did you see Aliwyn? Norman's expression darkened. As his ship sailed past the Selkie, he lifted his wounded hand.
I saw her all right, and she stabbed me. Tried to save Tobias.
Without thinking, Matthew scoffed. He couldn't have heard that right. She what?
I said she stabbed me, that wench.
Stabbed? The Aliwyn of Brocklesby?
What other Aliwyn can I be talking about?
The deck seemed to tilt beneath Matthew. The Aliwyn he knew flinched at the sight of drawn steel. He stared at the blood seeping through Norman's bandages as the man cradled his hand. This former knight, dismissed from service because of his wanton drinking, must be exaggerating his tale. No, Matthew called out. That's not possible.
She made it possible,
Norman shouted back. The sailboat he sat on began to glide out of speaking range, and he twisted around with his teeth bared.
Go find the Bolton ship. It's got a snapped yard and is probably sinking by now, 'cause I took an axe to the hull.
He chuckled, a proud grin splitting his face.
And if you find Aliwyn alive, you'll need to arrest her. Sorry, Matthew, but she's in love with Tobias.
Now he had gone too far. That's ridiculous, Matthew shouted.
A firm weight landed on his shoulder and tugged him back.
"We won't know until we find them," Rhea said. "But I had warned you."
Matthew couldn't hide the grimace on his face. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Rhea turned to her oarsman and barked an order. The Selkie's strokes intensified, and the Vasfians repositioned the sails to maximize the galley's speed. Matthew staggered to the bow as the rest of Norman's message crashed over him. The Bolton's ship was also sinking. What if he never found Aliwyn in time to discover the truth behind Norman's claims? Fingers curled around his upper arm from behind, steadying him, and Matthew turned. Rhea's eyes were filled with sympathy.
"You're imagining the worst again. You did everything you could to save her. Remember that."
The strength of her hand offered some comfort, but Matthew ducked his head. What if everything Norman had said was true?
Chapter 39. Miriam and Aelfie. October 3rd. Aliwyn. Toby and Aliwyn stretched the hood fat taut between them over the sandbox fire. At his signal, she raised and lowered the fabric to control the burst of smoke curling into the sky. Her pulse thrummed as she watched Norman longships with sails of all colours glide toward Driftmere. Of course, the Normans' priority would be investigating the fire. The refugee ships fleeing Driftmere were only dark specks on the horizon now, and most had sailed toward the River Humber. None had arrived to answer their call for help. She didn't blame them for trying to survive. The Lady Fortuna continued its slow, tortured tilt. With the smaller vessels once tethered to it now gone, Toby and Aliwyn had no means of escape. The ship had also drifted too far from the nearest island for them to reach by swimming. Aliwyn prayed that their signal would bring someone with good intentions. Only the cries of distant gulls broke the fire's crackle. Earlier on, Toby had shed his gambeson because of the heat. They had shared a quick meal of biscuits, water, and raw ginger to stay alert. As Aliwyn watched him, affection soothed the edge of her anxiety. Thank goodness he was willing to take care of himself again. Over and over, they repeated their signal of 3 short puffs, followed by a pause. Finally, 5 longships with black and red banners snapping at their sterns departed from Driftmere and angled toward the Lady Fortuna. Toby had said those colours belonged to Jacques Verdun. Aliwyn wrung her hands. Of all the longships that could have answered their call, why did it have to be Jacques? Would he now recognise Toby as the one who had evaded him outside Myton? Dread twisted within her until Toby touched her arm. "Look." His voice was quiet but urgent. He pointed toward the River Humber. Another fleet emerged from around the bend, its half-red, half-green sails stretched taut against the wind, while its blood-red hulls glided through the waves. They were Vasfian galleys, specifically ones belonging to the Mehi tribe. Aliwyn had seen them docked at the lake beside her garden. Instead of sailing toward Driftmere, these galleys aimed their bows directly at the Lady Fortuna. "No." Aliwyn shook her head, despair slashing through her. She had forgotten about the redheads. They must have been in pursuit of Toby ever since he escaped from Brocklesby, and they wouldn't care about trial by inquest. They'd only want Toby dead. Maybe take his head. And her head. "The Mehi," she stammered. "Those ships belong to the Mehi. How did they know to come all the way here? And right behind Jacques' longships?" Toby lowered the hood fat beside him. "Perhaps because of Matthew?" Ice wrapped around Aliwyn's stomach. She had expected to see Matthew after she and Toby had been taken to town and were awaiting the inquest, not aboard the same ship where she had so blatantly betrayed Matthew's trust. What if he sensed something had developed between her and Toby? What if he lashed out the way he'd attacked Emma? Toby wiped the soot from his knitted brows. "It's unclear right now whether Jacques or the Vasfians will arrive first. And between Jacques or any other night, I would have preferred the other night." Aliwyn couldn't move as blood pulsed in her ears. Would everyone who wanted Toby dead soon step on board? How would she face so much hatred? "We can stop sending the signal now." Toby said. "Come check on the hull with me. Then I have something to tell you." Aliwyn found a sliver of relief in his calm tone. They grabbed buckets from under the front platform and carried them downstairs. Silently, they filled both with seawater, but their efforts were futile. The water had already reached the second rung of the staircase, and the privy door at the rear was a third submerged. Aliwyn hurried back upstairs to avoid seeing the two corpses, but Toby stalled. "Give me a moment," he said quietly, turning back toward the darkness. "I want to see Edward and Celebi one last time." Aliwyn's stomach turned. She ascended, set her bucket aside with a thunk, and waited on the last step. Thankfully, Toby returned only a short while later, but his eyes were bloodshot again.
"Are you all right?"
she whispered. He nodded, his voice somber as he answered. "I got what I needed." Before she could ask him what he meant, he continued. "The others should be here before the Fortuna sinks."
"We should still try to bail it out,"
Aliwyn insisted. The thought of Vasvian stomping aboard the ship made her shudder. Desperate to distract herself, she picked up the bucket again. Back on deck, Toby emptied his bucket overboard. He took Aliwyn's from her rigid arms, dumped the water, and stepped close. As his warm hand settled on her shoulder, she forced herself to look up at his pleasant expression. How could she feel so lost after being so hopeful moments ago? "I know you don't want to deny me," he began, his hand sliding down her forearm. "But listen, when the others board, whether they're Vasvians or Normans, you must pretend to have no sympathy for me. We'll separate after this. If God wills it, Jacques will let me live long enough for an inquest. That's when you'll seek help from Evelyn and Lord Seville. But that's only possible if one of us isn't in prison." Separate. The word struck her like a blow. "Matthew Marcotte is likely on one of those ships," Toby continued, his voice low. "He has connections to people who might still help me. Help us." Aliwyn scowled at the frayed hem of her sleeve. Evelyn was Matthew's cousin, and Lord Seville was his tutor. Yet Matthew himself wanted Toby dead. How could she face him and convince him to spare Toby?
"I don't want to leave you,"
she whispered. "I can't think of another way." Toby's gaze was steady. "The hardest battles are fought without weapons, but you've given me hope. I want to see Zell and Emma again."
"I do too,"
Aliwyn said, but her composure crumbled. "Prince Canute will be here in 2 days," Toby added. "Driftmere's fire will alert him that something is wrong, but I doubt he'll give up so easily. If he attacks, I can't protect you. Only the Normans can."
"Where are Lord Seville and Evelyn?"
Her whisper barely carried over the wind. "I don't know about Evelyn, but Lord Seville probably stayed in Norwich after the siege on Ralph's estate. And when you see Lord Seville, give him this." Toby reached into his belt pouch and produced a silver ring. The griffin carved into its face seemed to snarl up at them, its wings etched so deeply that they cast shadows across the metal. Aliwyn's eyes widened.
"Is this—"
"Edward's signet. Go to Norwich Minster. Show the Chancellor this ring as evidence of Edward's death and ask to see Lord Seville." Toby pressed the cold weight into her palm. "And when you see him, tell him that you killed Edward. God willing, he'll lead the inquest and grant us mercy." Smiling gently, Toby withdrew 4 pennies and offered them to her. "I also found these on Edward. The money will help you, I'm sure." Aliwyn nodded and took the ring and pennies beside Toby's recorder. Norwich Minster. Now she knew where to go, but her chin still quivered. Toby pulled her into an embrace. "You'll know what to say when the time comes, Ali." She grabbed a fistful of his tunic. Toby was supposed to stay with her through all of this. Not... He stepped back, squeezed her shoulders one last time, then stooped to pick up the hood fat they'd used to send the smoke signal. His determined expression had softened. "Come with me under the forecastle."
"Why?" She wrung her hands. "Shouldn't we keep bailing out the ship?"
"That can wait. No, it's urgent. Toby bunched the hood fat under his arm. There's something more important I want to do.
What?
A hint of amusement touched his lips. Come with me. She hesitated, her heart still racing, and wiped her itchy face with the back of one hand. Before she could lower it, Toby's fingers laced through hers. He had taken off his glove, and his hold was warm and insistent. Aliwyn finally relented and let herself be led to one of the pillars supporting the front platform. The walk was on an upward incline, and her legs ached. What if the ship tilted to a vertical position as it sank? It would be terrifying. We can sit behind one of those pillars, Toby said. They reached the shelter beneath the front platform. As he spread open the hood fat behind the post, she understood why he'd chosen this area. If the ship tilted drastically, they could huddle beneath the pillar and avoid falling into the sea. Toby sat with an almost casual grin on his face. What was he thinking? Aliwyn blinked rapidly as he spread out his right arm in invitation. She tried to match his expression. With sunlight breaking overhead, the gulls crying out, and the scent of wood smoke drifting from the hood fat, she could almost imagine they were on a beach. Toby's endearing smile reminded her of Miriam yet again. She couldn't leave him waiting. Fighting the stiffness in her spine, she sat beside him and pulled her tired legs to her chest. How strange that he'd wanted to sit still when everything argued against being content. Toby wrapped his arm around her shoulder and murmured warmly in her ear. Did you ever think about a different circumstance in which we could have met? Really? He wanted to talk about that? No, she answered. The ship tilted so much to its left side that Aliwyn could see the ocean over the rail without standing. She shuddered and stared at her kneecaps. Can I tell you what I think? Toby asked. He reached up with his free hand and brushed a damp strand of hair from her cheek. His touch was grounding, sending warmth past her chilled skin and into the aching places within her. She nodded and offered a quivering smile. His expression turned serious. Well, for one, I won't crawl through your rubbish hole. Aliwyn let out a surprised giggle, and his face melted into a grin. Maybe she should try to enjoy this moment that felt so out of place, because so much could go wrong. She leaned against him and gazed up at his face. It wasn't the most dignified entrance, but I don't... She bit her lip. I don't know how we would have spoken otherwise. You're a knight, and I'm... He raised an eyebrow. Are knights not allowed to speak to attractive women? Her breath caught. Despite all that was happening, he could still make her blush. One sunny morning in September, he said gently, I ride back to Brocklesby to visit Miriam, and I see a young maiden weeding her garden. Her garden. Aliwyn could almost smell the thyme on a crisp summer morning, and she felt her spirits lifting. His lips quirked as he studied her reaction. She is holding her chickens on her lap, and is so sweet to them. I'm curious about her, so I ask her for a drink of water and where the mill is, even though I know exactly where it is. Aliwyn drew back and narrowed her eyes in mock offense.
You silly flirt.
Toby chuckled.
I would have seen through that guy's right away, she huffed. My garden is next to a lake, and anyone can drink from it. I would have just pointed toward the mill and left you alone.
Her chest fluttered. In truth, such a tall, well-built knight with a kind face riding past her garden would have warranted a very, very long stare. Oh, but my steed is hungry. Toby's eyes twinkled with mischief. So he starts pulling up your carrots. You'll do something about that, yes?
Charge you for the carrots, obviously.
Aliwyn smirked, but her smile faded as she added,
And ask why you want to see my mentor.
I tell you, she once tended to my broken arm. And it was about time I came back to thank her. His expression grew pensive, and Aliwyn's throat tightened.
Miriam is alive?
She whispered. Of course. It's why I'm back to visit her.
Does she welcome you as her son?
Toby hesitated. There was a hint of a frown, a deeply rooted longing. She does. Aliwyn wrapped her arms around his.
That would have been wonderful. I always thought she was so good with children that she should have had some of her own.
Toby became silent. She never wanted this to hurt him, but working through what could have been meant talking about their past again. Snuggling against him, she continued,
Miriam and I ask you to stay for lunch. She says I make a very good turnip stew.
I stay. Of course I stay. Toby murmured. But then someone knocks on the door. Aliwyn looked up at him in surprise.
Who is it?
The only other person who lives there. His voice faltered, and sorrow returned to his eyes. Aelfric. He's also home for a meal.
Aliwyn's eyes smarted with tears. Can he come in?
Of course. It's his home too. She quivered against Toby's shoulder.
Then Aelfie comes in with firewood and eats with us, she said softly. We'll pull out the extra stool and talk about your travels. And then Aelfie...
Her voice broke.
He plays his recorder. Will you play yours?
Certainly, if you want me to.
Aliwyn wiped her eyes. Thank you for including Aelfie. Looking back, Aelfric had many reasons to not be himself the last time they'd seen each other. He had been consumed by his plan to not only rescue Matthew, but also Toby. And Aelfric had saved both, but never returned himself. Aliwyn smiled, despite the pain in her chest. Aelfric had been so courageous. He'd always be remembered as her close friend. Toby's throat bobbed as he swallowed several times.
Don't thank me, he said. And can I ask you something?
Yes?
His fingers twitched against his knee. Who was Aelfric to you? A good friend, or... His forehead wrinkled. Was there a reason you would have been offended at a little flirting?
Her chin trembled. She had never told anyone about what she'd really thought of Aelfric, but Toby deserved to know. I wanted to marry Aelfie. I wanted to for years, but he didn't like me back in that way. He told other people I was his sister. Toby frowned, and sympathy shone in his eyes. She managed to smile. But it's all right. We don't choose who we fall in love with, and love is so much better when it's reciprocated. Without realizing it, her hand had drifted onto Toby's collar, and her fingers rested over the warmth of his neck. Actually, she whispered, if you had come to my garden, I would have stared at you and probably lost my voice. Such a handsome knight talking to me. Toby leaned closer, his breath brushing against her cheek. His smile was soft, teasing, but there was something raw beneath it. I'm still yours, he murmured. Aliwyn's heart ached at the words and the certainty they carried. His hand found hers still curled against his collar. He held them there, pressing them lightly to his pulse. How wonderful it was to have her affection reciprocated. And I am yours, she whispered. Toby's smile grew as he eased back and drew her against him. She let herself fall onto his good arm, sinking down onto the hoodfat beside him. Their breath mingled in the dim light below the back platform. His chest rose and fell as he shifted onto his side, mirroring her as she lay beside him. His left shoulder must still be uncomfortable, but it didn't stop him from pulling her close. She trembled from the heat of his body over the soft wool. When his gaze dipped to her lips, she leaned toward him, breathless and waiting. Toby kissed her. His warm lips sank into hers, his kiss at once gentle and yet hungry for more. Aliwyn cupped his face. The scrape of his stubbled jaw made her shiver. His kiss deepened, sending wildfire down her chest and through her limbs. She threaded her fingers through his hair, basking in the heat of his closeness and the open palm that rose behind her back with the warmth of the sun. He was still strong. Her heart raced. With every breath, she begged heaven that he'd be allowed to live. As they pulled back, Their foreheads touched, and Aliwyn opened her eyes. Her face was wet. With whose tears she didn't know. Gulls cried in the background. The wind was sweeping and harsh as before, and the doomed ship groaned from the water it carried. Fear returned to the depths of Toby's gaze as he looked around. The world around her whirled back with its full intensity. Beyond the ship's rails, she knew the Vasvian warships and the Norman longships were approaching. Still, she tried for a smile.
"If something happens to us," she whispered, "know that I forgive you."
Toby grew still. Even the sound of his panting ceased, and tears welled in his eyes before he closed them. He grimaced, but he didn't have to. She gathered him close again and kissed him tenderly over both eyelids.
"Thank you, Ali," he whispered. "One day, we are all supposed to meet in heaven. How the first conversation would go between us."
He drew a slow breath.
"I don't know. But there are supposed to be no more tears up there. And I believe it."
He drew an arm around her waist, and she rested her head against his shoulder. She closed her eyes, as the rough weave of his tunic graced her temples. When the time came to see all her loved ones again, she'd know what to say. But before then, there would be another confrontation. She'd enter the struggle without regrets. Lacing her fingers between Toby's, she held them tight.
Chapter 40. Traitor's Heart. Toby. It was late afternoon by the time Jacques' longships clustered beside the port side of the Fortuna. Her stern had sunk dangerously close to sea level, but even more dangerous was the tilt toward the port side that threatened to slide Toby into the water. He widened his stance under the shadow of the forecastle to maintain balance. One last time, he reached over the starboard rail, where Aliwyn clung to the fishing nets once more. Jacques and his men wouldn't find her on this side, at least not immediately. Now she had to follow through with the plan they'd discussed. Aliwyn's slender fingers slid between his. He squeezed them hard. "I know you can do this, Ali," he thought. Although grief and longing swirled within him, he dared not lean over to see her again. The words he'd been waiting for rang over the rail.
"The Royal Army commands you to show yourselves."
Toby could recognize Jacques Verdon's sonorous voice anywhere. He hobbled behind a forecastle's pillar, the blazing orange sun slanting over his eyes, and braced himself for support. "Greetings, Sir Verdon." The Fortuna's sinking side dipped to the level of the longships. Foot soldiers grabbed the rail and climbed on board. One unlocked the entry rail and swung it aside, allowing a gangplank to slide in place. Jacques sauntered aboard, with his plumed helmet, cape, and chainmail. His weight alone seemed to rock the ship. More soldiers followed with spears upright, and their expressions unreadable beneath their helmets. A few jolted when they saw Ransley's corpse, but none spoke. Jacques' gaze swept the grimy deck, then settled on Toby.
"Greetings, Sir Bolton. Your ship has seen better days."
"She has." His gaunt face broke into a grin as he looked down.
"And your father's dead. Saving him for the vultures, are you?"
He kicked Ransley's corpse, and Toby flinched. To see his father's body treated with such irreverence was grief stirring within him at the worst moment. "I wanted you to see that he was dead," Toby said coldly. Jacques grunted. His helmet glinted under the scorching sky.
"Where is your uncle? The dozens of mercenaries working for you?"
"Edward's dead in the hull. The other men evacuated ship." Mocking laughter escaped Jacques' lips.
"And what about that sweet woman and child you escorted outside Myton?"
Toby steeled himself against a wave of chills. Even with two of his relatives dead and available to him, Jacques still asked for Aliwyn and Emma. "They also evacuated," he answered. The wind shifted and carried the sea's briny scent through the Fortuna's crumpled sailcloth. She rocked again and Jacques' soldiers exchanged uneasy glances as they shuffled their sliding boots. Jacques arched a brow at Toby.
"And yet you remain."
"I knew there was no escape for me."
"Very good. I'm flattered that you have such faith in the royal army."
The man paced the deck with deliberate steps, his boots thudding against the damp planks.
"I believe you're in possession of a flammable substance, one that the Driftmere brothers are absolutely terrified of."
Toby blinked. They're alive!
It seemed like most of them survived.
And which ones did not? Toby looked away, his carefully rehearsed words escaping him. Walking the length of the ship, Jacques frowned. His tone took on an anxious lilt.
"Where are they, Tobias? The terracotta eggs I heard about, the black pebbles."
"Gone. Thrown overboard to lighten the load."
Jacques' mouth twitched. "Unfortunate."
Toby glowered back at him. Jacques ordered his men to scatter and search the ship. None approached where Aliwyn hid, but blood roared in Toby's ears. He crept down the incline and away from her. "You're wasting your time," he called out. "Everything's gone."
Jacques' irritation was palpable. "And where can I find more?"
"Nowhere."
Jacques' face darkened. "Search the lower decks."
Toby licked his lips. It was now clear what Jacques wanted, and it was something Toby would never give him. His hands curled into fists. He already knew what Jacques would do next. Extort his prisoner for information, and that involved torture. He'd be dead soon, unless Aliwyn... His vision tunneling, he forced himself to the present. A soldier called from the bow's rail. "Vasvian galleys 30 paces away!" Toby inhaled sharply. Matthew Marcotte will be on board to rescue Aliwyn. He had to be. Jacques massaged his temples.
"Why must incompetence be so persistent?"
He turned toward the approaching galleys, but paused when his soldiers pounded up the stairs.
"Sir," one called out, "I found no cargo, just 2 dead men out of reach."
Jacques hesitated, and his forehead crinkled.
"Vasa?" "Not him, but one is Edward Bolton."
The man's mouth twisted.
"It looks like he vomited pottage before dying. Maybe dysentery."
Jacques' face flushed red before smoothing back into icy indifference.
"Disgusting."
He waved a hand.
"Just leave the corpses there."
His hooded gaze narrowed on Toby.
"I have a report that your ship was stocked with dozens of crates and chests, that you killed my squire in a battle of fire."
Who had given him that report? The stowaway who had escaped? Toby said nothing.
"Are you going to talk to me, Sir Bolton?"
"I have nothing to say before my inquest." Jacques stepped closer. Toby edged backward, toward the sinking stern, and drew Jacques away from Aliwyn's hiding place. His boots slipped against the listing deck.
"Who says you'll have an inquest?"
Jacques cocked his head. "Convicted Englishmen have the right to inquest if they surrender peacefully."
"Ah, but I can change the rules during a revolt, you see. I already tortured and killed your Lord Eaton and all 4 of his sons. They weren't very helpful, but you still have a chance. Want to see your monk friends? Or that little girl in the forest?"
Toby blinked. He reined in his grief for Lord Eaton's family and his yearning for Emma. The wolf before him was finally baring his fangs.
"Then let's work together."
Jacques leaned in, his breath stale, his voice like a blade.
"If there is no more of what you called the potash compound, we will make some."
Toby stood his ground. "I don't know how."
"But you will remember," the man smirked, "when I find and torture your darling in front of you. Aliwyn of Brocklesby, yes?"
Aliwyn. Wind whipped Aliwyn's hair about her face as the rough netting bit into her hands. To her left, the Vasvian galleys cut through the water with their expansive red and green sails, but she was far from relieved. Jacques' threat to both her and Toby echoed in her ears. If Toby was shut away from the world to never receive a fair inquest, what could she still do? A familiar man with cropped hair smiled and waved to her from the closest galley. Beside him stood a redhead who crossed her arms and did neither. Toby had been right. Both Matthew and Rhea would be here. Anticipation and dread churned within Aliwyn. She forced her stiff limbs to climb down until frigid seawater sprayed her boots. Help was here, but tears stung her eyes. Who was going to rescue Toby?
"Aliwyn!"
Matthew cried. A wave of chills ran up her damp feet. Now Jacques would know she was here. Rhea shouted orders to her followers to turn and anchor the galleys. Meanwhile, Matthew stood at the bow with his arms outstretched. Her breath caught. She had never seen him smile so much. Did she deserve such a welcome? Footsteps vibrated down from the deck of the Lady Fortuna. Aliwyn's pulse spiked. Someone was coming, but the galley was also bobbing within reach. She had scarcely extended an arm toward Matthew when he grabbed her wrist. With a cry of triumph, he wrapped an arm around her waist and hoisted her off the netting. Her feet landed safely. She almost shrieked when Matthew pulled her to his chest in a tight embrace. His woolen cape was warm, and yet he was shaking. "Thank God," he whispered. Aliwyn couldn't breathe. She had kissed Toby just hours before. Rhea's boots thudded on the galley as she approached with her chin held high and her face flushed. There was something spiteful about the way her gaze traced Matthew's arms around her back. Aliwyn squirmed until he released her. "Why did you stab Norman Rochefort?" Rhea demanded. The redhead was as hostile as she'd feared, and Aliwyn struggled to calm herself. She gestured to the gash on her neck. "He almost killed me. I fought him in self-defense." Rhea only narrowed her eyes. Draping his cape over Aliwyn's shoulders, Matthew looked her up and down. "What else happened to you?" I'll tell you later," Aliwyn stammered. She was afraid to look behind at the Lady Fortuna. "I just heard Jacques say he wants to torture me."
"What?"
Matthew froze.
"Why?"
The answer caught in her throat. If she admitted it was to coerce information out of Toby, Matthew would wonder why Toby would care at all. Aliwyn thought of a lie to give, but looking at Matthew, at the concern lining his face, she chose to tell the truth. "Because Jacques wants Toby to talk, to tell him how the cargo was made." Matthew's upper lip curled. All the joy in seeing her vanished, and dread pulled in Aliwyn's stomach.
"No,"
Matthew muttered.
"he won't get to. Tobias dies first." "Oh, stop being a nuisance, will you?" A voice rang out from overhead. "I decide if he lives or dies."
Aliwyn sucked in her breath and looked up. Jacques had leaned over the rail, his mouth moving as though he were chewing something repulsive.
"You'll let him live?"
Matthew shouted.
"Useful men I keep. Useless men?"
Jacques flicked the back of his hand at Matthew.
"I discard." "No! Tobias dies now!"
Aliwyn squeezed her eyes shut. Matthew's hand landed on her back.
"Go hide in the stern. I'll never let Jacques take you."
Reaching down, he grabbed his shield leaning against the rail and pushed his helmet over his head.
"Let's go, Rhea!"
With a wave of his arm, he jumped to the adjacent galley. 2 galleys and 1 longship were now anchored in such close proximity that he and Rhea could jump from one to the other until they reached the Lady Fortuna. Other longships and galleys floated within crossbow range around this dying, dark giant, silhouetted in the tangential sunlight. The battle Aliwyn had not dared to imagine was at hand. She stumbled after Matthew, despite the Vasphian rowers calling her back. Her wobbly legs barely made the jump to the next galley. She had agreed with Toby that she'd stay on the Vasphian ship, that she'd stay quiet and let him get arrested, but neither of them had expected things to spiral out of control.
"Jacques!"
Matthew shouted as he jumped onto the closest longship.
"I challenge Tobias to a duel, here and now!"
The sailors on board the longship recoiled as Matthew began stomping up the gangplank they had extended. Behind him, Rhea seemed to hesitate, but she soon hurried after him.
"On guard!"
she shouted back at her warriors. The redheads picked up their shields. They formed a defensive wall before Aliwyn, but she squeezed past them. Matthew's cape slipped from her shoulders. No, she would not stay hidden and let one man kill the other.
Matthew. There was only one way to kill Tobias now, provoke him into retaliating. Then he'd never get an inquest. He could be killed like any rebel on the battlefield. Ever since Aelfric died, Matthew had been waiting for this moment. He marched up the gangplank. The Bolton's ship was a disgusting mess. A broken yardarm lay across the deck, while a replacement beam rested haphazardly beside it amongst heaps of sailcloth. Soot and wood chips coated everything. The reek of soot and sweat clung to the deck. Matthew's target stood along the opposite rail, hair sticking out in all directions, and a look of indifference on his filthy face. Had he been this apathetic when he'd killed Matthew's parents, his uncle and aunt, his best friend? His hands clenched. Matthew stepped onto the slimy deck and marched forward. He almost tripped over Ransley's corpse. He looked down. The old knave was dead. A rush of satisfaction surged through him. One Bolton dead, another soon to die. He'd worry about Edward Bolton later. Rhea fell into step behind him and raised her shield.
"Be careful!"
She gave Matthew a look of warning.
"Be careful of what?"
He shot back. Bandages covered Tobias's right hand, while his left shoulder slumped at an odd angle. He had no shield, and his gambeson was slit open in multiple places, the tramp. He looked like a man already defeated. Matthew chuckled to himself. Tobias would have no choice but to draw his weapon in self-defense.
"Accept that you've lost our little competition, will you?"
Jacques straightened and adjusted his belt.
"Tobias is my prisoner."
To Matthew's surprise, Rhea answered,
"Let me have Ransley's body."
"Why? I got here first."
"I struck him on the head days ago."
Rhea gestured at the bandages still around the man's temples.
"I'm certain that's what killed him. We need his body for a ritual."
Jacques raised an eyebrow.
"It doesn't matter. I got here first, and he is my prize. But if you need a body—"
He raised an upturned hand toward the staircase.
"Go fish Edwards out of the hull. Tobias has kindly informed me he's already dead."
Rhea turned to Matthew, her brows knit with a concern he didn't understand.
"We already have the head we need," she said.
"But not the one we want." He glared at her. What was this? Fear that he couldn't kill Tobias while everyone watched? Matthew stepped forward, drawing his sword and spinning it with a flick of his wrist. "Tobias faces me in one-on-one combat. The loser dies." Jacques rolled his eyes.
"No, the sinking ship is too dangerous for any duel."
"You have no authority to prevent me!" Matthew charged past him. Tobias widened his stance, his gaze sharpening. When Matthew's blade came slicing down, he jerked to the side and ducked behind a heap of sailcloth. Matthew pursued him and leaped over the broken crossbeam. When he landed, his boot skidded sideways and sent him lurching in the opposite direction. His lower back twinged. Gritting his teeth, Matthew straightened just in time to see Tobias hobbling toward the stern. His sword remained hanging at his side. Matthew's vision darkened at the edges. For his family. For Aelfric. He'd carved the indifference off that impassive face. Jacques barked an order, but the words blurred into the blood pounding in Matthew's ears. He charged again. Tobias sidestepped behind the mast as Matthew's blade whistled a thumbspan from his shoulder. Matthew swerved after him, but slipped again on the planks. He caught himself on a crossbeam and accidentally shoved it aside. The heavy timber rolled toward Jacques and his men as they tried to intervene, sending them stumbling back. Voices screamed all around him, but Matthew's world had narrowed to Tobias and the blade in his hand. The wretch backed up the tilting deck, remaining close to the rail and always dragging one foot. Matthew's boots pounded over the groaning ship. When he swiped again, his blade snagged on ropes extending from the mast. He almost roared with rage. Finally, his eyes fell on the rebel's hearth. Matthew grabbed a fistful of hot sand and hurled it at Tobias's face. The man shielded his eyes with his arms and stumbled back. When he struggled to regain balance, he grimaced and gripped his left side, where the Vasfian's arrow had struck him. Matthew's lips curled into a dark smile.
"Matthew, stop!"
Aliwyn's voice from behind cut through the chaos. He froze. Aliwyn. He told her to stay hidden. Tobias hesitated too, his head snapping toward her voice. It was the opening Matthew needed. He lunged and swiped toward Tobias's face. His opponent jerked back, but Matthew's blade nicked his ear down to his chin. With a cry, Tobias spun aside and fell onto one knee. Matthew raised his sword over the man's head. Yet, light footsteps pattered to his side, and small fingers clawed into his upper arm. "Stop!" Aliwyn's cry rang in his ears. "Your commander told you to stop!" He could have easily broken free of her grasp, but Matthew froze. Her tearful eyes pierced him through. To see her like this, blatantly disregarding his order to stay on the galley.
"All right, enough!"
Jacques barked. He stomped to Matthew's side, grabbed his arm, and wrenched it behind him. Something within Matthew crumpled. Aliwyn, Jacques, both were supposed to want Tobias dead as much as he did. Clenching his jaw, Matthew glared at the blonde churl whose mournful gaze remained locked on Aliwyn. How dare he look at her like that? Matthew let out a shout and kicked Tobias in the chest. The force sent him rolling toward the port side and straight toward Rhea, who doubled back with her eyes blazing. Jacques locked Matthew's wrist in a vice-like grip.
"If you don't stop, I'll add obstructing justice to your charges. Drop your sword."
"You're already in enough trouble," Aliwyn shouted. His jaw tight, Matthew turned toward her. Why wasn't she proud of him for avenging Aelfric? Jacques' soldiers stomped and slid toward Tobias, who lay writhing at Rhea's feet. She bared her teeth. As she looked up at Matthew, her gaze burned with the same fire that raged within him. Desperation, sorrow, to know the man who had stolen their loved one would soon rise and walk away. The ache in Matthew's throat deepened. He had failed everyone. The soldiers grabbed Tobias and pulled him to his knees, pinning his arms behind him. Matthew could scarcely watch. Why had Aliwyn grabbed his arm at the last instant? Had Norman been right about her betrayal? Jacques' death grip remained around his wrist. His face hot, Matthew looked up again. He should have looked earlier. Tobias was struggling to stand, his neck covered in blood from Matthew's sword, when Rhea released her club from its holster. She raised her weapon over Tobias's head in a blow that would surely crack his skull. But Aliwyn pivoted in a whirl of brown hair and lunged toward her. Matthew dropped his sword with a clatter. He couldn't hear himself scream. Aliwyn drove her shoulder into Rhea's stomach. The young chief cried out in pain, and her club fell onto the floorboards. Matthew threw Jacques' hand aside. He bolted toward the scene as Rhea shoved Aliwyn off. The smaller woman stumbled backward toward the water.
"No!"
Matthew and Toby cried at once. Aliwyn's head struck the edge of the rail's opening, and she shrieked. An instant later, she spun overboard and into the sea.
Chapter 41. Bitter Currents. Aliwyn. The icy water stole Aliwyn's breath. Her head spun from striking the rail, and her flailing limbs did nothing against the waves pulling her under. The world around her blurred, the cold quickly sapping her strength. The shouts from the longships above grew distant. Oars splashed close to her face, but her trembling fingers slipped when she reached for them. She gasped for air, only to suck in a mouthful of salt water. Someone splashed into the water beside her. "Hold on!" Matthew sputtered. He hauled her arm over his shoulder and clasped her waist against his chest. Aliwyn coughed in agony as the salt stung her throat and nose, but she was breathing air again. Her head lolled against him as he fought the waves. Scenes from the fight replayed endlessly in her mind, ending with her desperate move to stop Toby from suffering his father's fate. Even as Matthew held on to her, his torso heaving with the effort of keeping them both afloat, fear crept in. Was he going to ask why she had done that? With a grunt, Matthew caught onto an extended oar. Aliwyn felt the two of them being drawn in. The world tilted dangerously whenever she opened her eyes, but she forced herself to look up. She could barely discern Toby on a longship, with his hands bound behind him. Blood now stained the collar of his drab tunic, and none of the soldiers rowing around him seemed to care. When he turned to look at her, sobs racked her body.
Toby, wait for me.
And yet, she had no choice but to cling onto Matthew for now. The oar pulled them both toward the galley. Vaspians reached down, pulled her off Matthew's back, and hauled her onto the deck. She collapsed onto the wooden planks, gasping for air. Her wet hair plastered to her face. The wounds on her neck and elsewhere burned from the salt. Blankets were thrown over her, but the cold still seeped into her bones. She curled herself into a ball and cradled her aching head. This, coupled with the blow to her head from tumbling off the donkey cart, meant days of headache.
Aliwyn, are you all right?
Matthew's voice cut through the haze. She opened her eyes a slit. He crouched beside her, propped up on one elbow with seawater trickling down his face. Even now, after she'd yelled at him and his Vaspian ally, Matthew's eyes were filled with concern. The guilt within her gnawed deeper than the cold.
My head hurts, she whispered, but it'll go away.
Matthew nodded, but his brow remained furrowed. He pulled his own blanket higher over his shoulders.
Why did you stop me from killing Tobias?
Aliwyn's teeth chattered. Rhea stood behind him in the late afternoon sun and directed her warriors to board the Lady Fortuna in search for Edward's body. Her scowl kept flashing back to Matthew and the woman lying across from him. Aliwyn's toes curled. She had to choose her words carefully.
I didn't want to see anyone die.
She coughed, her throat tight.
I was afraid you and Rhea would get into trouble with Jacques. I didn't want another battle like the one outside my mill.
That wasn't a lie, but she couldn't reveal the full truth. Matthew's expression softened. When he ducked his head, Aliwyn's chest tightened with sympathy. He looked so different than when he'd rampaged on deck with his sword.
I understand,
Matthew said finally.
I probably went too far. Tobias will most likely die in Jacques' custody anyway.
Fresh tears surged from Aliwyn's eyes and mingled with the seawater stinging her cheeks. Her shaky fingers sought Toby's recorder in her belt pouch. It was all she had left of him since he decided to cast his journal into the sea. Now that he wanted to live, he wanted to break free from his past. If only he had the chance.
Matthew!
Jacques' voice boomed from the waters.
I want that peasant woman for questioning.
Aliwyn held her breath as Matthew straightened with a frown. All around the galley, Jacques' longships with their black and red flags circled like predators around their prey. Rhea marched to the bow with her hand on her club.
Why don't you talk to me?
She shouted at Jacques.
And no, you can't have her. My people found her first.
Tension between the two factions hung thick in the air. Aliwyn squeezed the wet strands falling to her fingers. She was grateful for Rhea's defiance, but the chief acted out of pride and not compassion. Finally, Jacques grunted.
Expect unfortunate news later this month, Matthew.
The bridge of Matthew's nose wrinkled, but he said nothing.
What news?
Aliwyn asked softly. But he didn't seem to hear her, and Rhea shot her a glare that silenced further questions. Her warriors erected shields around the galley and blocked Jacques from view. Above the makeshift wall, the longship's broad sails began to turn away in the evening sun. Finally, the garish black and red flags retreated. Relief trickled through Aliwyn, but the worry for Toby's safety continued to choke her. What his captors wanted was information he refused to tell anyone. She prayed in silence that someone would tend to him until she could convince another Norman to extract him from Jacques' claws and grant him a fair inquest. Whatever relief she'd felt at Jacques' receding sails vanished when Rhea marched toward her with her jaws set. The last time they'd met, in Brocklesby, Aliwyn had rudely dismissed the Vaspian's invitation to a sacred feast. Aliwyn had scoffed at Rhea's efforts to form a partnership. Now, with Matthew thrown into the mix, Rhea seemed more irritable than ever. The redhead picked up Matthew's cape and dusted it off.
What are you going to do with her?
Her green eyes flashed to Aliwyn.
The battle is in 2 days, and Norwich is a long way from here.
Aliwyn drew a shaking breath. Norwich. Toby had mentioned it too. It was a place she needed to go. Travelling with Matthew and Rhea might be her safest choice. She'd have to endure the redhead's scorn for Toby's sake.
Matthew, she said quietly, do you have business in Norwich?
He grinned wryly back at her.
Yes, dealing with the unfortunate news Jacques talked about.
Rhea sat beside Matthew and spread his cape over his back.
Jacques accused Matthew of deserting the army because he returned to Brocklesby for you.
Aliwyn's fingers dug into her sides as she hugged her torso. She remembered Jacques mentioning this in the forest.
I'm sorry,
she began.
It's not your fault. I will clear my name after the battle.
Matthew looked at Rhea.
And I won't be seeing His Excellency alone.
Rhea's smile back faded when Aliwyn sat up.
Please, take me with you,
Aliwyn said, pushing past her fear.
I can cook, I can clean, and—
So can any of my warriors,
Rhea snapped. Then, in a calmer tone, she added,
I'll direct my galleys to land with the Ulai tribe at the mouth of the Humber. You're both too cold to last all the way to Jethron. The Ulai will give us shelter tonight.
With a glance at Aliwyn, she continued,
I'll decide tomorrow if I allow this woman to come with us. She can always sleep in a church.
Thank you,
Aliwyn whispered. The chief stood and walked away, leaving Aliwyn to nibble on her lip. Something had happened between Rhea and Matthew. Envy twisted the redhead's mouth whenever she spoke to Aliwyn, although Matthew seemed oblivious to it. Yet another problem she didn't need. Sighing, Aliwyn curled back onto the damp floorboards as Rhea instructed her warriors to carry hoodfats, spears, and Edward's body onto another galley. They had said they needed him for a ritual. Aliwyn dared not imagine what that was like. The galley creaked with the waves as the steady drip of oars filled her ears. The blankets smelled of bitter herbs. Aliwyn's headache pulsed in time with the rocking ship, but when a Vasfian handed her a basin of fresh water, she forced herself to sit and clean her face and wounds. The thought of spending the night with the Vasfians made her heart race, yet their freckles no longer repulsed her. Maybe it was because of what Cato had done to protect her. Aliwyn remembered how he'd extended his freckled hand to help her stand inside the leper's chapel. Perhaps she'd see him again too. Those around her murmured in both English and Vasfian. Matthew and Rhea discussed how to have Edward's body examined by a Norman official to document his death. There was talk of Marcottsville, and a strange mention of clay kubozi. Aliwyn grew still to listen. Kubozis were sacred food bowls the redheads made, but clay kubozis? Then it struck her. They were talking about the Thunder Crashers. The Vasfians had stolen one chest of Thunder Crashers. They must be wondering what those things were. She rubbed Toby's recorder with her thumb. He hadn't asked her to remain silent about what his cargo could do. Maybe he knew she'd be questioned, and he didn't want her to carry that burden. After what Matthew had done for her, she should tell him what she had seen on board. Perhaps that knowledge would help them fend off the Danes who were still coming. Next to her, Matthew stared at the wreckage of the Lady Fortuna with his face unreadable. Perhaps he still longed for a victory, but thank heavens he had failed. If only she could make him see what she had seen in Toby.
Matthew,
she said, I saw what the Bolton's cargo can do, and those clay balls are called Thunder Crashers.
He turned, his eyes widening. Wait until Rhea can hear this too,
he said, glancing toward the chief, who stood at the prow with the sun blazing behind her.
And I'll make sure she lets you come with us.
Aliwyn nodded and forced a smile back. Everywhere she looked, she expected to see Toby rush toward her and pull her into his arms. But he wouldn't today. The Lady Fortuna's sinking, battered frame appeared to her for the last time as the galley turned for its destination. Remembering the battle between the two men crushed her, as though she were grain caught between two millstones. Aelfric must have felt just as torn, just as pained. And the two he had died to save still wouldn't stop fighting.
What's wrong?
Matthew asked, his voice softer now.
So much has happened,
she whispered.
I know.
He placed a hand on her shoulder, his teeth also chattering.
But you're safe now. I'm just surprised you'd want to come with me.
He smirked.
I thought you'd want to go straight home.
No. My mill's empty.
Her lower lip trembled.
There's nothing for me there.
Matthew's hand tightened over her shoulder, and he smiled.
I saw your chickens pecking around a Vasvian hill fort, like they owned the place.
A startled laugh escaped her, and her breaths quivered with both joy and yearning. Toby had been right about the Vasvians taking them in, and Matthew still remembered her hens.
We're going to that hill fort tomorrow,
Matthew continued.
It's called Jethron. You'll see them.
Thank you.
The thought of seeing Clover and her other warm, feathery friends made her smile. Aliwyn's arms twitched with the longing to gather them close, and to hear their familiar clucks.
Try to rest, Matthew murmured. I'm here.
She closed her eyes, though sleep felt impossible. As the waves lapped against the hull, Aliwyn prayed silently for Toby's safety, and for the strength to reach Norwich and plead not only for justice, but for mercy.
Chapter 42. Afix. Matthew awakened as the anchor's splash shattered the evening silence. His fingers had turned to ice, and he couldn't feel his toes inside his salt-stiffened boots. The sunset's fading light revealed a crescent beach where redheads had gathered, their torches hovering like fireflies. The Selkie had reached a rugged stretch of coast where black cliffs rose in the distance. This must be Ulai territory. Matthew suppressed a yawn and turned. Aliwyn lay curled nearby, her pale face slack with exhaustion. The dark smudges beneath her eyes made his chest tighten. He'd let her rest until the Vasvians finished hauling their oars ashore. Would she get along with the redheads who helped rescue her? Matthew stood and shook out his limbs. Rhea was at the stern, beside Poré and her mare, their figures silhouetted against the darkening sky. Beyond her, the shadows of Jacques' longships sailed west, toward the River Humber. Maybe they were sailing back to Barton upon Humber. Toby was still alive on board, and Matthew hardened his jaw. He had done his best to conceal his worries before Aliwyn, but now they came clawing to the forefront. He approached Rhea with his eyes lowered. I couldn't shut his mouth. I'm sorry. She turned, with the wind plucking at her braid.
Shut whose mouth?
Tobias. The name tasted foul. And how he made the black matter formula. Now we may see it used in battle after all. It was as though he was standing at a cliff's edge, staring at the blackness below. Something harrowing lay just beyond, inevitable but unseen. Rhea drew her brows.
We both did what we could. I'm starting to understand how no one can stop its use from spreading.
She turned to squint at the horizon again.
To be frank with you, I was more terrified by watching you fight Tobias. I kept seeing Aelfric in my memories, fighting that same man, and dying.
When she turned back, the torchlight from the shore glimmered in her wet eyes. Grief swelled in Matthew's throat. So that was why she had been reluctant to have him battle that English churl. He patted Poré's neck to distract himself. If Jacques ever lets Tobias Bolton go, I'll hunt him down. Condemn him to death at an inquest.
Good. Much less risky that way.
A smile tugged at her lips, but Matthew didn't understand it. He had failed this time, and there was nothing worth cheering about. Rhea extended her hand.
Please give me your sword, she said quietly. The Ulai will never let you stay otherwise.
It was not his sword, but his father's, and he was unworthy of it. His chest tight, Matthew unstrapped his blade and offered it. Rhea tethered it onto her own belt.
Thank you for trusting me with your father's possession.
Despite the grief lingering in her gaze, her smile was genuine. So, Rhea had recognized his father's hilt and the lion carved onto it. He mustered a nod. Rhea retrieved a golden torque from her mare's saddle pack and slipped it around her neck.
Let's go, she said, reaching for her horse's reins.
And I know you did your best today, Matthew.
He drew a deep breath. Her words brought some reassurance. Taking Porre's reins, he followed Rhea toward the ship's bow, which had been moored to a dock. Aliwyn stirred beneath her blankets as he approached. Her glassy eyes opened when he knelt beside her. "Are you strong enough to walk?" Matthew asked. Aliwyn gave a hesitant nod, and Matthew smiled. At least she was with him now. As she struggled upright, fear again tightened her features. Her hand emerged from the blanket, clutching a wooden object, and Matthew's breath caught. "You found Aelfric's recorder. How did you—"
"This isn't his."
She quickly hid the object beneath the blanket. Matthew blinked. Had she really hit her head that hard? "You're confused right now," he said. "We'll talk later." Aliwyn bit at her already chapped lips. She struggled to stand. Matthew offered his hand, but she glanced at Rhea standing beside him and shrank away. Aliwyn rose on unsteady legs and dropped the recorder into her belt pouch. He swallowed hard. Why was she so frightened? If they were to travel together, she had to trust him, and the Vasvians. "You can ride Porre," he said. But Aliwyn shook her head and stumbled toward the gangplank.
"I'll lead,"
Rhea said from behind. Her brows knit, she squared her shoulders and strode past Matthew. He frowned after her back. What was wrong with both of them? The Ulai tribesmen greeted Rhea with circular hand gestures that made their shell necklaces whisper. Rhea spoke to one elderly man who wore a torque around his neck, then turned to Matthew and said,
"This is Fionn, the Ulai chief. His wife will take our mounts from here."
His teeth chattering, Matthew smiled at the unfamiliar faces and handed over Porre's reins. He copied their hand greeting, but Aliwyn only sneezed a few times. Fionn's face was an unreadable roadmap of wrinkles as he spoke to Rhea in their liquid tongue. When Aliwyn sneezed again, Matthew put his arm around her shoulders. Her stiffness beneath his touch made his stomach drop. Was it because watching him fight still scared her? Well, she had never seen Aelfric's lethal precision during their sparring matches. The memory of so many afternoons spent together brought fresh sorrow. Somehow, in his last battle, Aelfric had fallen so readily to Tobias. Finally, Fionn and Rhea stopped talking. She turned to Matthew with a stern look.
"He says you can enter their village, but only if you agree to be blindfolded."
When Matthew pressed his lips together, Rhea added,
"We don't have castles, only underground villages. I convinced Fionn to let you both in. I'll walk with you, so don't be afraid. Best you agree right away."
Matthew glanced at the redheads surrounding him. Just days ago, other Vasvians had thrown a bag over his head. Unease clamped his throat at the thought of losing sight again, but these people were his allies. "Fine," he said. "Blindfold me and—" He turned to Aliwyn, expecting her to agree, but her bloodshot eyes had rounded in terror. A Vasvian man approached and lowered a linen cloth over her eyes, and she gasped.
I'm already dizzy," she stammered. "Please, I'll fall if I can't see."
She then said something in Vasvian, but the man tied the cloth behind her head anyway. Aliwyn's shoulders trembled under Matthew's arm. He remembered then how redheads had barged into her home and killed many soldiers outside. Of course she was frightened. He'd been an idiot for forgetting about her last experience with the Vasvians. Matthew shifted to face her fully and rubbed her shoulders with his thumb. "Please trust me, Aliwyn. They're our allies. Let me carry you, and you won't fall." Finally, her thin shoulders slumping, Aliwyn nodded. Matthew pulled her arm over his shoulder and hoisted her onto his back. Rhea's expression remained sombre as another man approached Matthew with a linen cloth. The last thing he saw, before the blindfold descended over his eyes, was Rhea reaching for his upper arm. "I'll guide you," she said. He followed the steady push of her hand. The harrowing sense of blindness sent flashes of heat through the chill of his body.
The tangling underbrush soon gave way to a dirt road beneath his feet. Without sight, all his other senses sharpened. There was the clink of seashell pendants as the Vasfians walked, the distant call of gulls circling the beach behind them, and the acrid tallow smoke of the torches. He was led uphill, then downhill, before everyone paused for a break. As the Ulai tribe whispered amongst themselves, Aliwyn asked,
"Why are the people here talking about Aelfric?"
Matthew gulped. He hadn't understood anything the Ulai said, but Aliwyn did. Rhea grunted.
Indeed. I wonder why."
Aliwyn was in no condition to hear the truth about Aelfric's heritage. She'd get upset, probably make a scene, and then Rhea wouldn't let her go to Norwich with them. Matthew couldn't see Rhea, but he turned her grip and whispered, "Later, not tonight." In a louder voice, he said, "Aliwyn, once we get changed, tell us about the clay kubosi." She adjusted her arms around his neck.
"I will."
Neither woman spoke about Aelfric again. Good, he thought. Matthew's panting roared in his ears as Aliwyn's weight reminded him of the responsibility he carried. Now that he'd rescued her, he wanted to keep her safe. He pressed onward. The air turned damp and thick with the scent of wet stone and iron-rich soil. A grinding noise shook the ground as hidden stone dragged against stone. As though swallowed by the earth, the outside noises vanished. The mineral undercurrent of a hot spring nearby crept up Matthew's nose. Footsteps echoed differently now as they bounced off closed walls. Her grip tightening, Rhea said,
"Careful. Take a step up."
Matthew lifted his boot onto a ledge he couldn't see. As he set it down again, relieved to find footing, the entrance behind him sealed shut with an echoing thud. His blindfold was finally pulled off. Matthew blinked as Rhea passed the cloth back to its owner. Warriors clad in padded vests stood guard at the entrance with spears in their hands, and they stared at Matthew. Was it the first time outsiders had been here? Beyond them, the tunnel split into 3 passages. The amber torchlight illuminated the intricate vines spiralling around their openings.
"Welcome to Ulai Gorum."
Rhea gestured toward the leftmost tunnel where the walls bore handprints in red ochre.
"I'll take you to the hot springs first. Men and women bathe separately."
Matthew shifted Aliwyn's weight on his back. "Who will watch Aliwyn?"
"Me,"
Rhea said, touching the bronze torque at her throat.
"I promise you she won't be harmed, but do not wander anywhere without an escort."
She pointed to a suspiciously smooth section of the floor.
"The Gorum has traps everywhere for invaders."
Matthew raised an eyebrow. "Understood." They moved deeper into the maze of tunnels. Clay figurines of stags with enormous antlers stood within recesses carved into the wall. The ceiling bore soot marks from past torches, as well as ventilation shafts. Horses neighing and dogs barking echoed from somewhere out of sight, and the scent of roasting fish came and went. The entire village must have retreated within these caverns in preparation for the Danish assault. Matthew stared at the veins of quartz that glittered like frozen starlight overhead. Was this how the Vasfians had survived the Norseman raids for centuries? They had done well, and it was an honor to be granted entry. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they descended. Heated air washed over them with the scent of minerals. Matthew passed between the shell garlands hanging from the entrance of the next chamber. He and the Vasfians emerged onto the shores of an underground lake. Its steaming surface reflected dozens of oil lamps that hung from bronze hooks. Carvings of entwined serpents and oak leaves lined the walls, and Matthew fought the urge to gawk at everything. His stomach now rumbled with hunger, but he had to wait. Rhea gestured to a stack of folded blankets and clean tunics by the water.
"Set Aliwyn down here."
Matthew eased her onto her feet. To his dismay, her brows were drawn in uncertainty as she clutched her blanket tighter. All around them, Vasfians murmured about Afix.
"Leave her now," Rhea said. "She needs to bathe, and so do you."
Aliwyn. It was maddening to hear the Vasfian pronunciation of Aelfric's name whispered everywhere. What were Matthew and Rhea trying to hide? All the same, Aliwyn smiled at the young Norman man who watched her with concern.
"Thank you, Matthew,"
she said.
"I'll tell you about the Clay Kobozi soon."
Matthew glanced back at her as he followed two Vasfian men toward another pool in the massive cavern. Steam hung thick in the cave and muffled his footsteps. Despite the heat, chills swarmed Aliwyn's scalp at being left with Rhea. She breathed again when the chief turned to two Ulai women and said, "Watch her." Rhea strode behind a large rock protruding from the water, probably to bathe. Aliwyn shed her blanket and belt and waded into the pool fully clothed. Questions about Aelfric burned in her mind. As she emerged from the pool, the Ulai women presented her with a dark green dress and bandages. Aliwyn slid between rocky projections on land to change and dress her neck's injury. She opened her belt pouch and fingered the recorder and Edward's signet ring, both safe inside. The instrument brought back both Aelfric's and Toby's faces, and she blinked back tears. Aelfric had visited the Ulai tribe before. She could feel it. But why? As she emerged in her new clothes, she asked the two women, "How come you know Aelfric?" "Not even a thank you for the hospitality," came Rhea's voice behind her. Aliwyn whirled around. The chief stood in a blood-red dress with a thick torque encircling her neck.
"I'm sorry,"
Aliwyn said quietly.
"I was just thinking of many things. I am grateful."
Rhea's eyes flashed to her belt pouch, still open, with Toby's recorder protruding from it. Aliwyn's heart fluttered in her throat. She pushed the recorder deeper down and pulled the drawstrings taut. This woman couldn't possibly know this instrument belonged to Toby. Could she? Matthew appeared around the stony path and drew Rhea's attention.
"Thank heavens."
Aliwyn needed to tell him and Rhea about the Thunder Crashers, and questions about Aelfric would have to wait. Matthew looked thinner than she remembered. It was also odd to see him wear a Vasfian red and green checkered mantle, but his deep brown eyes remained the same, always carrying a hint of longing. As he walked within earshot, Rhea crossed her arms and said, "Aliwyn, tell us about the Bolton's cargo." Aliwyn laced her fingers. Whatever she said now must not reveal Toby's relationship with her.
"The rebels carried clay spheres they called Thunder Crashers. They were filled with potash compound."
Matthew's brows furrowed. "What compound?" Rhea answered first. "Potash. That must be what you called black matter." Matthew nodded thoughtfully, and Aliwyn explained how the Thunder Crashers could be activated by lighting their cork stoppers. She recounted the battle Toby fought against Vincent, careful to leave out Toby's name and simply referring to the crew. Both Matthew and Rhea scowled at her. "By the devil's tail," Matthew muttered. "All the knights are useless against those Thunder Crashers." "Not just the knights." Rhea twisted the side of her dress. "The gods help us when those things enter the battlefield." Aliwyn drew a slow breath. Matthew and Rhea seemed to want the black matter destroyed, just like Toby did. If only they'd stop tearing each other apart. If only she could make them see.
"You probably noticed there was no cargo on Tobias's ship,"
Aliwyn said.
"It's because he threw it overboard. He said no one in England should have weapons so powerful."
Matthew and Rhea exchanged glances. Neither asked why Toby had done such an honourable thing, and Aliwyn wrung her hands. Rhea tilted her head. "You must have spoken to Tobias. A lot."
"I eavesdropped,"
Aliwyn said, her shoulders stiff.
"I wanted to gather information in case I came back."
Rhea raised an eyebrow. "So what exactly happened on that ship?" Aliwyn hesitated, then began. She told them about sabotaging the rigging, about Ransley's injury, and Edward dragging him to Driftmere for help, a Norman stowaway who axed a hole in the hull and almost killed her, the ship sinking. Matthew's eyes widened. "Wait, you cut the ship's rigging?"
"Yes, I stole Ransley Bolton's knife to do it."
"You threw their surcoats overboard too,"
Matthew said, grinning.
The Ahitan tribe found them and reported to Rhea.
Yes, I sewed those surcoats and I cast them out. Aliwyn flinched as she remembered an important detail. I also killed Edward. I have his signet ring.
Rhea grunted. You killed Edward?
Yes.
Aliwyn calmly reached into her belt pouch, withdrew the ring and displayed it. Matthew only stared at her in bewilderment, and Rhea rolled her eyes. Aliwyn fought to keep her composure. They didn't believe her. What if the officials in Norwich didn't believe her either? But she had no time to dwell on her dread, not with the redhead still questioning her.
Anything else you care to share?
Rhea asked. Aliwyn blinked as the memories returned. Toby's arm around her while they slept in the hood fat, the heat of his kiss still lingering on her lips.
There's nothing,
she whispered.
Rhea's mouth curved, but it wasn't a smile.
She switched to Vasfian.
Then tell me why that recorder you're trying to hide isn't Aelfric's. His was carved from darker wood.
A wave of chills swept over Aliwyn. It was all she could do to stay calm. Rhea twirled a strand of red hair on her fingers.
Years ago, Miriam made a nearly identical recorder for a boy with a broken arm. Sound familiar?
Aliwyn's face went numb. Rhea knew Toby from his stay in Brocklesby. She knew about his instrument. Matthew only shuffled his feet as he listened to their exchange in Vasfian. Rhea glanced at him, then said,
You think I didn't notice, Aliwyn? How you protected your lover on that ship. The look of longing between you two. You're not going to Norwich for us. You're going for that rebel. And the only reason I haven't exposed you, her voice caught, is because the truth would break the man beside you.
Matthew stepped forward with a scowl. Rhea, Aliwyn found Aelfric's recorder first. Let her keep it.
Rhea gave a hollow laugh, then continued in Vasfian. This squire is kind but blind, painfully good at suffering for people, especially you. He promised Aelfric he'd protect you. That promise became his obsession, his way of staying sane.
She dipped her chin, her gaze piercing.
But if you care about him at all, leave tomorrow and never return, or I'll make you disappear.
Aliwyn's pulse pounded, but she met those green eyes with the same unyielding frost. Rhea adjusted the torque around her neck and said in English, Of course Aliwyn can keep the recorder.
Let's go to your rooms.
Aliwyn could scarcely breathe. Her headache from being slammed against the ship's rail intensified as Rhea led her and Matthew through the tunnels, passing countless Vasfian guards. The sounds of children laughing and a harp and recorder duet echoed around them. Despite the cheerful melody, Aliwyn clenched her hands. What would she do now? Without Matthew's protection, could she still reach Norwich? Matthew glanced at the other two and cleared his throat.
This music. Is there a special occasion tonight?
For the couple playing, yes.
Rhea remained somber.
Only married women play harp amongst my people. That couple is performing to announce they're expecting a child.
Can we stop and listen a while?
Matthew asked.
No, you need to eat.
Rhea widened her stride, her damp hair swaying in time with her steps. Matthew looked at Aliwyn and shrugged. She mustered a small grin in return. Thank goodness he was willfully blind. Yet her stomach knotted with pity. 2 sleeping alcoves waited in a quiet side passage. Aliwyn's featured a wool blanket, dyed with spirals of red and green, that hung across the entrance. Matthew's opposite space held a simple pallet and a stone basin of water. A man brought them a shallow straw blanket with what looked like 2 glistening black bricks flecked with pale grains sitting on dried kelp. Beside it were wooden cups with shriveled purple berries and honey on the side.
This is your supper,
Rhea said.
Seal blood pudding mixed with fermented oats and juniper.
She pulled off a piece and ate it.
Boiled in its own gut, then seared on the stones. A warrior's meal.
She grinned, but all the colour drained from Matthew's face.
Thank you,
Aliwyn said.
I'll take my share and leave you two.
She reached in to grab a blood pudding. The food smelled strange, a mix of honey and rusty metal. But she didn't care.
You're not going to eat with us? Matthew asked.
No.
Rhea tilted her head. Don't you want to know why the Ulai know Aelfric? Aliwyn dropped the blood pudding back in the basket and backed away.
Rhea, not now.
Matthew frowned at her, but Rhea ignored him. Aelfric was a half-blood. Both his grandmothers were Vasvian. Aliwyn gasped, and Rhea narrowed her eyes as she continued. For years, you tormented him with your prejudices, so much that he confided in me. He lived with my people and visited every tribe for 2 months each winter. Aliwyn began to shake, and she couldn't stop. The world seemed to darken for a moment. All those quiet afternoons when Aelfie withdrew now made sense. How he'd stopped holding her hand or dancing with her. And when he vanished into the Vasvian forest, was it to see Rhea? Aelfie's final visit played again in Aliwyn's mind. No wonder he had so readily recruited Rhea's tribe to help rescue Matthew. Aelfie had carried so many secrets. And yet, after what she'd learned from Toby, nothing surprised her anymore. Rhea smirked. Aelfric wanted to court you, but didn't dare reveal he was half Vasvian. He finally left Brocklesby and called you his sister, probably to survive the heartbreak. Rhea's smile grew, while the ache in Aliwyn's throat threatened to choke her. That insufferable woman! With hot tears streaming, Aliwyn darted toward the hole that was her room. Matthew shouted her name, but she kept running. Sobs tore from her chest as she flung aside the cloth covering the entrance and ducked into her room. The small space had nothing but a turnip lantern and a straw pallet. Aliwyn grasped at her hair and paced the room. It was her own fault that Aelfie had never asked for her hand. Her fault. If only she could tell him the Vasvian's freckles no longer disgusted her, that she'd changed how she treated the tribes. Aelfie, I'm sorry. She almost shrieked when a figure appeared before her. Matthew.
Hey,
he murmured, holding out a kelp-wrapped pudding and a bowl of berries. Aliwyn backed away and hugged herself. Now that he was alone with her, Rhea would be furious. Yet, before she could send him away, Matthew said,
You should eat. And can I stay a while? I want to tell you something.
Aliwyn wiped her face. There was something about this towering Norman soldier, gazing at her with sincere sympathy, that made her quiver. He was no longer the obnoxious man pounding on her watermill's door and yelling to get in. She couldn't bear to make him leave. Her legs weak, she staggered to the straw pallet and sat. Matthew set down the food and sat across from her on the ground. He scratched the scabs on his hand.
I felt the same when I found out Aelfric was half Vasvian.
Aliwyn stifled a sob and couldn't speak. Matthew continued.
I used to call the redheads only good for target practice, and other awful things.
It was as though they'd returned to the Brocklesby mill to talk about Aelfie again. Yet for a long time, neither of them spoke, as lights and shadows danced on the walls. Aelfric's recorder music drifted in Aliwyn's memories, and her eyes blurred between each blink. Finally, Matthew cleared his throat.
Something that helped me.
His voice faltered. She thought of reaching for his shoulder, but she couldn't move. Yes, she whispered.
I remember how Aelfric remained our friend till the end.
The turnip light flickered in Matthew's damp eyes. Aliwyn braced her knees as he whispered.
I think that means he forgave us, even if he had to forgive us every day, and he wouldn't want us drowning in guilt.
Aliwyn's chin quivered. Aelfie's arms seemed to wrap around her one more time. He spun her in a circle, even if it was just her headache making her dizzy. His laughter rang again in her ears. She smiled, despite her tears. Yes. Aelfie must have forgiven her 1,000 times.
And I know you want his sister,
Matthew murmured.
Sorry about ignoring you back in Brocklesby. But if you ever want an older brother, I'm here.
Aliwyn picked at the green Vasvian dress she wore, the one that was too large for her. She could never become that close to him, but to reject him now would be heartless. Thank you, Matthew, she said softly.
Call me Matt. That's what Aelfric called me.
He grinned, but the sorrow in his eyes remained. Dipping his chin, he scratched his hand again. Aliwyn remembered then how Emma had bitten him, and how anguished he'd been over her loss. That felt like so long ago.
That was all I wanted to say,
he said, sighing as he pushed himself to stand.
We have a long day tomorrow. Good night.
Wait.
She paused until he turned to her.
I have something to tell you too. The child who bit you was on Tobias's ship. She was alive and well.
He blinked, then shuffled his boots.
Really? But I didn't see her.
Tobias sent her away in a rowboat. To Scotland.
Her voice trembled with the longing to embrace the girl again.
Emma survived the fall. You don't have to blame yourself anymore.
Matthew ran a hand over his face, and his smile brightened.
Thanks. Thanks for telling me that.
No need to thank me. I should have thanked you earlier for rescuing me.
The calm joy in his eyes made her chest tighten. What had happened to him these past few days? And the longer she stared at him, the deeper her grief gnawed at her. Although she might resent Rhea, the redhead had been right. Matthew would be devastated if Aliwyn's love for Toby ever came to light. It would bring out the terrifying side she'd seen of him on the Lady Fortuna. She couldn't keep accepting his protection, knowing she aimed to save the man he hated. Toby had given her 4 pennies, enough for boarding ferries and wagons to Norwich. Alone. Tomorrow, she'd have to come up with an excuse to not travel with Matthew. Clearing her throat, Aliwyn said,
Good night. And, tell Rhea what you told me. That you want to be my brother.
I'm sure she knows all.
No, she doesn't. And it's bothering her.
His eyes rounded.
Oh, then I'll go make that clear.
Aliwyn hung her head as Matthew strode out of the room. He was a good person, but one who wanted Toby dead. Aelfric had perished caught in between them both, and she didn't want the same fate. The best thing she could do for Matthew and for herself was to disappear from his life. Kneeling on her bed, she sought Toby's recorder again and hugged the delicate object to her chest. She couldn't save Aelfric, but she clung to hope that she could save Toby. Tomorrow, in whatever village Matthew and Rhea left her, she'd buy a fishing spear.
Chapter 43. A for Alliance. Matthew. The food basket had been discarded by the time Matthew exited Aliwyn's room. Only a Vasfian guard, picking idly at her nails, stood beside it. Matthew's shoulders slumped. "Rhea?" he called out. "I need to talk to you." "I'm here," she called from his left. Matthew spun around. She sat on a stool within a recess of the wall and held a beanbag compress against her stomach. Matthew stepped toward her. "You all right?"
"I will be."
She stood slowly and left the beanbag on the stool.
"So, why should I know that Aliwyn's only a sister to you?"
She smiled, and Matthew's back stiffened. So, she had overheard. Aliwyn's alcove had no door. Matthew shuffled his feet. I just wanted to make everything clear." His voice faltered. Rhea was walking toward him, the scarlet of her form-fitting dress a vibrant splash against the dim cavern. Her copper tresses shimmered with gold in the fire's glow. Without warning, the tingly feeling Matthew had felt before the Aliwyn shot down his back again. He was gawking like a fool. Matthew cleared his throat. Anyway, Aliwyn's like my adopted sister now. I want her to come with us to Norwich." A frown tinged with sorrow descended over Rhea's face. Now what had he done wrong? Ducking his head, Matthew grabbed the basket. By the time he looked up again, Rhea's expression had cooled to a calm indifference.
"Let's see if Aliwyn still wants to go tomorrow."
She gestured to the basket by his feet.
"Enjoy your meal. I just stayed to say good night."
Rhea turned and walked away. Matthew stared at her back with his chest squeezing. Ending the day like this felt wrong. Rhea was already 20 paces ahead when he sprang after her, the basket swinging with each stride. Finally, he caught onto her shoulder. "Wait! Please stay and eat with me." They stood in the middle of a stone corridor with one brass lamp hanging from the ceiling and a beaten stool. Matthew's face burned. He might as well have asked Rhea to dine in a dungeon. Yet she smiled at him.
"I wasn't hungry, but I'll finish whatever you can't."
"No, we split the pudding," he stammered, lowering the basket. What was he trying to accomplish by having her stay? They could only remain friends. With shaky fingers, he picked up the blood pudding, broke it in two, and passed Rhea the bigger half. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and grimaced at the black brick he held. It smelled revolting, like urine on hot metal. Holding his breath, he took a bite. The outside was crumbly, while the inside was dense with fat and oats. It tasted better after chewing for a long time. Rhea spread out her dress as she sat across from him.
"How do you like the blood pudding?"
she asked. Matthew swallowed. "It looks bad, smells bad, but isn't so bad at the end." She grinned as she nibbled on her food, then chuckled. "Something funny?" he asked.
"Well,"
her eyes sparkled beneath the firelight,
"I recently met a man who matches that same description."
Matthew wanted to laugh, but his ribs were too stiff. He had been so obnoxious a few nights ago, but he didn't want to think about it. And that tingly feeling down his back was becoming worse. He shoved another bite into his mouth. Music from the harp and recorded duet echoed faintly around them. Rhea picked up berries from the bowl. Cupping them in her hand, she said,
"So, how do your people celebrate the birth of a child?"
Matthew uncorked his costrel and pretended to drink for a long time. It was a terrible idea to ask her to stay. He wanted to stare at her like an idiot. "Well, there are parties." He struggled to sound casual. "Lots of food, honey wine, dancing."
"That sounds fun."
"For other people, yes. I found them too noisy, so I avoided them. Aelfric would sneak me honey cakes, and we'd eat by the lake or swim. If it rained, we played chess in the servants' quarters." Matthew grinned at the memories, then sighed. "Maybe I shouldn't have done that to Aelfric. Making him stay around me all the time probably kept him from finding someone to marry." He looked back at Rhea and froze. Grief had tightened her face again, the opposite of what he'd hoped to do.
"Maybe we shouldn't talk about Aelfric," she whispered.
"Right, He reached for her shoulder. Tears also stung his eyes. "How about—" He paused, grateful for the idea that came to him. "How about I teach you how to read and write in English?" The hint of a smile returned to her face.
"Really? It seems difficult."
"It doesn't have to be. I'll first teach you the words used in courier messages. I have a text in my belt." Then he froze. The Vasvian clothes had fit him so snugly that he hadn't worn his belt again. Rhea leaned closer.
"What text?"
Matthew couldn't answer. His belt, the soaked, forgotten belt, was still hanging by the bathing pools. "My father's letter," he whispered. He could already see the ink bleeding across the parchment. By the devil's tail. He hadn't taken it off when he dove after Aliwyn. Matthew dropped his unfinished food in the basket and pushed to his feet. "I need to—" But even as he said it, he knew it was too late. The damage was done. His fingers curled into useless fists at his sides. Rhea gathered up the basket and stood, her brows drawn with concern. Grasping his wrist, she said, "Let's go back to the pools." A quick glance at the crumpled letter was all Matthew could stand. With a shaky hand, he passed the parchment to Rhea as she stood on the shoreline with guards flanking on either side. "Gone," he croaked. "Sorry." Around the bend, laughter and splashes echoed from another pool. The joyful noises rang sharp and jarring in his ears. Rhea smoothed the wet parchment on her hand.
I see a few words, she said softly. Can you rewrite it from memory? I'll find you a quill and ink.
Matthew shook his head. First, there had been a humiliating battle, and now this. Just another loss in a trail of failures. I don't remember the message, he murmured. She took his hand and placed the parchment on his palm.
When you wake up tomorrow, maybe you will.
Matthew couldn't answer. The soaked parchment trembled in his grasp. His bite wound had scabbed over, but pain lingered beneath the surface. Rhea's fingers brushed his elbow.
Come with me. I know where we can hear the music better.
She lifted the basket of food and guided him up another winding path. The clamour of people bathing grew distant. They descended toward a circle of logs surrounding a large bonfire, whose glow bathed the cavern walls in amber. There, a smaller pool reflected the seashell garlands that hung from the domed ceiling. The weathered log groaned as Matthew slumped onto it and set the parchment aside to dry. Rhea placed another piece of firewood into the flames. As sparks flew skyward, she bowed her head in what looked like prayer. Matthew chewed on his tongue. Now he had nothing to help Rhea read. He'd better leave before he made another mistake. But she turned to him and said, Please stand up. Her voice was kind, but Matthew looked up with a lump in his throat. Why? He whispered. She smiled and extended her hand. Just stand for a moment. With a stiff arm, he reached for her hand. Rhea pulled him up, her eyes sparkling in the firelight. They held a gentleness that he couldn't look away from. Then she slipped her arms around his waist and embraced him. So I can do this, she whispered close to his ear. Matthew sucked in his breath as her hands slid up his back and remained there. Her warmth seeped into his chest, and the scent of wild roses from her hair made him dizzy. I'm sorry about your father, about your family, she murmured. I wanted to wait until after the war to tell you how he'd changed. Her cheek was soft against his neck. He scarcely had the sense to respond. Not your fault. It's my fault for not going back.
Aelfric told me about the things he used to do. I don't blame you for not returning.
Matthew's jaw trembled. He dared to reach behind her back and return her embrace. Rhea's hair felt like silk, and her chest rose against his as she breathed. As firelight glinted off the iridescent shell garlands overhead, the harp and recorder's melody swelled and enveloped them. For the first time since Aelfric's death, the weight in his chest didn't feel like grief. It was something fiercer, something that made his hands shake as they traced the curls at the small of her back. But knowing he couldn't take her home after the revolt still clawed at him. Rhea drew back and rested a hand on his forearm.
Forgiving yourself is often the hardest part, but tomorrow needs you more than yesterday.
Matthew managed a nod as she continued.
Thanks for being patient with me and my family. I know we haven't been easy.
Matthew smirked. He covered her hand with his own, but he wanted to do more. In the days to come, on the way to Norwich, this urge would only intensify. He remained silent when Rhea beckoned him to sit down. She offered him the contents of the basket, and Matthew picked up his unfinished food with both fear and yearning wrangling within him. Rhea watched the Samhain bonfire with her long eyelashes glowing in the amber light. When the revolt was over, would he still have a chance to see her like this? Finally, he resolved to do what he never thought he'd do. He swallowed the last of his brick and asked hoarsely, Do you like this music? She smiled.
Yes, it's called The Melody of Life, and I love it.
Was the music at the convent also something you enjoyed? Because... His breath caught as her knees angled toward him. Because every Sunday there's music where I train. And in Marcottsville too, so if you... His stomach flipped, but Rhea murmured, Go ahead. So if you come to Mass with me sometime, I'd love that. Heat flooded his face. Rhea's lips parted slightly before she turned to the fire. I doubt someone who looks like me is welcome, she whispered. Even the convent was... Well, not all the sisters wanted me there. Matthew swallowed. Then I'll stand beside you until they see you as I do. You'll be my guest. Thank you. A dimple appeared in her cheek as she smiled, but her fingers tugged at her talk like a prisoner testing a noose. Sweat prickled his temples. Finally, she said, Please, let me think about it. That's all I ask. The longing in her eyes told him she understood what he'd tried to do. His pulse hammered against his ribs. Still want to learn reading tonight? He asked. Absolutely. Her face lit up. Matthew picked up his father's letter. Some words were indeed still discernible, but once he washed out the salt, everything might disappear. Rhea's presence kept his grief from overtaking him again. Then, one phrase emerged, clear as a blade's edge.
Your weapons won't save you. Only alliances with the right people can.
Matthew blinked. It was the first sentence that had returned to him. A good start. Can I see your hand? He asked. With an amused smile, Rhea offered it to him. Her calloused but warm hand curled slightly against his fingers as he turned it upward. A for Alliance, he said, tracing the capital letter on her palm. Can you imagine it? Yes, she whispered. Matthew taught her all the vowels and the spelling of a few common words. Rhea learned quickly. Maybe by the end of their journey to Norwich, which could take a week, she'd know how to write a full sentence. The flame's glow danced over her features as she bent over their joined hands. Her focus so intense he could almost forget tomorrow's uncertainties. When the fire grew dim, he helped Rhea feed it more firewood before following her back to his alcove. Within the dark tunnels, the reality they both faced gnawed its way back. Would the Danes still land at Ravens's Point after Norman longships had surrounded Driftmere? Thank you for this evening, Rhea said, as they stopped before his chamber. He smiled. You're welcome. His lips twitching, Matthew continued. But maybe I kept you awake for too long. Tomorrow we need to deliver Edward's body to Marcottsville for inspection, then to Jethron for your family. And the Danes, maybe they'll decide to land somewhere else. Shadows pooled in the hollow of her throat as she turned toward him. This is why tonight matters even more. Her eyes carried the same fear as when he'd fought Tobias earlier that day. Now he understood why, but she had no reason to be afraid. Matthew reached around her shoulders and drew her close. I'll be with you. I promise. Rhea leaned against him, and her warmth added to his own. Somewhere beyond the caverns, war still waited. But here, with the rise of her breath against his, Matthew could imagine a different future. One where alliances outlasted weapons. Epilogue. Hope. October 4th. Toby. The world had narrowed to the scrape of his boots against gravel, the burn of thirst in his throat, and Jacques' grip on the rope around his wrists. Toby stumbled forward, his eyes stinging from the sand Matthew had thrown. A night without water had turned his tongue to leather. It was now morning, but the sky above Barton remained a dusky grey. The scent of damp earth and wood smoke clung to the wooden palisades of Barton upon Humber. Toby was pushed through the open gate. A sharp pull yanked him forward, and the last of his strength gave out. His knees hit the dirt first, then his shoulder. Pain flared where Matthew had slashed his jawline. Anguish roiled within him. He had surrendered without drawing a weapon. The law granted him a hearing, but he wouldn't last a week without water. If Aliwyn didn't find the right person to plead for him, and fast. Jacques sighed. His figure loomed overhead, his hair unkempt and eyes bloodshot.
Remember, you are the one making both our lives difficult. Now, will you speak to me?
Toby glowered at him. Silence was all he had left. A boot slammed into his ribs. Pain exploded through his side, and this time he couldn't swallow the cry that tore from him. Toby slumped onto his side. The next strike was coming. He could sense it, hear Jacques shifting his stance.
"Stop! Children are playing nearby."
The familiar woman's voice cut through the haze. Toby tried to turn his head, but his body wouldn't obey. Then she stepped into view, her brown dress brushing over the mud. Behind her trailed a little girl who caught onto her hand. His breath hitched. Evelyn. She looked different, with her dark hair bound neatly beneath a linen veil. Beside her stood her sister, Marie. His chest heaved. He hadn't seen her since the attack on the Marcotte ship. The child shrank against Evelyn's robe, her small face pinched with fear. Toby's lips moved soundlessly. Evelyn. Marie. Evelyn's eyes rounded as shock flashed across her face. Yet that expression shuttered quickly as Jacques straightened and patted down his hair.
Miss Marcotte. He cleared his throat. Please excuse this unpleasantness.
Evelyn drew a slow breath.
"Sir Verdon, pardon me for not recognizing you, but please don't do this before our young ones."
I'm simply enforcing justice,
Jacques said, as he stepped on Toby's fingers, making him flinch.
Since Tobias Bolton is now in my custody, Matthew has lost his chance to redeem himself. He remains a deserter.
Toby clenched his teeth as pain shot up his fingers. Evelyn, she didn't deserve this. Evelyn spoke in a cool voice.
"Nothing is settled until my cousin is heard in court."
But how will he defend himself? Jacques asked. Matthew has done absolutely nothing of value. And when he is stripped of his knighthood, your father's and uncle's manors, and everything inside, will revert to his excellency. He'll entrust it to someone worthy, someone loyal.
Toby struggled to see through his tears. This scoundrel was lying. Only the land would get confiscated, not everything inside.
"Where is Matthew?"
Evelyn asked.
Off somewhere, indulging in Vasvian women, Jacques said.
His heel finally lifted from Toby's fingers, and he gasped for air. The knight strolled toward Evelyn, smiling, and clasped his hands behind his back. His voice had become a velvety purr.
As for you, have you thought about what I asked before we parted in Brocklesby? My marriage proposal.
Jacques had proposed what? Toby's arms twitched, but he couldn't sit up. Evelyn's voice faltered for the first time.
"I'm already engaged to someone in Normandy."
"And yet here you are, alone,"
Jacques said, still smiling.
"Your father cannot enforce that engagement anymore, so why not allow yourself a comfortable life in England? I can offer you stability, safety."
The churl, still dripping honey from his fangs. Indignation surged in Toby's chest.
"He's lying,"
he rasped. Jacques spun toward him, but Toby continued.
"The furniture is still yours. The animals are also—"
Another kick landed on his chest. Toby groaned and turned his face toward the ground, shuddering.
"Found your voice again, Sir Bolton,"
Jacques muttered. Toby fought to breathe. Evelyn hadn't been taught the complicated laws of inheritance. A male relative was always supposed to guide her, but Matthew had been a wayward student, and now... Jacques cleared his throat.
"Miss Marcotte, I assure you that you and your sister will live a life of luxury with me." In a harsher tone, he said, "Take the prisoner inside."
Rough hands hauled Toby to his feet. As they dragged him down the road, he twisted to meet Evelyn's gaze one last time. She didn't smile, but neither did she look away. Turning to another woman, she passed Marie into her care. Then she began walking down the road toward him. Toby's eyes watered again. Perhaps she was only coming to argue with Jacques. But she was walking toward Toby, not away, and that stirred something fragile but fierce inside him. Hope.